over the battleground. Get ready to jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्सेन क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत रकम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उसको हिट पर डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पाने
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 grind stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and we will continue the journey here for Group B of day number 2. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be I Super Johnny as we take you through today's exciting games. And so far, yesterday's games has been an absolute banger because as of yet, FS Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, Raven Esports, as well as THWX Non-X Esports has been dominating in the top 4 positions here. Johnny, we kind of expected this to happen as well, but at the same time, who would have thought that this were the top 4 by the end of day 1?
Exactly. I mean, we expected Hyderabad Hydras to be there for sure, but the other names are a pleasant surprise, to be honest, especially FS Esports, the way they've stepped up, the consistency, the big numbers put on the board. It is exciting to look at, but then the unpleasant surprises. God's Reign outside the top 8. Just Jelly is doing well. That's a pleasant surprise as well. I mean, really happy for Jelly, really happy with the 3-0 they have going against God's Reign. A little bit of a rivalry brewing up. But then again, Visista Esports, smack bottom of the leaderboard. What is going on there?
Well, that's the thing, right? It is all about unpredictability as well, considering the fact that this is going to be something that they have to manage as well, considering the fact that time is of the essence. Of course, if you were to compare Group D as well as Group C, they have to play 4 games in a row. But fortunately for some of these teams is that they will have some break after today.
Yes.
You know, they will be playing 3, maybe 4 days later on for their day 3 and day 4 for Group B itself. But that just means that the intensity of the games itself is going to be more difficult just because they have more time to prepare if they mess up today.
Exactly. Plus, they will have the opportunity to observe another group. See what strategies they come up with, see what works for them, and maybe just nitpick a few of those strats and then apply them to their own gameplay. And changes are definitely going to be needed from a few of these teams because what they're doing right now just doesn't seem to be working.
Agreed. And of course, all these teams are going to be competing for something. And that is something is going to be shown up on the screen right now because they are going to be competing for the slots to actually qualify for the main event of the prize pools up on screen right now.
Yeah, and it is something that we have been talking about for a long time. 2 crore rupees plus. Man, I see those many zeros and my eyes, they just give out.
Well, your eyes might have a little bit of a dollar sign on it as well, considering the fact that this is going to be the prize pool, and on top of it all, it's not limited to this amount itself because during the Insider, we have announced the fact that this prize pool is going to increase significantly based on the esports crates, which will be launched very, very soon.
Exactly. I mean, ching, a lot of cash coming the way of the teams and of the players that actually make it to the main event. That's the catch where you have to make it to the finals in order to claim this prize money. Individual prize money is on our screen, and of course, all eyes will be on that realme MVP. Which player walks away with that 3 lakh rupees in the bag? But then again, getting there, it's not going to be easy. Consistency is going to be required in the realme BGIS, the grind, the stage we are in right now, because teams are playing a lot of matches. The point structure is there in front of us. I see over the last, we've been doing this for what, 9 days total. As of now, today is going to be our 10th day. Over the last 9 days, one thing I've noticed is if you can get those frags, you can stay inside of the top 8. If you can't secure those frags, it doesn't matter if you have a chicken dinner or not, you might be outside of the top 8, because that happened to WSB.
Well, it needs to be a balance between chickens as well as finish points. But at the same time, today's schedule, we are going to be starting things off with Erangel, followed by Miramar, Sanhok, and then closing things with Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel in reverse. So it's not much of a big change, but it does change up the overall playstyles for some of these teams to be prioritizing of. And so far, Sanhok has been an absolute cancerous map to play just because of the fact that they have to play back-to-back right from the get-go. And it has been a little bit unpredictable for some of these teams.
Hey man, I love chaos, I love action. You can't be that harsh to Sanhok. I know it for the players, it gets very intense because you have to play it back-to-back, and that can be very taxing on their hands, on their heads as well. But looking at the overall rankings right now, this is taxing to all of the viewers watching right now. What is God's Reign, Insane, Wingard, Visista doing in the second half of the leaderboard? But on the bright side, FS, as we talked about them, amazing performance yesterday, 54 points secured in total, 27 finishes, and Hyderabad Hydras. Now this is a surprising entry in the top 3 at the podium with 35 eliminations, doing so well in terms of the aggression, and especially that first match yesterday. What a banger of a way to kick things off. Turbo, the man was turbocharged.
Exactly. Raven Esports also clutching the first chicken dinner for the day itself. And overall, they've had their fumbles, but they are still in the top 3. Meanwhile, here's a little bit of an interesting rivalry that has happened so far. Because I know for a fact that Team Jelly going up against God's Reign was one of the biggest rivalry in yesterday's game. They had a run-in 3 times. And so far, Team Jelly has won 3 and God's Reign has won 0.
Yeah, I mean, this is surprising as well, considering on paper, when you look at the teams, the players from the side of God's Reign feel like a little bit more threatening, right? Just Jelly, nice lads, amazing human beings. But not inside of the game. Inside of the game, they're extremely deadly. And they have gone ahead and proved that yesterday as well. I mean, those 2 Miramar interactions are what I remember. Just wiping out God's Reign in blink both times. We have the comparison of the teams in front of us, 27 finishes, 27 knocks. The conversion for Just Jelly is just perfect, 100% finish contribution. If they go in a fight, they are going to get those frags.
Yep. At the same time, let's talk about another 2 players who really stood out in yesterday's game, even though they weren't the biggest highlights, but they did do the best in terms of overall stats. And that's going to be THW X Non-X Lovish versus Raven Spiney as the in-game leaders, because this is pretty much both of them fighting against each other inside the zone, doing the right things, because these are 2 players that kind of surprised me the most in the sense where, who are these guys?
I definitely agree with you. I mean, especially in the case of Lovish, because THW Non-X, I think we expected the team to show up because of the history that was there from the previous BGIS, but then again, this time that Miramar game where they took the top of the hill away from Visista Esports and then went on to dominate the match was just amazing, and Lavish as well at an individual level was quite phenomenal. But we do have the casters prediction on our screens right now. Maisie picking Visista Esports, Ravan going for Insane Sparrow. He's gone for a safe bet, Hyderabad Hydras, but I see it seems like you and I are the, and in fact Salty as well, the English desk is the ones, is where the people are would like to take those risks.
To be honest, I would go for God's Reign and Sakar Gaming as well, just because of the fact that they had a little bit of fumbles yesterday's game. Because think about this, right? They were one of the top before coming to this tournament. The meta has shifted, the timings have kind of messed up as well. And even in the game itself, yesterday, I saw movements that are made by God's Reign, which looked good, looked right. But the reason why it fumbled is because of timings, positioning, and decision makings, which resulted because of the fact of the new circle shift, which is a little bit accelerated, considering the fact that they love to play edge circle, which this time has been very unforgiving for a lot of teams.
Exactly, and especially in the case of Desprez and IGL and God's Reign as a team, they like to rotate late, especially from that stage 1 to stage 2 rotation. And then stage 2 to stage 3 is going to be a little bit quicker, but that's the problem. Right now, you need to be on the move as soon as the first blue zone starts to hit and the first zone starts to move. But let's see how today is going to turn out. But ladies and gentlemen, before that, you see this, the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Well, we have an amazing promo lined up for you guys. And when I say amazing, it is going to be amazing. Let's check it out.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay.
The Realme P3 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen. The countdown has begun. 48 hours to go, almost 48 hours, just a little bit over it. But that is when it's coming out. It's the 16th today. We've been telling you 18th. Mark it on your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. Realme P3 Pro 5G launching on the 18th. Born to slay, made for gamers like you with a glow-in-the-dark design as well. And of course, if you go onto Flipkart right now and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, you could stand a chance to win one of these amazing devices for yourselves once it is eventually out in the market. But coming back to the discussion about these teams, I see we were talking about God's Reign. We gotta talk about Vasista as well, because there were moments where we saw Vasista in prime position to secure all of those frags, to at least walk away with 5 to 6 eliminations, running into team fights, finding the opening, and yet, snap, and they're gone.
Agreed. I think Vasista's downfall started from game 2 itself, from yesterday's game, especially in the Miramar. The one where THW X Non-X was able to take a chicken dinner off that map. They were the conquerors on top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Like, they were sharing it as well. Vasista had the highest ground. All they needed to do was just hold down the fort. But the moment they got picked apart, everything just went south for them, and THW just dominated the mountain terrain, just reigned supreme on everyone, and just destroyed everyone and just taking their chicken dinner. So it's a little unfortunate for Vasista. I hope things are going to go well for them.
I mean, that is the only thing we can do, is hope for the best from Vasista Esports, because these 4 individuals, when they came together, extremely deadly, a big threat to all of the big names, but with the last few months, they have taken a fall. And you and I were having this discussion. We feel they might be on a vacation, considering there are no eliminations happening in the grind. But looking at the names in front of us once again, FS Esports doing extremely well for themselves. They've been insane on the second half of the leaderboards. Just jelly, they are trying to stay alive inside of the top 5. Vasista Esports, again, expecting a climb back from Vasista Esports. But then there are names that have definitely let us down. Troy, the Million Esports. They are sitting dead last in the overall leaderboard right now. Not enough points to make that climb unless they make something happen today, or we're going to have to wait 3 more days to see them again.
I think when it comes to Troy, Tamilian Esports as well, they had one good game in the second Miramar yesterday as well. It was like they made it towards top 2, top 3, but unfortunately a couple of mistakes happened. They just got completely demolished in that final fights as well. So it might be luck, it might be skill, it might be a little bit of mistakes that has happened. But what I do know right now is that a team that none of us were expecting that actually did really well yesterday was Silly Esports, because we've seen that in the past. Oh, they do not play this aggressively, but to yesterday's game, it felt like they had so much control of the game, and there were multiple instances where they should have been wiped out, but for some reason, they were able to hold down the fort, even securing a chicken for themselves.
Hey man, it's Silly Esports, right? They are going to be doing a lot of silly things, in fact, and they do end up doing a lot of silly things inside of this game, but that's the thing that ends up working out for them. Their plays are very unorthodox, right? You're going to see those 4 players split very early, and they are going to try and approach those fights extremely quickly in the early stages, try and get those individual picks in. And then all of a sudden, in the mid stages, while everyone is fighting, they're going to be bunkered down somewhere amidst all of that chaos, trying to hide, trying to survive. And remember that game of Sanhok that you and I were commentating on, and Hyderabad Hydras, they were trying to take a shack away from Silly Esports, and they refused to come out. So. But those unorthodox plays are also the reason that Silly Esports has ended up doing well. They're sitting on that 5th position right now, quite comfortable. And if they can bring in the performance, a similar performance to yesterday, today as well, I think Silly Esports, it should be an easy qualification in the top 8 for the next round.
Don't jinx it, man. We've seen this happen in Group D as well as Group C. There were a team that they were. Well, I'm just going to say it's Tribe Herdman who, dominated day number 1 and then just completely flopped day 2, 3, and 4, and then not even qualifying in the top 8, which is a little bit unfortunate. Or did they? I think they did it.
Yeah, they did. I think they just missed it out by
just a little bit as well. It's just so unfortunate. But nevertheless, the journey continues as we look through Group B. I know you guys are excited for the games. Guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to be starting off the first game of today for day number 2 of Group B. It's a new day, it's a new dawn, and it is a new life for some of these teams coming in from Group B itself. Day 2, Game 1, Erangel. Resets for all these teams. We had a little bit of interesting surprise in the circle itself, repeating history in the past for some of these teams. And of course, there are teams that dominated. Raven Esports, one of those teams that really stood out in game number 1. And this time, will we see the same? Or Well, we see a little bit of shift as of yet, but now the flight path from the north side, northeast, all the way to southeast corner seems to be an eastern shift on this flight path.
Yeah, and this is going to make the early stages for anyone who likes to play from that western half of the map extremely difficult because you're going to have to drop out into the open, look for those vehicles. We see Raven Esports taking that early exit. If they find those vehicles, they can make that quick rotation towards Georgopol, try and see if they can get the early loot in as well. Otherwise, forced to fight in the middle of nowhere. That's the worst possible start you could have. But yesterday, Raven Esports, the chicken dinner was secured, but barely as well. Hyderabad Hydra is almost taking away the win. I love that early start though. The school endgame, the school apartments. It's been a while since we've had a circle over there.
Agreed. And based on the score standings as well, THW X non-X is also a team that really played really well. But based on this circle, seems to be a repeat from the second Erangel yesterday as well, where it was pretty much out in the open. I make the prediction that it might be out in the open in the shelters, but guess what? It was pretty close and it was very difficult to play considering how open the maps can go. Sakar Gaming, this is a team that had a little bit of a unorthodox run-in with Hyderabad Hydras during the map in Miramar, and this time, will they be able to adapt? Because they are a team that has their moments, but unfortunately has had a little bit of third-party issues as well.
Yeah, Sarkar Gaming, I mean, they have been struggling, I agree with you, and of course not because of any faults of their own, but this time around, opportunity does present itself in the form of an isolated drop. This early start will be a comfortable one for Sarkar Gaming. They are the team that's the quickest in moving towards that western direction, so that early control available for Georgopol Apartments, for the containers as well to them. I was actually worried, I see, because you look towards farm and you see that cluster Forever Red Ross, Hyderabad Hydras, Troy Tamil and Esports. I was wondering if there was going to be an early clash, but it seems like any conflict between the sides has been avoided. Visister Esports vehicles picked up. I think they are going to try and move for Pachinki, although that move from Gamla Boy as he moves towards Gatka, it has caught me off guard. Do you make any sense of that?
Huh. What is he doing there? It's weird. Seems like they are pretty split off, considering the fact that maybe Gamla Boy is looking for vehicles while the rest of the teams are looking to try and farm up a couple of finishes, considering the fact that they do tentatively look to find a couple of stray cats, considering the flight path was on the east side, heading towards the west side. Raven, they have 70 for themselves. God's Reign is back into his military base once more. Wingard onto his ferry player, they're back to their usual rotation playstyles, but look at what Team Jelly is doing. That is, I don't know what happened, but for some reason, they are split off Novo as well as Milta. It seems to be, for some reason, they're able to conquer 2 cities on their own.
Yeah, it's quite surprising, and I mean, Nova Hypnoid just conquered by Jelly himself. I do not know what this control will help them accomplish, because eventually Jelly is going to fall back to Milta and he's going to regroup with his team. The circle is towards the eastern half, the northern side of that Nova Hypnoid bridge as well. Just an early loot in free looting stage. Jelly has all of this Nova Hypnoid container territory all to himself. No one there to challenge him.
It's interesting, right? Considering that the way they play, it's a greedier version of how Wildfangs and Big Brothers play.
That is
and
true.
They have kind of made it work as well from time and time. And for some reason, this playstyle has worked out for Team Jelly. Think about this, right? Team Jelly himself has always been playing on his own for the longest of time, and he only regroups after Circle 5, Circle 6. And even in Sanhok as well, for some reason, his pressure and taking space for the team has worked out so many times, which resulted in teams just saying that, you know what, let's not contest this.
Yeah.
And I like how Jelly has given an impression that he's the one-man army. He fights as if there is 3 men behind him, and everyone somehow takes the bait.
That is true. That is very true. And he holds down the bunker until his teammates always end up rotating in time. But talk about rotation and mid-rotation fight. Hyderabad Hydras against Wingard Esports. AJ knocked out. Sahil OP. He's out into the open. Damage taken. But Hyderabad Hydras, they do not have the luxury to stop midway and commit to that conflict. The 3 players, they end up surviving. They end up moving. AJ is going to get finished off. And it's Wingard going for a hunt. My goodness.
I'm surprised they didn't actually commit to this, but, well, sometimes you gotta save the losses to think of the bigger picture. In this case, 5 minutes is pretty much past. They haven't really looted up too much, but for Wingard Esports to be on the hunt this early, it's insane. And like, I'm curious, why weren't they looting in the usual spots there? Huh, interesting. But of course, Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to be in a little bit of awkward situation. They do set up a couple of pit stops. They have to do this with only 3 players left. And I think, for those of you who do not know, seems to me, Turbo was the star player, the one that made the impossible happen in the first game yesterday. And he is the player to watch coming in from Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, man, that first game was very impressive. Mid stages, his team goes out. He's the last man left alive. Goes on to secure 7 eliminations all by himself and a top 2 finish. The reason Wingard weren't in the top 2, the reason RGC got eliminated early. TSW as well. They did secure brilliant winner chicken in the next game, which was the map of Miramar. But the first match, even though they start from the school apartments position, wasn't really theirs. They struggled to hold down in their home ground. But today, at least, they are not bothered by anyone. Today, it's just them there.
Yeah, that's the beauty about day 2, right? People kind of respect the drop squads, you know, they go in for a couple of ego checks, stat check first, and then eventually they will have to back off. And somebody's got to give in, of course, if you want to think about consistency, because, you know, taking each other right from the start to the end is not necessarily good for either teams. But speaking of taking someone out, seems like we do see a pit stop coming from TWM. And guess what? They've got RGC pinned on the sides, and the nades are coming in. RGC, will they be able to back out? Perfect shot comes in. Arib doesn't seem to connect.
Yeah, kind of an awkward interaction between the two sides. RGC hesitant as ever to commit to anything. And by that I mean fights, but TWM on the other side. A lot of expectations from TWM based on how 2024 was for them, how they made their debut in 2023 in the BGIS, but this year, at least the first day, not off to a great start, hoping to recover. As you were saying, respect being given from these teams to each other, because I think everyone realized how competitive things are going to be, and you can't really take unnecessary risks out into the open. But look at this, Ralphie. He sees those vehicles, he sees the Armada on the other side.
I don't think he should commit, considering the fact that, yes, you've got the scopes, you've got everything, but ammunition-wise, they only have about, what, 90 bullets?
Agreed.
And it's only, what, 8 minutes to game, there's 16 teams left, you haven't really settled down on where the circle is. They definitely need to restock. However, let's talk about what God's Reign is doing right now. They are rotating rather late as of yet. They might have spotted Just Jelly a little bit down towards the south side, but seems like Team Jelly, they are going to replicate what they have been doing yesterday. They might be setting up a potential pit stop against God's Reign once more for this 4th round contention.
Yeah. I mean, I can't wait for that fight to break out. I'm just too excited about it. Just Jelly, he ends up regrouping with the rest of his teammates, and they are going to be prepared, as you said, laying out a trap, waiting for God's Reign to fall in. Although that cluster forming smack center of the circle, this shelter endgame, it's going to force these teams to be quite exposed, fight it out into the open. Smokes are going to be of the utmost importance. But look at this, Forever Red Ross, they do spot out the players from Troy Tamilian Esports. Although Lucifer, just a little bit of delay in him pulling the trigger, and Troy Tamilian Esports, they do end up getting away from this.
Well, Forever Red Ross, they do have those vantage points. They are on top of the outer open field for the mountain terrains, but if they get crashed hard, you are going to be expecting a lot of third parties coming in as well. And as you can see, everyone is rotating, finding the best spots possible. Troy Tamilian Esports might be in a little bit of an awkward situation. Ranveer here doesn't have a lot of mans to work with, but they do find themselves a compound. Hopefully, they find a couple of first aid kits for him, man, because this place may not have one of the best spots to actually provide the best amount of utilities or even resources in general. Look at this. Look at the ground. His SMGs, his shorties. Aside from that, very, very unlucky.
I mean, that's fighting compound. You play it in a very defensive way. You don't go there for loot, you go there for cover. And I think with Vasista Esports spotting out the side of Troy Tamilian Esports, maybe a fight might just be brewing up. But look at that. How peaceful is today's day number 2, IC?
I think
It's
it comes down to the circle, right? Like,
Yeah.
they've understand the situation where stage 1, stage 2, if you fight, you are gonna commit too much resources, and there's no way you're gonna be rotating, because once round 3 happens, that's where the shift will mess people up. And if you're not on the run in time, reposition, you're pretty much messed up. In this case, God's Reign, they do find themselves a very, very nice shack, and guess what? They're sharing it with also Team Jelly, who's on the east side. This is known to be two of the best compounds to cut off rotations in the middle of the road if the circle decides to shift south right now.
I feel like a kid in school that has just seen 2 of his classmates go at it and now sitting in a corner is just screaming, fight, fight, fight.
Well, it might happen. Seems like God's Reign, they do send one guy on the move to scout out ahead down south. Hopefully praying if the circle comes down south first. Meanwhile, Sakar Gaming also looking for a pit stop as well themselves to try and see if they can edge their way into the next phase, because the zone is going to be moving in. Every single team is going to be eyeing for it right now. And guess what? It is going to shift right in the middle in the Medusa's intersection. One of the most difficult spots to be in. A lot of ditches, a lot of holes to work with, a lot of open fields. And which ditch will come up top? So far, every ditch is tough to hold on to.
Yeah, man. But look at that, Vasista Esports, they end up going against the side of Hyderabad Hydras, who were rotating from west to east. And it is the side of Hyderabad Hydras, I believe, we've found the opening. So Vasista Esports might be in some trouble, although the trade comes through. As one of the players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras is going to hit the floor as well. But who gets a revive? Or who loses a player? That's going to be interesting to see. Mokshi does gain access to the edge of the circle from the western side, and does manage to secure a decent spot for his team to move in, but he needs to stay alive over there, otherwise there's going to be trouble waiting for Hyderabad Hydras in the next few moments. Vasista Esports on the move, on the prowl. They completely evade that conflict, move outside of the circle, moving from the western edges along with the circumference, and are looking to close in from the north, breach in from the northern edge of the circle. This might be tricky. There's TWM waiting for them on the other side, and that's a very open position.
Yeah, this is tough, but at the same time, Vasista Esports, they are going to be playing from out and open and rotating from the north side, especially the amount of ditches and potential ambushes that may happen. They're going to be in for some trouble, but as soon as I say ambush, guess what? Marsh getting picked apart by the guys of Raven Esports, and this is one of the strongest ditch in this phase of the zone. But as the circle closes in, this zone is going to be very, very difficult to play with, especially if someone decides to crash into the shelf. But meanwhile, here he goes, another team setting up shop onto his shelter. It is going to be Silly going into the run-in against Hill Inferno Squad. And look at this, Goten looking to clutch this out. He's going for the shotties, but he misses the shot, and he's going to get taken down as well. And one fell swoop, Silly Esports cleans them out. What the heck was that?
Well, that is just Silly Esports for you, man. Incredible way to kick things off. 4 eliminations on the board. Rapido was knocked out, but he's going to be brought back in quite easily. Oh no, as I say that, I see, look at the radar, here comes the third party. And it's going to be in the form of just Jelly. Oh, that's a stylish entry. Brings in the hovercraft. Rapido is going to be cornered. Immortal and Noob stuck in shelter.
Oh my
How
God.
many nades do you have? The entry blocked, the access denied. And even though they know that the players from Silly Esports are there, there is absolutely nothing that Just Jelly can do about it.
Oh my goodness, I'm surprised Team Jelly did not blow up the vehicle who's stuck in the entrance, just because of the fact that if it's blown up, this entire entrance for Silly gets completely cut off.
Yeah.
And they're forced to rotate from the other entrance, which is a very, very long way away from those mobility. And guess what? Fortunate for them, they are going to be fine. The circle somewhat helps them a little bit. Like, just find solace underground, you know, play the healing game, and then just do absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
That is so unfortunate, but I'm surprised Team Jelly decide not to do that, which is weird.
I think they realize how exposed they are in this position, and the more commotion they create, the more tension they're going to draw. Look at that, shots being fired towards the players of Wingard Esports, who are rotating from that eastern side. On that finish feed, though, Forever Red Ross. Troubles brewing up for them as well. Croatia Million Esport is the team that is causing them harm right now. Hyderabad Hydras, man, I said it, right? Moksh, he needed to stay alive. He needed to secure a a cover position for his team, but that didn't work out too well. Oh, that nade quite close to Pekka, runs behind the shack, stays alive for a few extra seconds. The second nade does absolutely no damage, and this time, Forever Red Ross, they're wasting so much utility trying to take out that one guy who's just been hiding behind that shack, very close to them. Troy Tamilian Esports, it seems like they have shown up in a new form. Pekka finally knocked down. Inferno still alive though. Armed with the DBS, man around the corner, goes for the peak, shots whiffed. But he knows where he is, he knows he's indoors, and with that DBS, just one shot is all it will take. Spots him out, looks for the takedown, finds the knock as well. The backups arrive, but a little too late. Last two players surviving from the side of Forever Red Ross, but the third party from RGC out of nowhere. Honey, what are you doing, my dear? Hydro, that's the question that he was asking him. The knock comes through, the finish conversion comes through. Troy Tamilian Esports, the distraction not big enough, as Forever Red Ross are going to be left with the last man. Lucifer still alive. It's down to a 1v1 between these two sides, so the losses from either sides were big, but I still believe Troy Tamilian Esports, they have done enough. 5 eliminations on the board in this game already.
Well, damage has been done for all three teams. Circle is going to be coming in as well. And guess what? Hydro, he's only got one first aid kits. He's got no utilities. And he is going to be taken out by the zone. As soon as he gets on this buggy and tries to make it past the next phase, he is done for. RGC, they lose one to delay them. They got a little bit greedy, but all is well. All is well for them. They are going to be on the edge. They do have some sort of cover to work with right on the west side.
Yeah.
As long as they have mobility to rotate as soon as the circle closes in. And as you can see, Vasista from the northwest as well. THW also having a little bit of run in on the north side. And they are going to be forced to reset this fight, but they are right at the edge of the zone as well, so they will have a time to resets, but the first aids are not going to be looking good. Troy is going to be taken out. Meanwhile, Wingard going to be joining the shelter fight against Team Jelly as well.
And they are just absolutely pinned inside of that bunker. There's absolutely nowhere to go. Vasista Esports eliminated from the game on the 15th position, but look at Sam. He's just running forward with that Molotov, with that grenade ready, but the Molotov was there right in front of him. Could have been much worse for just Jelly. Luckily, they do end up surviving. They do end up keeping their bodies intact, not taking any losses in that conflict. And Wingard as well, they just instantly run for cover. Just Jelly, that split coming in from them. Icy separated by Silly Esports and Wingard between the two sides. And God's Range is waiting on the flanks to strike.
Well, they have to. They are in the middle of the zone. They heard all those commotion on east side, right?
Yeah.
And we've talked about this. Silly Esports, they're pretty much stuck down there. The car is blocked it. There's nothing much they can do. If they try to move the car, immediately everybody is going to break him down into his entrance just because of how long it takes to get out. So the only thing they can do is just take a chill pill. Meanwhile, RGC going head-to-head. They do find a stranded player inside the shack. Can he flush out forever? Seems like they will do so, and they will bow in 13th place. Fortunately for them, they are also in a predicament, but they are inside the zone.
This just tells me one thing, man. Forever ain't forever. It's for a little while, at least. Raven Esports circling the healthier player from side of RGC, Dope, and he leads them right to the rest of the squad, man. This is just going to be so brutal. Raven with the slam. They are going to try to find the opening, but no, it is going to be the shots coming in from the other squads. Raven are losing those bodies. RGC do end up getting eliminated from this match, but Raven... What? Sanchit? My goodness, why would you do that? A kamikaze move comes through, and not just from one side. Akash's Molotov as well takes out his own teammate, and Hyderabad Hydras just pray and get a few more frags to their name.
Oh boy, mistakes were made. Mistakes was definitely made. However, the journey continues because that is the sign of good luck for everybody else who says, hey, you know what? One team lesser means more space for me and more opportunity. In this case, THWX Don X right at the edge as well with the circle circling them. They do scout members coming from Hyderabad Hydras who's in the shack. Fantastic defense coming from Hyderabad Hydras, but it is going to be a very difficult push coming from THW, and they have to make the move now, or it's now or never. And it seems like they will try to make the push. Sakar Gaming also finding a little bit of solace down towards the south side. They've heard all the commotions down to his shelter. And because of this, 4 teams near around shelter. That means everybody is stuck inside the tunnels.
Now would be the perfect time to blow up those vehicles that are blocking the entry. But look at this, TSWNON, they go after Team Insane. And even though picks are found by either sides, it is going to be the side of Team Insane that have the upper hand. Adi and Harsh, utility exchange coming through from both the sides. It is going to be Harsh who hits the floor. The Molotov is going to cause extra bit of damage to Adi if he moves forward. And they are just pinned, man. But THWNON, they're taking damage from the rear. Dark Lord, he can't get involved and help his teammates out. He has his own troubles to worry about as TWM show up looking for a third party. Toxic, being very toxic, being a distraction. Insane Adi, the finish goes towards the side of Just Jelly.
Well, speaking of fights here, seems like Dark Lord is in the prime position to make sure TMW goes head-to-head with THW. If he is able to push them back just a little bit, they will be forced to fight each other. But at the same time, despite all this engagement that is happening, look at the zone. South side just completely congested, silly, stuck inside the shelter with no way out. Team Jelly rotating away, giving God's Reign somewhat control down towards the south, while the north side is just gonna hold down the compound the entire time. There's nothing much they can really do unless they clear it out.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do so when everybody's also gonna be looking inside the zone.
And it is going to be a troublesome position for all of these lads to be in. Dark Lord! No! Ooh, went after TWM all by himself, a moment of desperation. But we all know how those go.
Oh boy, this is tough. But fortunately for both TWM and THM X non-X, they won't have some sort of cover. They will be neighbors for a while, considering the bigger threat is going to be every single team outside the zone trying to find some sort of cover. And right now, this houses will be denying a lot of those ditches away from any teams that need some sort of cover. And guess what? Levi was able to spot out a couple of members, and that's going to be Hydra, but Hydra lying around out in the open with no return strats. But Sakar from the south, they finally push in, and that's going to be God's Reign getting contested inside the entrance. And here he goes. They're all pinned off. Justin holds down the fort with a single pixel, but he's stuck. He doesn't have mobility, but somehow they survive. And Sakar Gaming, they can eliminate it. What a play from God's Reign. What a defense.
Yeah, just split-second decision-making and precision of that shotgun at point-blank range, helping them out. But hey, here come the main rivals. It's always like this. It is always like this. Just Jelly showing up at the right nick of time. That hovercraft, it moves like a tank as well. So tanky, so much HP on it. But did they spare the opponents? That is the question, because it seems like the little bit of distraction for Just Jelly might have just been the second chance that God's Reign needed in this game. They have backed off into the shelter. They've backed off inside the bunker, and now it's time to heal and recuperate.
Well, they're stuck though. Think about this. Both entrance has been occupied with the amount of vehicles, and they have to go through the entire maze of those vehicles to even get out. And little did they know, especially for God's Reign, guess what? Yeah. Underneath is going to be another fight. Silly, they have been there for the longest of time. They know there's someone there. And the only enemies that can go head-to-head is going to be between Silly as well as God's Reign. And as we see, they've heard the footsteps. Noob sees it, and oh wait, no way! They don't know! They actually don't know that Silly was one of the first to hide in the undergrounds for the longest of time. Oh boy, God's Reign. They're able to somehow get out. Team Jelly scouts this out. Now here comes the pin down. Do they want to completely block them off?
Oh no, he's out into the open. Ninja, that could have been a mistake, but he barely survives. So lucky. Hiding behind the rock, the nade cooked, lobbed out, but God's Reign, they throw multiple in return. And this time, I have a feeling that things might not be going the way of Just Jelly, with Jelly getting knocked out, all thanks to TWM. And his teammates are going to try and see if they can get the rescue in. This southern edge conflict of the circle right now, it is brewing up slowly and steadily, but that boil is about to happen. Somehow Ninja stays in an off angle, and that is an important position for Just Jelly to play from. That off angle is going to keep the players of God's Reign pinned and force them to just stay inside that bunker. That blue zone damage towards the late game is going to be so brutal. But what if he connects that nade? That changes everything.
Agreed. With 14 seconds left, somebody's got to make the play. God's Reign They want to get out, and Team Jelly can delay them for the longest of time. At the same time, Silly as well may be lurking in the shadows trying to push them away. But look at this, Team Jelly, they're flanking them from both sides. And God's Rain finally pushes out. They're going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Heo thinking he's going to use the battleground to go in for the base. And guess what? They do focus on towards this fight. And God's Rain, they're throwing everything for this fight, but the one that's going to be gatekeeper is going to be Team Jelly as of now. The nades are coming in, but no one has been knocking yet. TWM as well as THM is not going to be fighting this as well. They are going to let them go head-to-head. Justin making the push. But at the same time, bottom side, Team Jelly, guess what? Wingard is also underneath as well. They're so busy fighting against each other, but they do get the nod on Sahil OP. And Team Jelly now fighting 4 different teams from this shelter. One of the entrants completely stuck. Wingard stuck right there. And they have to fight against Silly. And guess what? God's Rain finally goes head-to-head with the guys on the bottom, Silly Esports. And they don't really have a lot of time. And with the nades coming in, Jelly finds one opening on the Delta. Oh, BG. And Team Jelly now finally maybe getting the 4-0. Maybe the 4-0. And Ninja John stuck in the open. And here comes the flush. They are going to hunt him down. Ninja John, can he clutch it out? No, he cannot. And that's 4-0 for Team Jelly.
Yeah, it wasn't a maybe. It was always be my baby coming from the side of just Jelly. But let's see, top 5 teams, 11 players still alive. FS, they have an incredible opportunity to strike just Jelly. They were left bleeding, and that's an easy wipe for them. 3 finishes secured, 3 finishes on the board, and top 3 teams remaining. 8 players still alive. FS in a wonderful position to start of the day with a chicken dinner. They have the numbers, they have the higher ground, literally on top. The one of the few teams that's still at ground level, you know, because Wingard is stuck inside that shelter. They are underground and they're not coming out. Oh my goodness, how could you do that, man?
Oh,
Dreams was just checking up on you. He was making sure that Wingard was okay. And they shot him in the face.
It feels like they want to get out, but they just can't get out. It's completely blocked off.
Yeah.
And despite the knocks coming in, there's only so much Wingard Esports can actually do. They're just literally waiting for the inevitable. The Molotov comes in, but are they going to be able to get some finishes? But it seems like Wingard, they have to throw in a towel. We are down to the final 3 teams. They can't get out at all. The nades does connect, and they do get them all. They do find themselves one, but FS Esports only 3 finishes, potentially taking the chicken dinner as well, because the only other man alive is, well, the guy who's out and open the entire time. Ari, for some reason, survives every single fight out in open, just being very sneaky. And with this smokes, it is a 1v4, a near impossible situation.
Man, I have to say, Wingard is such a cheeky team. They denied those eliminations to the side of FS, but with 1 extra finish on the board, in the end, FS Esports do close out the match with a chicken dinner. In fact, 14 points, I think, is going to be the total tally for this game. But coming back to what I was saying, Wingard Esports, very cheeky. That's not the first time they've done something like this where they know they are not going to win a fight, they know they are pinned down, and they just end up wiping themselves out. 2 players purposefully ran inside the blue so that they know their finish points are not going to go towards the side of FS. Luckily though, when FS naded that last player,
they were able to get one.
They didn't get any.
Oh.
They didn't get any. The last player was left with a sliver of HP, and then he ran into the blue, and the entire squad got wiped.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, right? But considering the fact that how the games went, the entire chaos that is happening inside Shelter was just insane. Because let me paint the picture for you guys right now. Is that this was Shelter, first team, Silly was inside, and then while Silly was inside, oh, Team Jelly came in and say hello. All right, you know what? You're stuck inside. God's Rain was here. Oh no, Wingard came in. Guess what? Instead of going head to head, Wingard decides to go inside as well, both sharing insides in the corner. And God's Rain was just like back and fro, fighting between both Team Jelly as well as Wingard. And eventually, somebody had to bow out, and that was actually God's Rain.
Man, one question. What happened to Silly Esports? There are 2 players hiding inside that shelter, but in the late stages, they just vanished.
Ninja John got an insane nade on them, and while Silly pushed up towards God's Rain, that is where Team Jelly joined in and third-party them as well.
Oh man, that was a scary situation when we saw the lads from the side of Team Silly just stalking the backs of God's Rain, who had no idea initially that there was another team with there inside of that basement. But just Jelly, 4-0 now.
Oh boy, that's gotta sting. I wouldn't say this was a more painful one for God's Reign, because think about this, it wasn't a direct confrontation. It's more like the moments they took the fight where Team Jello took it was that God's Reign was actually distracted by both Silly, WinGod, THM, and Team Jetty at the same time. So it's not really a direct win, but again, a win is still a win.
Yeah, the squad wipe came to just Jelly. That's all I want to hear right now, because that was an intense one. God's Reign started off quite well, by the way. Justin pushing in, Ninja Jot pushing in, they find the opener, and yet the third parties, as you mentioned, getting involved and then just Jelly capitalizing. FSE Sports from the start till the end, playing for survival, incredibly done, controlling that northern edge in a beautiful manner. Team Insane, I'll be honest, I expected a lot more. At a certain point, they had the prime position to go for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and considering the fact that they had those compounds in the north side as well, we saw moments where THW as well as TWM was going head-to-head. And that instances was one of the compounds where they should be able to hold down the fort, but they just couldn't because of the fact that they've lost too many members.
Yeah.
And for some reason, when they finished fighting there was only one guy from TWM who's pretty much out in the open. There was nothing they could have done.
Yeah, but still, brilliant survival instincts coming in from Reeb. I think all the finishes they wanted, they did manage to secure earlier on in the game when we saw them going up against the side of Insane, going up against the side of THW NON. So that was I think the best possible scenario for Reeb and the side of TWM. And it is still quite incredible the way they made it happen, because after that compound conflict against Insane came to an end, pushing out into the open like that, they just kept losing bodies again and again, and it was very awkward for them to move around. So playing for survival, breaking into the top 2 points are all that matters, and this was one of the best performances we have seen from TWM yet.
Yeah,
by the way.
But at the same time, to be honest, FS Esports Chicken Dinner is gotta be the easiest chicken dinner out of every single game we've seen on air thus far. Because all they did was sit and like, hey, you know what? That guy's fighting. That guy's fighting. That guy's fighting. Huh. Let them fight, 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 fight. Oh wait, it's been 20 minutes, they're still fighting? Oh, okay. Oh wait, they're finished fighting? Alright, let's go. We take the chicken.
You know, it's a quote out of The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Never stop your opponent when he's making a mistake. And FSE Sports, they had no right getting involved over there. But this was just the start of the day, ladies and gentlemen. There's still 5 more games remaining. But before we continue on with our day, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay,
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The grind for Group B this time is still on. Day 2, Game 1, done and dusted. The Super Johnny joined by Salty alongside with me. The boy returns back to the panel. Did you enjoy the chaos? Did you enjoy the absolute comedy that happened in that first game of Erangel, man?
I was having a lot of fun watching so many third parties happen.
Yeah.
You know, as a matter of fact, I feel like this is the most sadistic pair in the entire
Yeah.
casting panel that we have, including English as well as Hindi. And we love third parties. And when such incidents happen, like Just Jelly involving in their fight, RGC coming in as well, I was like, just let the show continue as well, because this is fun.
Yeah, it was fun indeed. It was quite exhilarating to watch. All right, what are they going to do now? Who are they going to go after next? And how is this going to turn out for everyone else? But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that is exciting, exhilarating, and it is going to get your heart pumping is the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Glow-in-the-dark design, by the way. Me and Necro actually tested it out. It glows, and it looks amazing in the dark, trust me. And it has been a lovely pleasure working with Realme P3 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen. Launching on the 18th, 2 days to go. Go on to Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you could stand a chance to win one of these for yourselves. Again, but coming back to the conversation, FSE Sports, they were already sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard, and now that lead has just gone up.
You know, there's a saying which says, fake it till you make it. Next time when Ravan picks up a team, I'm just gonna just straight up copy this man and say my prediction is gonna be the same as Ravan's. This man just said, right, we were having a conversation of which team might actually perform. He said FSE Sports will continue their run. They were already on the top of the leaderboard as well. Today, coming into the first match, just going in all guns blazing, it was really great. Not just that, the composure as well. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about composure, the MVP of the last game, it's going to be Ninja Jod from Team God's Reign. 5 finishes, 682 points of damage, 1 headshot. This probably is just a trailer of how much this guy can actually perform at this stage. But I believe it's just the beginning of it.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just the beginning of it all. And I think for the last year, ever since his addition to God's Reign, everyone was waiting for Ninja Jod to show up. Finally, 2025, he has started to show up. And of course, we all know they start the year with a big trophy win. But looking at the list of top 5 players, we have Levi from THWNON on the 2nd, Troy the Million Esports Hydro on the 3rd. We have Just Jelly. This IGL is different. Is Jelly the same guy from last year? He plays like a man possessed now.
He plays like a man possessed, and the one and the demon that is possessing him right now hates God's Reign to extremities. Absolutely does not like them. Just goes after them every single time. The scoreline is 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that is going to be a greater stat than the match summary that we have in front of us. But talking about the numbers that we have, 1 vehicle finish, that is understandable considering we're talking about the map of Erangel. 182 smokes utilized and 12 grenade finishes, Johnny. That number is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy indeed, but I mean, you can expect that in a shelter circle, in a shelter endgame. It's an open position. Plus, with people hiding in those bunkers, it becomes very easy for other squads to show up, pin them down, and just lob nades and finish them off. But point rankings for their previous game on our screens: FSE Sports 14 points on the board, Just Jelly 10, Just Jelly is consistent. Wow. TWM with 9 points. God's Reign, this is what I wanted to talk to you about, Salty, that God's Reign, they are getting those frags, but yesterday, after 6 matches, they had 1 placement points. This is their 2nd placement point in 7 games.
I mean, surprising, especially considering the fact that Destro is known to play that style of play where he emphasizes a lot on those position points. But we'll talk about that a little later. THW, though, 8 points on board. Win got 7. Silly Esports, really great start for them, especially in the early half of the game. 7 points on their money as well. Troy the Million Esports, 5 points. RGC for Forever. Red Ross as well, 3 points. But here comes the teams who we expected to perform coming into today. Johnny, I believe that the narrative was set where Vasista, Sarkar, Insane, and all of these teams would come in bang on the first game itself to try and rectify the lead that was there for the other teams, but that did not happen.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Plus, it's weird to see the fall off. I mean, I hope it's not a fall off of Hyderabad Hydras. They did not secure enough points in this game. Raven Esports have just gone ahead and taken a dip. So things are looking quite dire for them. They need to bounce back and they need to start playing like they were tomorrow. Overall rankings on our screen right now, just Jelly making it into the top 3 along with THW on the second and FS on the first. 11 points advantage against the team on the second. Silly Esports, they stay in the top 4 quite comfortable, but look at that. 57, 56, 55, 55, 53. The top 6 in different league, and then there is everyone else. If this goes on, you know what is going to happen. The spots on the 7th and the 8th position are constantly going to be shifting. But I'm quite happy to see God's Reign finally break into the top 8.
Absolutely, and I think considering how we have kind of the teams arranged in the first half of the leaderboard, it is very much obvious that the 7th and the 8th spot are on the line right now. Majority of the other teams up in the top 6 that you mentioned, they are in a different league, they are well settled. The 18-point difference that you see between Raven and GDR is going to be the lifeline for the rest of the teams as well.
Of course.
Trying to make it inside the top 6 is going to be extremely difficult, but trying to make it inside the top 8, I believe that is something which they can pull off. And we have to remember what is at stake right now. Whether you're qualifying for round 4 or whether you're qualifying for round 3.
Exactly. It might not seem like a lot, but you skip out on majority of the competition by the time you reach round 4. From there, you can almost see the semi-finals. You can almost see that land finale. The ticket, you start to visualize it. The ticket to Kolkata, you start to visualize it in your hand once you qualify for that round 4. And as you were talking about it, right? Yes, 21 points for the team at the bottom, 35 for the team on the 7th position right now. 14-point difference, easy to cover up in just one match. So from the 16th till the 7th, that's one game that you need to secure for yourself. And that should be a big sign of concern for God's Reign, because right now that's the only team in the top 8 that has 2 placement points. Why does God's Reign have 2 placement points, man? They have been fighting so much, they've been winning in those conflicts as well. But I think one of the reasons is that they win every single fight until they come across Just Jelly and then they just bow out.
Alright, can I just say something in favor of GDR at this point? Because I feel like we have just been bashing the performance that GDR has shown us, but I still believe that there is signs of improvement. Number one, I believe they are kind of experimenting a more aggressive style of play.
I know.
Where they're just trying to go in for as many finishes as they possibly can. But having 2 placement points just goes to show that they don't really care about trying to get inside the circles and trying to, you know, solidify themselves. They know they've got 4 days. They know they've got enough amount of opportunities just to keep themselves alive.
You know what I would love to see, and I think Destro is one of those players that can actually pull it off. Can they break inside of the top 5 with just single digits on placements? They have a lot of aggression. They can get those finishes in every single game. But if they actually make it happen, it's going to be one of the most interesting things to see on the overall leaderboard.
Haven't really seen that bloodlust in Destro's eyes so far, especially
But his teammates, right?
His teammates, right? I believe the way Destro positions his assaulters is to try and assure the finish point, but we haven't seen the hunger that we see in the other teams. For example, a team like Just Jelly, they see GDR, they don't think twice. It's a full send in. And I believe that for GDR as well, I want to see the same thing. You've got the Caliber, you've got the likes of Justice, you've got the likes of Ninja Jordan, even Delta PG. This trio can abominate the lobby on their own free will. It's just Destro placing the cards where he wants to, and the chess pieces will make it work themselves.
Exactly. It's a game of chess where he just thinks and the pieces just start to move on their own. He doesn't have to do anything after it. But it seems like that the players on the other side are equally good. Just Jelly, again, that conflict, we are going to keep you updated. 4-0 is the record between the teams right now. And in the upcoming match of Miramar is where things get extremely heated up. Both the Miramars yesterday, it was just an instantaneous wipe handed out to the side of God's Reign by Just Jelly. And of course, both these two teams, everyone expects them to finish at the top at the end of the grind.
You know what, Johnny? I think there's also one major piece of concern, and that is going to be Hyderabad Hydras and their major fall-off. Yesterday they started off on a good note. Today they are kind of slowly trickling down. Will they make a comeback on this map of Miramar? We'll find out. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, the Big Bird is back up in the skies, and this time around it is going to be on the deserty lands of Miramar. How hot is going to be the temperature, how hot is going to be the atmosphere, we're going to find out. But as of now, if you have a look at the flight path, it certainly is a dicey one. extremely tilted towards the south, you know, as a matter of fact, starting in from Impala towards Valle del Mar. This is a huge map, and
Yeah.
if you want to try and traverse towards the northern hemisphere, you've got to do a lot of gliding.
Oh, of course. I mean, you're going to have to glide, but you can't glide a lot, right? You get to as far as you can, but go for those vehicle spawns, and that is how you traverse towards the northern half of the map. But I love this flight path, Salty. This is going to start those conflicts early for those vehicles. But you know, with that plane path starting just east of Impala, my man, Destroy is going to be smiling right now. That's the easiest start to the game he could ask for.
I'm more concerned about the drop collision in Picardo along with
Look
Sarkar
at Truck
Gaming.
Stop, though. Jelly and FS.
Yeah, right from the get-go itself, are we going to witness a fight? That is going to be a question, of course. On towards the other side so far, Chumacera kind of looks like it's been lit up. How many teams do decide to land on that region is also going to be a piece of question. But so far, like I said, Picardo drop clash, Truck Stop drop clash as well. And then look at the circle.
Yeah.
This is a googly and a half for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, IC is not going to like this either. Yesterday we had the Lab and Adita circle and he was quite upset with it. I agree. Lab and Adita is an awkward position. But Crater feels, man, that is just worse. On the other side of the thing, my eyes pinned on Truck Stop still. Salty, waiting to see if the fight actually is initiated by the side of Just Jelly. Because in the early stages, they play for that map control, they play for the terrain control and avoid any conflict. But look at Visista Esports right on top of Team Insane. And Visista, they haven't been doing well. Insane not doing well either. So no matter what happens, it is going to be worse for both these two teams if they take casualties. And I understand your concern about Sarkar Gaming as well, Salty. That's your pick for the day, right?
Well, I don't like making personal remarks, Johnny. Don't go personal in this one. My predictions have not been on the right cards so far, but talking about Team Insane, at least they are having fight in their eyes as of now. The Monstruck is there. They've spotted the likes of Visista Esports. At least they've got some pieces of weaponry to defend themselves. But the SMG, it does sing the songs of death. The first man is down already, and Visista, they are probably reeling themselves. The entire army is here.
Yeah, Pucar can't make a call and his teammates are there right next to him. He gets taken out. He's going to bleed out eventually. Rage God waiting to strike. Nothing but a UMP in his hands. And it's the entirety of Team Insane that he's going to be forced to deal with. Needs to isolate these fights, but the players are huddled up. He sees him through the window. The trade comes through, though. Rage God falls. One player from the side of Insane is going to be dropped down. Gamla boy. Winchester, are you sure about that? That weapon is... Whoa! What was that? A swing, and he takes off his head. There is nothing there. And Gamla boy, he is prepared. The man in the back line's no HP on him, but finally he's going to fall. And Visista Esports, no matter how impressive those moves were, man, they still get wiped out. But that shot, it shook me to my core.
A knife in return to a no-scope. That is the statement that Team Insane has to pass on against Visista Esports. Now, just being righteous to Visista, they didn't really have the opportunity. This was an absolute street fight.
Also, let me just finish my sentence, what I was saying. Winchester is a useless weapon now.
Doesn't really matter, Johnny.
Yeah, it's
if
like...
you hit your shots, especially from that close of an encounter, you don't really scope in. It's fine. It's as good as a binocular, let's say.
I mean, that is what the comparison used to be, right? It's just a scope. It's a scope that shoots. Yeah.
Well, at least you get some information on the back of it.
Yeah, true. But again, early stages, you can make it work. But that weapon will not take you anywhere in the late stages. The reason he got that knock was because the lad from the opposing side, from the side of Team Insane, did not have a helmet on him.
Yeah.
Even if it was a level 1 helmet, he would have tanked the damage and just punched him to a knock. Like, how dare you hit me with a Winchester?
That sounds like Big Show's finishing maneuver.
Yeah.
The knockout punch. But, well, we'll see who knocks out whom as we keep proceeding inside of this game. Look at the map. Once again, majority of the teams migrating inside the circle extremely quick on their feet once again. One thing that I witnessed yesterday, that the crater feels hill, Johnny. It's almost like an action replay of the circle that we witnessed yesterday, the first Miramar I'm talking about. And if you remember, it was Team THW who had a massive advantage having control of the crater fields hill. So I believe if the circle does not pull in the same level of shenanigans that we've seen so far, THW having control of the high grounds once again, they might actually be favoring themselves for a win once again. Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, yesterday it was stolen from Vasista Esports, but there ain't no Vasista Esports anymore. 2 games in a row, 0 points on the board. Insane. They're going to lose a player. Troy Thamilin Esports with a third party. But was it Troy Thamilin Esports that found that knock, or it was someone else? A little bit of
Mystery
we're
man.
going to figure it out a little bit later, but Insane has lost a player indeed.
Team Insane again. It's kind of been one of those rough starts to the tournament that you usually do not expect. They will have to go into God mode. They will have to go into that arc of redemption if they want to make a comeback. But you look at the struggles, you look at these elite assaulters in the form of Harsh, in the form of Skips, you look at an elite Igel in the form of Adi, and you certainly do not expect them to struggle the way they have been able to.
Look at this, Forever Red Ross, the high ground vantage, and Lucifer is supposed to be the king of hell, but is the king of the hill right now. Spotting out the players in the distance with the Mini 14. One finish secured from the distance. And this early control for Forever Red Ross can actually give them big advantage in doing what he's just doing right now, just picking off those rotating bodies.
It's a very nice play by Forever Red Ross. They finished their loot early on and gained control of the Crater Fields Hill. THW did a very ambitious thing right now. They were very far away from the Crater Fields Hill, but one of their players was sent in to scout in the higher grounds. He got the information that this position has already been acquired, moves back, regroups his teammate, and now they will need to think of a counter plan. Whether they want to go and contest against Red Ross, try and take that position away from their grasp is going to be the question, of course. But we have another cluster to the south of the map, ladies and gentlemen, led by Raven Esports. There are 2 other teams who are rotating very close from this team's position. One is going to be Hail Inferno Squad and another is going to be Silly Esports.
Well, let's see though. So many teams still in the blue. Salty, this is going to get quite awkward in stage 2 between all of them. Just Forever Red Ross, Hyderabad Hydras, TWM, Sarkar Gaming, Troy Thamilin, Esport, THWNON, and Vasista is out. So, yeah. Apart from them, everyone else is still in the blue. Moving in for the zone. And everyone looks to be breaching from that eastern edge. And they're going to have to keep on moving. The circle shifting towards, well, between El Pozo and those Crater Fields Hill. The position control taken early by Forever Red Ross, it still pays off.
And I like the split that they're holding. They know, as a matter of fact, it's the open end of the blue circle on towards the northern side. They have gotten themselves a partial control of the sites of La Cabrera. Meanwhile, you look at Troy Thamilin Esports, they have complete control of El Pozo as well. So 2 main injection points inside of the circle, Johnny, has been occupied already. Now this basically is a cause of concern for all the teams migrating in from the Western Highway. You've got Hail Inferno Squad, you've got Team Insane as well. They're hoping that there is nobody there, but I believe they are going to be marked. Will they be able to compete is going to be the question. Meanwhile, the virtual heat map suggests Hyderabad Hydras. They've gotten themselves an early lead, and I felt like one of their oppositions was out there. They caught one player off guard and took him down. Hyderabad Hydras, an extremely important match for them, Johnny, to resurrect themselves back from the dead and show the same glimpses of brilliance that we saw yesterday.
Let's see. Are we going to see those glimpses just get clearer and clearer? And the image being painted in front of our eyes, painted to perfection, just jelly. Every time I see them, I look for God's rain. I don't know why, it's just become a thing now.
It'll happen eventually.
Yeah. I mean, God's Reign have tried to avoid them for a while now, and in particular in this game, Destro has completely changed his game plan. There they are. They've moved into the circle early for a change. And a spot out the side of Hyderabad Hydra's Ninja takes on Ninja and takes him down. Hyderabad Hydra's Ninja falls. Ninja Jord from the side of God's Reign is going to be traded out by AJ from Hyderabad Hydra's. So the fight turns into a 3v3. Destro climbs up, takes a nade to the face and runs forward to avoid the damage. Smart move over there. But is going to be forced back into a corner. Needs to wait for his teammates to show up and try and take the fight. And Moksha in the meanwhile uses up both the nades on him to try and keep him at bay. Hyderabad Hydras, they have an opportunity to reset. And they are going to take it right now. But for how long are they going to avoid this conflict? For how much can you delay the inevitable?
I think that was kind of a stupid move coming in from GDR to try and initiate the fight, especially when the teammates were not in position. Hyderabad Hydras overwhelming GDR with numbers right now. Destro caught in this in between a rock and a hard place right now. He has nowhere to move. He needs to fall back and regroup with his teammates. Ninja Jord has been revived, but I believe GDR, the best way to try and keep themselves alive is to try and eject back into position. Meanwhile, Johnny, we saw there were a little bit of a frenzy going on the finish feed. Hail Inferno squad, they were going after Insane, and I believe two of their members has actually been taken down. So multiple fights happening in multiple avenues in two different sides of the circle. I am loving this. Hyderabad Hydras, they did get themselves a knock, but kind of figured out that it would have been an overextension to try and go up against GDR in a full-fledged 4v4 battle.
Well, let's see though. That's what we all want to see, right? God's Reign, they have been dominating fights. Survival has been a challenge, though. Destro still with the nade at the ready. Waiting for the footsteps. Ninja Jord in the backlines. And Moksha, he might be in trouble. A lot of damage taken. Still survives, though. Justin in the backlines. Needs to be careful. He might be called by his IGL to join the fight at any given second. So he needs to be ready as well. I wonder what's the information exchange going on like. Because from Destro's perspective, they are just initiating the fight completely blind. But we'll come back to that in a bit. Raven Esports on the other side, they are feeling the wind of the gods upon them. One finish secured by WinGod Esports. And as Infinity looking to go to infinity and beyond. The second one comes through, the knock secured. And now they just move in, man, for the finish, for the frag. Raven Esports, wings clipped once again on these deserty lands. Len, he's going to be the last man left alive with the UMP, trying to block the stairwell and finds a trade knock, but is it going to be enough? That's the question. I don't think so. There are not enough players left for Raven Esports for him to actually come out of this alive, unless he just turns into an absolute god and just takes all of them down in an instant, just runs, looking to secure that frag, and he actually does, Salty.
And great piece of movement over there to try and identify that the revive was going on. This man was looking in for the missing piece of the puzzle. Did not really get in the opening, but WinGod Esports, a beautiful conversion over the likes of Raven Esports. I love the way they actually made their way inside of this compound. Multiple players trying to distract the crossfire that was set up. And of course, when you've got two players coming in from two different directions, how many angles are you even going to check? Overwhelming them with numbers. Good stuff from WinGod Esports. We know, as a matter of fact, Infinity himself, he loves this map of Miramar. He cherishes this map of Miramar. WinGod, they really need to hit right on the money. But now look at this. RGC approaching the likes of Insane Esports. But do they have information that right on the other side of this ridge, there's a player who is waiting to welcome them with open arms?
Well, let's see. The arms are open, but it's going to be a bear hug that's going to break your back. Insane. Skips. He has to jump, skip, and get out of there as quickly as possible, man.
Exactly.
RGC are going to close it at any given time. Plus, there's like 3 more teams waiting on that western edge, waiting for an opportunity to do the same thing, but luckily they just skip him completely. Wow.
More than being a threat, I believe he was a prisoner in that shack instead. Now look at this, Justin, he falls God's Reign kind of in a bittersweet position, especially with Hyderabad Hydras, how spread out they are, how many different angles they have been holding. Ninja Jord being sent down to the flank. Does he spot the likes of Ninja? Does he spot the likes of Moksha? is going to be a big piece of concern because Hyderabad Hydras, their win condition for this fight is going to be to try and find knocks from as many different angles as they can.
Yeah, but now there's a problem that their escape options are compromised. Sarkar Gaming on that low ground. Hyderabad Hydras have been making a lot of noise, making a lot of commotion. Sarkar Gaming will be aware of a team moving in from that mountain slope. And they're going to just keep their eyes pinned on that slope. As soon as Hyderabad Hydras are spotted, Sarkar Gaming will look to find those knocks, will look to find an opening against them. But on the other side, Just Jelly going up against the side of Hale. Inferno squad, Goten knocked out. Just Jelly with the man advantage. Still resisting the edge to push just because of the distance that is there between the two sides. Plus, they're closer to the edge of the circle. So they have the luxury of having the option to just move in at the last given second and just simply gatekeep the side of Hale Inferno squad. But here, there's a third team looking to join. We did see in the back lines Forever Red Ross. PMWI IGL, he just wants to simply wrap around the hill.
Something which is very surprising for me, Johnny, is going to be the fact that majority of the players from Forever Red Ross, they have been ejected of their position. They had such a beautiful high ground advantage at the early stage of the game. Now that the circle is approaching that fight, they are not in position outside the circle, trying to make his way inside. Lucifer does connect a shot. Hale India Inferno squad has kind of been hurt, but there is nobody else to kind of capitalize on it. Lucifer stationed outside the circle to try and clear the backline so the rest of the players can move in. Wingod Esports on the other side. This is the team that has actually found the opening and has gotten control of the high grounds right now, and they are going to bear the fruits of this effort.
Oh, of course, but let's see. I mean, no utility, no replenishments if they run out of ammunition. FS Esports, though, pinned down, nowhere left to go. All they can do is just keep their heads down as close to the ground as possible and just avoid getting shot, avoid getting their head picked off. Although, options available to fall back, force a fight against the side of Silly Esports. Maybe they trade positions, maybe they gain some cover, but on the other side, this is now very impressive. Hale Inferno squad, they make it further inside of the circle, although unfortunately for them, they just run into the players of TWM. Utility lobbed, Owen's position compromised as well, because we do constantly see the players of TWM looking towards him.
And the biggest thing is that we called it right from the beginning when Hale Inferno squad tried to make their way inside from that western half. TWM, they were always gatekeeping this position, and now look at this, Ralph finds the knock. He is going to look forward to kind of close it out and wants to finish this fight as quickly as possible because he knows, as a matter of fact, there's a bigger threat in the form of Troy the Million right in the back lines. Look at that, the injection point has changed. Silly Esports now now being the gatekeepers of the circle from the western edge. They do have Insane's escape still surviving, and that is such a big surprise for me, but I still want to see if Hale Inferno squad can actually make their way inside amidst all this chaos.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough for them to move in, especially out into the open, and with Just Jelly moving in from the rear now. Although, let's see, TWM as well, they want to force a fight against Hale Inferno squad. Just Jelly, they're going to be the first ones to drop a body, but Hale Inferno squad, damage coming in from every single direction upon them. Slither of HP on the players, but RGC are the ones with the third party that end up knocking out Toxic. But hey, the slam, the runaway is there. Silly Kaliug sent to tomorrow, but his teammate Immortal helps him survive. The revive should come through, and Silly Esports, they're so lucky that by the time the players of the side of Hale Inferno squad showed up, they did not have any HP to be comfortable in that fighting situation. On the other side, FS Esports, that nade is way too close. Crypto is going to be dropped to the floor. Wingod, death from above coming in from God X as Sam is going to be pinned behind that cliff. He needs 1 pixel, and he is going to find that frag. Sees the man's entire body. Whiffs a couple of shots. In fact, whiffs a lot of them. And in the end, it's going to be him who hits the floor. Just Jelly still alive in this game. And Wingod, they might have just made a big blunder. Salty, they're down to 2 players. How is this possible? They were doing so well. The position looked so strong, but the bodies, the players are just not able to hold it.
The greed for frags is immaculate at this point. Look at TWM right now on the other side. They have got the high ground right in front of Silly Esports. Silly Esports being caught in a rock and a hard place right now. They have nowhere to move at this point. still want to make their position, mask their position with the use of smokes, but how long are you be able to manage to do that? TWM, they have no threat whatsoever. They can utilize all of these resources to try and get rid of Rapido as quickly as possible, but on towards the other side, I really want to find out if WinGod Esports and their positioning has recovered by any means, because we saw it, how much of an individual battle that they were picking up. There was no need for it. They had such a good position. They had 7 frags on board. They were setting themselves up for the chicken dinner, but I always believe that it's the overextension of individual players that leads to a team's downfall, and over there it was just one.
I agree with you. I mean, you overextend, you're not going to be there for a future fight where your team is desperately going to require your assistance. But I'm also quite surprised. I mean, look at this game of Miramar, man. Stage 5, 21 minutes in. It's stage 5, 10 teams alive, 26 players still present. What is going on? I mean,
I believe it's because of the height difference.
yeah.
Johnny, there are so many ridges, there are so many different avenues of cover as well. And even if you look at the survival status of so many teams, right? WinGod, they're surviving with 2 players. Hyderabad Hydra surviving with 2 players. It's FS, Just Jelly, THW, as well as Insane. Not Insane. The 3 teams, they're surviving with individual players each. So that does make a difference. And these outliers can certainly cause problems, because you don't really expect a one-off player to be in that one little ridge. And then he can break the back of your team who has such a good position.
Well, let's see, though, how things are going to turn out. I believe, Salty, we are in the end game now. God's Rain moving in. Look at them. That's an easy breach from the southern edge. LeBron, he was looking to go to revive his teammate Sahil, but he's not going to be allowed to do that anymore. On the other side of things, Forever Red Ross, Lucifer, he's been ruling this hill for a long time. How does he have 351 bullets still left, man? Where does he keep finding those rounds from? And of course, RGC, they're very close. He sees Toxic in the distance. Tap shots not connecting, forcing the players of TWM to just run behind cover again.
Man is very economical with his bullets, to be honest.
Yeah.
Does not spend them wherever he sees, right?
Very frugal.
Very frugal. But again, he needs to make use of it. 2 of his players, especially from Forever Red Frost, they're still outside of the circle. And making their way inside, it's not going to be that easy. On the same territory, Red Ross, they have control over the northern hills of the circle. It's God's Rain who still have got their 4 players retained. One of the rare occasions, Johnny, when God's Rain moves past the 5th circle with all 4 players standing, and we know how much of a difference that makes, especially in a team performance. They do manage to get numbers every single time.
Yeah, big reason for that is, in this game, this is the first Miramar where they have had no conflict against Just Jelly. No interaction at all.
Oh my
And they just
God.
stayed alive, man. That's the one team that knows how to deal with God's Rain, you know. But anyways, I mean, Forever Red Ross, it seems like they are going to try and crack a deal against the players of RGC. 2 players up the hill, 2 trying to move in from the flank, but this one man hiding inside the pipe. Rush Boy, not in a rush anymore. Oh no, he's been spotted out. Shots tanked, but with this position compromised, the moment he moves in for the edge of the circle, he's going to get picked off. On the other side, TWM, it seems like they've waited in the blue for a long time. One player in the back lines does get knocked out, but Ralphie and Arib, they're going for a push. They want to try and pick a fight against the players of RGC, and what was that nade? Ralphie, Sanchit, is going to get blown to smithereens. The other 2 lads do run back. They're going to try and fall back, play a little bit for survival to try and get some extra points in this match. By the way, 9 teams still alive means no placement points yet. The second nade goes out and it gets him another knock. Rishi hits the floor. Ralphie, incredible usage of those throwables. RGC destroyed just with those hand grenades. Honey in the back lines, fighting for his life, fighting for survival as well. Does find 1 pick against the players of Forever Red Ross, but it seems like RGC's kryptonite is going to be frag grenades, because this one is going to be lobbed from Phoenix, forces Honey to move forward, and Honey finds the second, but before he can confirm the frag, I believe he has been finished off. The save comes through, and Forever Red Ross, they deny that extra point to the side of RGC.
Johnny, I was so positive about RGC's position, but TWM, I mean, lingering in the foothills of greatness on this map of Miramar. Ralphie just proved why he's so good with those nades, just breaking
Yeah.
the back, breaking the defenses. But now look at this. They set themselves up for this fight against Forever Red Ross, and they have the height advantage as well. Lucifer's position, I believe, is going to be the biggest reason of downfall for TWM. But if they can manage to communicate, I believe they can break open this crossfire. On the other side, of course, Sarkar Gaming, they are in position. Beautiful compound setup inside of the circle. And from the outside, it is Team Hyderabad Hydras who are trying to make their way inside. So, set up for a gatekeeping mission.
Yeah.
If they are successful, 2 easy frags on their money.
I mean, again, Hyderabad Hydras, even in the previous game, lost bodies early. This time as well, it's the same. Moksha Ninja. Oh no. HP so low. Spoiled out by God's Rain as well. And Ninja, I hope he's aware of Destro's position. Otherwise, getting shot through the window like this, you do not want to get eliminated this way. This is going to be brutal. He is getting finished off over there. Fire, heavy fire raining in from both the two sides. Sarkar Gaming looking to shut down Hyderabad Hydra. Smoke doesn't even have a vehicle, just runs into a hailstorm of bullets and is going to be penetrated everywhere. Just peppered. Now last man left alive, Ninja. Can't really do a lot. Hyderabad Hydras, at least as far as the first 2 games are considered, not having a fun time today.
Not having a fun time, and especially with God's Reign, with 4 players alive, 3 finishes on the
Yeah.
board already. I believe that the points difference that we just had observed at the start of the game, Johnny, will be cleared off. Multiple fights happening once again. At one point, Ninja up against an army of Sarkar Gaming is of course not going to be able to survive. Sarkar Gaming just being the kings of the northeastern frontier of the circle. On one side of the hill, they have got complete control, but from the back lines,
Oh,
Forever
wow.
Red Ross, they tried to capitalize, but Sarkar, beautiful, beautiful counter.
I mean, that spray, that was just lovely, man. Right on his noggin. Phoenix knocked out. And God's Rain Ninja Jod, though, does end up securing that frag, that finish for his team. So God's Rain are doing quite well. 4 finishes on the board already. TWM lost 2 players, Toxic and Ralphie still surviving. Just Jelly, by the way, still in this match as well. Top 6 teams, 14 players, they make it through. We are at stage 8, 10 seconds in. The blue zone's gonna move, and it will be the stage 9 collapse end game. But Forever Red Ross, Lucifer, causing harm to the gods.
Wow.
Of course he is.
LeBron, 7 frags on this man, Wingard. They have
What?
been absolutely brilliant. Yeah, he had that height advantage so far in this game, and now look at that stat. 7 frags already, setting himself up for that MVP, but Sarkar Gaming, oh my god, that's unfortunate. They still have their 4 players alive, should be able to dominate this fight, but the high ground for God's Reign, I believe this can be crucial. Nades have been lobbed in, but Destro is in position to try and defend. His comrade falls right in front of him. Will he be able to save the day for GDR and get the chicken?
Man, let's see. Positional advantage for the side of God's Reign, but it seems like they've messed it up. Last man left alive for the side of Sarkar Gaming, and Destro in desperation moves forward, looking to secure those frags, looking to put numbers on the board. Only 4 eliminations to show for all of the hard work they have done. Sarkar, he's going to try and draw the attention of the players of God's Reign towards himself while his teammates go for a revive. No utility available. He has the DBS, moves in, inch closer, and he is extremely close. The DBS, it's going to strike, and there it is. The spam connects, and Destro, he puts those finishes on the board, but at what cost? Salty, this 4-man roster that we were thinking was going to win the chicken dinner has just been shut down, and Lucifer has an opportunity to secure those last picks as well. Arto, he is going to move down the hill with that buggy. Destro, in the meanwhile, in the back line, wants to go for a revive. Lucifer, Groza. It's going to be difficult to control at this distance, but hey, even a single shot can be lethal, and this one is going to be right in his head. Between the eyes it goes, and Destro can't see anymore.
Man equipped a 6x time, 6 times scope on the Groza, connected a headshot on Destro as well. Absolutely brilliant. It kind of feels like Gaussian almost got baited up, that's chicken dinner, by Sarkar Gaming. That push took them out of position, took them out of every little piece of advantage that they have, but now we are set in for a triple threat. 2v1 situation for LeBron, who's got 7 frags on his board. He wants to clean it up. He wants to set up a new record. If he gets every single finish from now on, he's going to end up on 10 frags individually. Meanwhile, Forever Red Ross, who has had control over this entire territory for so long, they are looking to capitalize. The height advantage for Lucifer, absolutely immaculate. If they can manage to pinch in, I believe that will be ecstatic. LeBron finds another one. Forever Red Ross with the cleanup as well. Beautiful, beautiful positioning in that high ground position. But again, an action replay of the circle that we witnessed yesterday, Johnny.
Yeah.
It was not something that I expected.
I mean, kind of similar to that, but this time around, I mean, Lucifer played it so beautifully, man. That hill control, I was worried that, okay, if you stay there too long, you're going to run out of utility. You will run out of ammunition for sure. Your armor is going to be shot up. Your helmet is going to be gone. After that is when survival becomes a struggle.
Yep.
Because we saw Arthur towards the end. 21 bullets left. Nothing in the back. Just 21 rounds left in that one M4 magazine. And he was desperately looking for ammunition. Did not find any. Luckily for Forever Red Ross, you know how the game ended in a split second? It was because LeBron's nade took out Toxic. From the side of TWM, and at the same second, the nade from Lucifer took out LeBron.
Yep.
So it was just a split-second decision, not even a decision, a split-second, two nades popping off in different location and two players just falling, and the chicken dinner handed over to Forever Red Ross. Otherwise, R2 could have been picked off, and then it was impossible for Lucifer to make that drop. It would have been a gamble.
Honestly speaking, Johnny, I believe that credit has to be given to Lucifer and Forever Red Ross, because of for how long they maintain that high advantage, high ground advantage. You look at Ninja Jot's position, right? He got that same position as well, but he was a little too greedy. He got pushed off from that region by just one knock. Lucifer holding that ground for so long, I believe that is an amount of discipline, patience, and waiting for the right time that Red Ross did.
Yeah, but it is incredible, right? God's Reign do not fight just Jelly, and they end up playing for a long time with all four players. But then against Sarkar Gaming, the amount of damage they took, taking a fight in the open like that. I mean, I understand mechanically gifted players on the side of God's Reign, but it's Sarkar Gaming as well. Time and time again, this team has showed up for events like BGIS, and they have had they paid their dues in the circuit. That is also a roster with a lot of talent in them. You can't just stand there in open without any cover and just be like, yeah, we can take them out, it's going to be easy. It's not.
Absolutely, and I completely agree with you there. I feel like Destro deploying all his resources, all his players to go in against the push, against Sarkar Gaming, that was too much of a gamble, because he knew, as a matter of fact, information had been acquired already.
Yes.
That there were players on the top side of the mountain. So as soon as you move out of the covers, you expose yourself to threats from there. But I believe that was a suicide mission. That was a kamikaze mission. GDR, they were scrambling for finishes for a very long time. They had great positioning, but they only had 3 finishes up until the 8th circle. So they knew that, all right, fine, boys, let's just go for it. Let's just full send it in. But that resulted in the downfall as well.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, perfectly said. Cannot lose track of the players on top of that hill, right? Because at the end, that is what resulted in the demise of God's Reign. They took that fight quite nicely, but they lost bodies.
Yep.
Then by the time they were able to rack up those finishes, just completely finish off Sarkar Gaming, their HP bars weren't even there. So it was very easy for Lucifer from Forever Red Ross to just like tap shot those players and just pick them off. And in the end, that Groza tap shot right on his noggin was just like absolutely insane. But we do have the highlights of that previous game in front of us. And Troy Tamilian Esports, now this is an interesting team. I expected them to do a lot more with how they started this match, but an easy fall-off, I guess.
They had complete control of El Pozo right from the start of the match itself, but I'm not really sure how that got dished out to THW by the TWM partner for that. The way they took down the likes of RGC, especially Ralphie with those nades, was absolutely brilliant. And then look at this, right? God's Reign. These were the only finishes that they had up until so now. They did take down the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, but apart from that, in spite of having so many players, they could not capitalize on those finishes. And this is where Destro really shined bright, because he was the lone man survivor against Sarkar Gaming, still took in the fight, send it in fully. But as soon as they go out of cover, they knew that Lucifer is always going to capitalize, and this man did so. And the 2 nades that we talked about back to back. I think
first and the second.
Forever Red Ross needed to have a good amount of utility set and a
Yeah.
good amount of ammunition to kind of play that fight, and they did that perfectly.
Yeah, they played this game out perfectly. I mean, things could have gone wrong, but they always kept themselves in
Yep.
check. We were talking about overextension. Never overextended to the complete edge of that cliff,
Yep.
Lucifer, as well. But then again, I mean, I have to say one more thing. We might have missed out on this. TWM, they're very consistent. They played very well for themselves. 2 games in a row, this team has made it into the top 3. First game they were second, this time they were third.
Need to find out how many points that they have been acquiring, because I
Quite a
kind
lot.
of-
Yeah.
Quite a lot, because this game they had a lot of finishes, so maybe they are on that rise, to be honest, in terms of making their way upstairs. But one major piece of concern that we were addressing, Johnny Hyderabad Hydras and their fall off still continues, and it's very surprising, to be
Yeah.
honest, considering how well Turbo played yesterday, how well Moksh played yesterday. And with that being said, I feel JDR being consistent, they're slowly starting to close out that gap that we were talking about.
Exactly, because Gaussrain, they made it into the top 5. A lot of finishes on the board, but we need to know what the actual impact of all of this is
Yep.
going to be on the overall leaderboard, because that is all that matters right now. Need to stay in the top 8 to keep the hopes alive. But ladies and gentlemen, before we have a look at the stats and the upcoming matches, here's a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, God, why I'm at the time. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आया कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर, और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to realme BGIS, the grind 2025. But this time around, a small change on the panel. IC Baby is back. With love, I love to call him IC Babu, but whatever it is. Man, welcome back to the desk once again, and the map of Miramar. I want to know your thoughts, because we collectively predicted GDR. Is that the performance that you were waiting to see from Destro and the boys?
Well, what do you mean we collectively predict the GDR? You went for Sakar Gaming. To be honest, we got to share the podium because both of them played really well in 2 games thus far. But on the English desk, we're pretty happy. I'm not sure about the Hindi desk in their prediction. But no, all in all, I feel like in that game itself, it came down towards a situation where who's going to be the king of the hill.
Yep.
This has happened in yesterday's game for THW X Non.
Yeah.
And whoever conquers the top usually has to win. All they need to do is just hold down the fort and they're good.
Absolutely, and I think this game, it was forever a dross, and of course because of which they did get themselves the chicken dinner. But one of the issues that I was talking about with Johnny is going to be the fact that one beautiful device, ladies and gentlemen, is in front of us. It is the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Of course, it does glow in the dark, so it has some additional features. Pretty cool if you want to show off, if you want to flex in front of your friends. But if you want to show off your gaming skills, then this is the segment's fastest and the most powerful phone that you can find. But this launches on the 18th of February, so you need to wait for that as well.
It's only 2 more days. It's going to be coming out as well. And for information on it as well, just search it up on Flipkart with Realme P3 Pro 5G. And also, you might be able to win yourself some amazing prizes while you're at it. But all things considered, you know, I'm really curious how things went down in that match as well, because you talked about God's Reign, they did really well, but personally, like I said as well, whoever dominates the hill is gonna win. But the moment God's Reign decides to push down, well, unfortunately to say, they were completely shut down.
We just got a call out from the voices in our head that we're going to talk about the MVP, but I have a very interesting conversation with you, IC, and I want to talk about that. For now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about the MVP, and of course, it has to be Lucifer, the man, the myth, the legend. 9 finishes, 1,385 points of damage, 1 assist, and 5 headshots. At one point, Johnny called this man frugal because he was not utilizing a lot of bullets. He was very selectively tap-shotting against every single player because he knew there is no replenishments. But still 9 finishes, really good performance.
Well, Lucifer has been performing really well in his situations. And guess what? Sharing with him is actually LeBron with 8 finishes in total as well. So these two were the ones that had created so much chaos around the hill itself. So we've kind of saw this a little bit of history coming from yesterday. Only difference is we have swapped roles and teams between who's going to be at the top. TWM also stepping in the picture with 4 finishes. GDR, Destro got 3. Ninja Drops also got 2. And GDR, just today itself, has been playing a lot of placements rather than going for aggressive finishes.
Yeah, true that. Talking about the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, no vehicle finish whatsoever. Of course, high ground advantages, you do not really expect a lot of those vehicles to be there. The longest finish this time around is going to be past that 400 point mark, 406 meters by Destro. You've got 6 grenade eliminations. Few of them, majority of them came in from Ralphie. And then, of course, 104 smokes used. Still less considering how important it was to use smokes in that circle. But moving on to the point standings, I want to know your thoughts. Forever Red Ross, 22 points, a huge climb on the overall standings.
Yeah, this is a well-needed round that they needed as well. They just couldn't find those opportunities despite having very good openings, especially coming from Lucifer as well in his yesterday's game. But today itself seems like they found their momentum. They figured out something to work around it, and then did really well. Wingard, on the other hand, also had a phenomenal run this round here. Top 2 70 points, TWM 12 points, GDR consistently being on a top 8.5 today itself in 2 games so far as well, get themselves 11 points, 7 points for Sakar as well. They're looking pretty good. Team Jelly, I think this is the first time, the second time they have not been doing well. The first time was the first game yesterday, but ever since that, they have been somewhat consistent. So one game like this is not going to overall affect them too much. But it will affect teams like Hyderabad Hydrats, it will affect teams like Raven, it will affect teams like Silly, considering that 2 very major flops coming from all these 3 teams.
I'm in fact very positive about Wingard's performance because LeBron individually just dragged this team. But now look at this, the overall standings. FS Esports are right at the tippity top, 2 chicken dinners, 70 points in total. Just Jelly, you mentioned about it, 1 match is not going to make a big difference. Second position for them. It's extremely tight from the 2nd spot to the 5th and the 6th spot. The points difference being near 5 points, ladies and gentlemen. Forever Red Ross though, they have overcome the gap, the vacuum that was created, and now they've got 51 points for themselves. And Wingard as well, a huge climb. But look at the second half of the leaderboard, IC, and the conversation bringing back to it. Don't you think so far Group B has been a one-way traffic so far? One side of the leaderboard, especially teams like Vasista, Troy the Million, Insane, they have been absolutely lifeless.
I think it comes down to just, you know, a little bit of luck and also timing, right? I feel like in this lobby in general, everyone is just playing really well. So they just haven't really figured out what's the right thing to do based on the circle and how your other teams has rotated and moved towards the map. Day 1, you can see it was an absolute chaos. Today itself, we do see a little bit more structure by some of these teams, in particular God's Reign, in particular Sakar Gaming, even Forever Recross as well has been really stepping up as well. TWM is also one of those teams that I think that had a complete flop in yesterday's game, and they even had a very early substitution which may have disrupted their overall synergy. And I feel like today itself, they're doing a little bit better. But again, you know, this is a marathon, right? So you have to be consistent and figuring out what needs to be fixed and adapt on the fly.
it certainly is a marathon, I see, but then every single day, I believe the objective changes, your main goal changes, and we always talk about how day 2 is going to be the map of is it going to be the day of comebacks? And one of the teams that I've really been frustrated about, why? Because I have a little bit of a personal association, personal friendship with these players. I'm talking about
okay.
Persista Esports,
Okay.
because I don't understand, once again, in the last game, they just drop in on that western highway, absolutely in the middle of nowhere, try and expect to find that vehicle and rotate up north. But time and time again, they have been countered in the initial phase of the game. They have one of the best IGLs in the country. They have one of the best firepowers in the form of Gamlaba, in the form of Fierce. It's just due to their personal problems and the communication is not right. And I believe until and unless they solve that, it is going to be extremely hard for them to come up on the leaderboard.
I think it comes down to morale. To be honest, like I said as well, I think I brought it up yesterday as well. If you make mistakes, you must understand everyone makes mistakes. Nobody is perfect.
Yep.
Right? What do you do after someone makes a mistake? Do you blame them or do you encourage them and say, you know what, we can deal with it? You know, like you must understand in this game itself, especially when you're in this scale of competition, there is no time to be blaming. You only have 100% very little time to figure out what can you make the best of what your situation is. And that's why it's called a survival battle royale for a reason. So if you made a mistake, somebody messed up, okay, let's not talk about what we did today. Let's figure out what's the game plan to
what
push
can
forward.
we do to kind of improve our position.
So in Basista's esports game, like a lot of mistakes has creeped in throughout every single game. So I think the reason why they're not performing is because of the fact that little things that over time became a major thing. So I feel like in their situation, they just need to reset and then just do what they can.
It's
and
like
then figure it out when you have time.
It's like a massive pile-up of baggage that they have and huge responsibility on their shoulders as well. And I'm pretty sure that these athletes are professional enough to kind of handle that situation. But now I believe it's going to be the time, because we are starting the double in... It's a Hindi term, of course, but I love to say it's a double dhamaka, double Sanhok, right?
Okay.
It's going to be the phase of the day where you are ought to make a comeback. If you have not been successful in the maps of Erangel, in the maps of Miramar, this is going to be your time. And I believe with Sanhok coming in, a huge chance for Vasista, for the likes of Insane, to make their mark on the overall standings.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, because that's something that I'm really curious to see as well. But all things considered, we are going to be jumping into the game very, very soon to see how the chaos is about to begin. Well, the chaos is about to begin. 4x4 map, smallest map in the map of BGMI itself. This is going to be the third game for today for Day 2 Group B. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed the airlines, because now the flight path is going to be coming from the southeast corner, heading towards the northwest corner. And as you can see, it is a pretty balanced one, not quite one-sided or favoring any particular team, a pretty even out one. But of course, when it comes to priorities, we will see collisions when it comes to contesting those road vehicles. And on the right as well, we do have the map standings for some of the teams. Hyderabad Hydras does have one of the highest scores thus far in the map, Sanhok, in terms of consistency based on day 1 stats.
32 points that they have acquired. We talked about it. Hyderabad Hydras, they had such an amazing start to Group B so far. But today, it seems like they have kind of faltered once again. You look at the way the first 2 games went, not really right on the money, and now to kind of gain back their form once again, they need to do something significant. If you look at the map spread, if you look at the teams, how they have spread themselves up, Camp Alpha contains 2 teams. I see you've got THW, X-Non, and FS Esports, one of the teams that I'm going to be watching out for. A huge split coming in from Forever Red Ross as well on towards the northern part of the map, right next to Hail Inferno Squad. Painan seems to be the place where the first battle can occur, but as of now, the circle does come in front of us. What are your thoughts?
I think this circle is pretty straightforward. It's not something that is going to be shifting between either of the islands. It's pretty clear it's going to be in Bravo Island. But before we talk about that as well, we do see a little bit of contention here. It's going to be Sakar Gaming going up against Silly Esports. Noob does find a little bit of pixel coming from KSR, and he's going to be running for his dear life. And this is something that will happen, especially when you do see neighbors sharing specific position, and especially for Sakar and Silly, they do tentatively like to be on the run because they want those vehicles. And as I can see it here as well, TAWM, they are going to get caught out by Hill Inferno squad. So those who prioritize vehicles first will most likely have a little bit of collision before they go for their usual drop spots.
You know, I feel like especially on a map like Sanhok, which is extremely small, teams try to occupy a small piece of land and they try to overextend to gain more map control, and then overextend again, even more map control, and that leads to their teammates getting separated. Once again, TWM, they had complete control of Monganai, but greed inside of human tenacities, it's always there to find more loot, to find more frags, and that resulted them in just losing one of their men. It was Hail Inferno squad who was always present in that location, capitalizing on that opportunity, finding themselves a first frag. But now, talking about coming back to Sarkar Gaming, the last match was kind of like I would say, saving the show situation where they tried to save the boat and the overall standings. They did manage to get some points on board, but this match, they will need to hit it out of the park.
Agreed. But all things considered, let's talk about Forever Red Ross up on screen right now. We've seen a lot of incidents where they struggled a lot in the map of Sanhok. Lucifer was making a lot of plays, but they just couldn't find positions. But as of yet, this time they are going to be the ones that are playing from the furthest from the zone as of yet. And I think this is the first time they are going to be put in this situation, considering the fact that most of the times they were just waiting for people to come in. So that's something that they need to consider. How will they rotate to the south side, considering how difficult it is to push through the barriers? In this case, Wingard right in the middle of bootcamp, going to be one of those teams you have to dodge. Paradise is also going to be one of those teams you have to dodge, which is God's Reign. And Wingard Esports already making quick work to try and set up on that high ground down towards bootcamp to potentially catch off some of these rotations, especially with those on vehicles in Sanhok. It is very easily punishable.
Talking about punishing those rotations, Pasha is here from Sarkar Gaming, one of the highest fraggers from the first day itself. 2 matches and 9 finishes that has been accumulated by this team. Sarkar Gaming, surprisingly, they're going to let God's Reign pass by right in front of them, right under their nose, and it did not really make sense because it could have been easy pickings for them. 2 or more players were in that vehicle, but Sarkar Gaming, they're like, all right, fine, just move past us. We do not want to force this fight. Possibly one of the reasons is because of the man disadvantage they have right from the start. But now look at this, another fight that has been brewing up. Team Insane versus Vasista Esports.
What a shot coming from Claude, able to spray through from afar, and Vasista not expecting this as well. So that's going to be Gabla Boy completely taken out. There's no way he's going to be saved here. Vasista has to sacrifice one guy, and again, sometimes you got to cut off the legs to save the rest of the body. In this case, Vasista, no choice but to do that. Insane, however, seems like they're holding down the fort, but as soon as I say that, guess what? Let me correct myself, because Vasista Esports seems like they want to try and contest his fears. Going to be lurking by on the sides. He does have a little bit of wiggle room to work with, but he feels like it is very difficult to push out towards Insane, considering the fact that they don't have the right utilities, all the necessary mats to actually contest this. And they're so far out in the open. Being stranded right here, right now, in this second of this place is not going to be looking good. But fortunately for them, Insane, they left.
To be honest, in that bait and switch situation, Vasista Esports wanted to set multiple angles up. Kamla Boy was trying to find himself another angle. Meanwhile, Fierce and the rest of the boys were trying to close on up as close as they can against Insane Esports. The plan completely failed once again because it was a gutsy move, but it was also a double-edged sword. As soon as Gamla Boy gets taken out, the entire attack and the fruition of its results get completely neutralized.
Yeah, but of course there will be one guy taken out from that side. But let's take a look at Troy Tamilan Esports as well. Seems like they are a little bit far-fetched here, right in the middle. There's nothing super crazy, and oh, okay. Looks like we do see a very, very far rotation coming from Forever Red Ross, and this is a pretty good one as well. The timing seems to be impeccable, and a lot of teams, they do not like to travel by ocean, so this might be a little bit of opportunity for them to make some space and time, and by the time they reach the shore, hopefully they will be able to find some vehicles as well. That's the only downside from the ocean rotation, but it pretty much guarantees you a certain amount of safety net before you actually get caught out in some roadblocks.
It does provide you that safety net, especially if it's in the first stage of the map itself. It does have the amount of space, but talking about space inside of Painan right now, there are 2 teams who are trying to contest this. It's WinGod Esports Amazing match. LeBron was absolutely phenomenal in the last game. 8 finishes all by himself. Could have been the MVP, just got overshadowed by Lucifer in that regard. But this time around for Sista Esports, their positions have been given up and the zone starts to close in. Painan possibly will be inside the zone, so there's no compulsion to force this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Forever, they found themselves space.
Oh boy, seeing how the circle shifting as well. Guess what? Forever Ross somehow was able to have the circle in their favor. So again, more space, more time, but they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Jelly in a little bit of trouble. He goes in for a run in. There's no way he's going to make out of this. This roadblock from Silly Esports finds a very, very easy pick. And this is why people hate driving vehicles in Sanhok, just because of the fact of mobility being limited because of the steepness of all these mountains. And guess what, Jelly? This is going to be the first time. He's not going to be able to do too much, whereas the rest of his team is forced to re-rotate a different direction. So they sacrifice the scout to gain information. And unfortunately to say, they will be forced to run out of the zone. Meanwhile, as you can see on the screen, right in the middle of it all, Forever X Cross, they are center of it all as well. We've got Troy in towards Tambang as well. Hydra's also going to be rotating to get center circle.
The problem of the position once again is going to be the fact that whether they're going to find themselves hard cover. Because I believe since they are right at the epicenter of action, there are going to be multiple teams trying to target them. Now look at this, insane. They've spotted the likes of Raven Esports, wings to be clipped. Skips has that 6x scope as well, so he might just be able to connect a couple of shots. But Insane Esports, for them, I believe it's going to be a prime piece of concern to keep all their comrades up. Time and time again, we've seen Dark Lord, we've seen Skips and Harsh. They are brilliant when they come to fighting together, but pieces of this puzzle usually falls. Now look at this, we have a milestone that Hail Inferno squad has actually completed, 25 eliminations.
Well, that's a big step, but the question here is, can they consistently do so? Because as of that, we do see Raven Esports finds himself a very nice sniper tower to contest the people in town. There's 2 guys up here as well. This is one of the best spots for Raven Esports to actually punish anyone trying to push in, because it is very, very difficult to push up towards this facility. However, if anyone lurks up beside them, one well-placed nade is going to be able to shut them all down. So for now, in terms of skirmishes and also scraps long range, they are in prime position to get information from every single one around them. But when God Esports, they finally walked past Painan, came out of the city, no vehicles, no information whatsoever. They heard a couple gunshots, and right now they're forced to fight out in the open as well, as Jelly finds a way
lovely
to rotate from the south. And guess what? It's unoccupied. They have space. They have so much space as well. They've also got a sniper tower to get information on top of it all. So much space. This is huge. And guess what? 35 seconds left to work with. They have time to plan on what they want to do about this.
I love this, but now look at this. It seems like Silly Esports have actually spotted this, sniffed the presence of this snake. Reptile Justin does have the DBS equipped. He is fully armed as well. Level 3 kitted up, but the nades are being cooked. Silly Esports, they know as a matter of fact they do not want to charge him. The Sky Shield starts the artillery. Strike comes in. Justin is going to fall. Silly Esports, how beautifully they spotted this player. And of course, the discipline to take this fight in cohesion. Will GDR be able to respond back in kind?
They have no choice. They don't really have much option to work with here. Outside zone, they have to push in. They spot out the buggy as well. God's Rain. They try to gatekeep, but guess what? Information was given away.
Yeah.
They could not hide their vehicles properly, and because of this, Silly Esports, they know what's up. And the question here is, will they be able to sustain this, considering the fact the zone is going to be in a very, very tricky position. It is going to be shifting way into its ruins and Tambang as well. And as you can see, close towards the west side of the shorelines, Troy and Forever Red Raws will be in contention towards each other. But at the same time, they are safe for any potential third parties. Just be patient.
Yeah, for sure. They have to be patient right now. There is no compulsion to initiate this fight, but everywhere else, you've got multiple opportunities to third party. Look at this, Troy Tingle Esports. They're not focusing on the likes of Forever. Instead, they're going after Raven Esports. Shots connected at the distance. A lot of damage being dished out, but yet finding the knock is being a little piece of trouble. Becca does find one, but confirming them. I believe is going to be a hard task. And this is the time and this is the opportunity that Forever can actually utilize to try and get themselves closer and invade in their compounds while they are being distracted by the presence of Raven Esports.
Well, it's still too early. It is going to be a lot of stat checking for now. And as of now, considering the fact that Raven Esports doesn't have too much facilities, you are expecting them not to fight. But as soon as I say this, you said about distraction. Guess what, Troy? They've lost one. Forever Red Ross is going to be pushing in. And now Lucifer on the hunt. They will try and deny the space. And Troy, guess what? They're so split up. And this is going to be a little bit of awkward situation. Forever Red Ross, they've lost Arto. But it seems like they find themselves a little bit of compound. They are able to get the reset. Troy not looking to try and push the issue as of yet. And they are going to get out.
Absolutely. Pekka is being overwhelmed right now with numbers. Team Forever Red Ross, they've made that invasion successful. It seems like Raven Esports from the distance just being a blessing in disguise for Troy at the Million Esports, trying to disguise their presence. But all of their players have found themselves hard covers. Pekka equipped with the nade. I believe he is cooking it. If he lands it in the right end, possibly can destroy the backs. But Forever, they are strong as ever and they can, if they want to isolate these fights in 4v1s. They just have to invade compound by compound and clear them out.
And based on their situation as well, it's the perfect time to do so. Third parties are going to be very difficult to contest this, especially when it's so far west of the zone. And Inferno, the only man that can save for Troy right now, if he gets taken out, everyone from the side of Troy is going to collapse based on the angles. As you can see, nade, that's going to be the last nade coming from Inferno. Nothing much again can do. But as of yet, let's take a look at the zone. There's no reason to rush this. Let's see how it goes. Do they want to take the risk now? It's going to be the question. Because as of now, zone, it closes in. And guess what? It favors into Tambang even more. So even more reason not to fight as of yet.
Not to fight, but that just raises the tension in the air. Because imagine this, imagine yourself to put into the shoes of Troy the Million. It's extremely disgusting. Talking about disgusting, it seems like a very rough fight. An absolute gang war begins. Silly Esports versus Hyderabad Hydras. For Hyderabad Hydras, this is so high stakes for them. They wanted to make a comeback in this one. But Immortal, the solo player who is surviving, is going up against 3 players. He does have the shotgun. The S12K jumps up but gets cleaned up. Hyderabad Hydras retaining the position, at least for now. 3 players still surviving, I see.
Yeah, but at the same time, they are at the edge of the zone. They find themselves a little bit of compound. Only 3 guys left, and everyone from the southeast corner is going to come in. They've heard the commotions. But the question here is, are they going to be able to save themselves, considering the fact that they are in a very, very choke spot? But meanwhile, God's Rain, they find the opening here as well. Delta PG with the nade. Finds a pick onto Artep. Arip. TWM scrambling to reset this, and they have to push in the zone as well. And all God's Rain needs to do is just hold down the fort. And guess what? They've got an amazing crossfire on top of it all. Destro finds a little bit pixel, shows himself, doesn't find the pick. And TWM, they know that this is happening, and they are gonna retreat from this fight. Arip getting knocked in, not looking good for TWM once more.
Do they have the option to retreat from the fight is going to be the question. The master and the art, Destro and his art of gatekeeping is absolutely phenomenal. But on the other side, there is another fight that is going on. RGC going head-to-head against Wingod Esports. And look at that, Sahil OP gets absolutely crossfired. Honey and his comrade beautifully coming in the partnership, stepping up. Wingod Esports, they do not have a lot of options left. Just 1 player standing, 1 player knocked out. Godex needs to find a brilliance himself.
Oh boy, circle is starting to tick as well. Everybody needs to get out. Wingod Esports has no choice but to delay this, knowing for a fact that there's nothing much he could have done. RGC also being gate kept as well. Hell Inferno squad rains hell onto them. And Vasista is the one that somehow was able to find a couple of finishes as well. This is a huge game for them.
Huge game, huge things at stake. Wait. Did I just see a horse riding play? Of course it was fierce, but his teammate just getting absolutely dished out. Hail Inferno squad, one of their players has been knocked down, moving out against Vasista Esports. A Rage God will probably be saved, but Pokara, look at that, out in the open and right next to Just Jelly. Possibly not the best positions to find yourself in, but I believe information has been passed on, I see, and they might be able to converge on them extremely soon.
Oh boy, Jelly now heard the voices of Vasista. But at the same time, they've lobbed a couple of names to try to mask their footsteps, and that's huge because that is going to be them trying to re-rotate from the south side. But the question here is, do they have the utilities? And yes, they do. They have got a vehicle. They might be able to hunker down for the south side, but the question here is, where is the opening that they can push through? Because as of now, this next phase of zone, there's not a lot of space to actually work with. And God's Reign this time, they might be able to get their round 5. And this time, they will be the ones on the defending side.
But again, a lot of distance needs to be covered. The gatekeepers right now might just actually feel the brunt of the tables being turned. Too much distance, possibly about 150 to 200 meters that they need to cover. But look at this fight once again. It's still going on and it seems like forever. Red Ross, tides have been turned against them as well. Troy the Million's Inferno is extremely close on up. Beast does have the flank hell as well. Inferno not really in position. And look at that from the backlines. It seems like even Hyderabad Hydras have closed on up. So there might just be a third party happening, I see.
Oh boy, they have to play this slow as well. Circle right at the edge. All they have to do is just play it slow. But at the same time, Forever Red Ross, they want to wipe them, but they just cannot. People have crept up, and Hyderabad Hydras is going to be on the edge as well. As soon as they push out, they are going to be in some third party. And look at this, they don't have meds, they don't have a lot of utilities, and they're all stuck in that small little shack. Meanwhile, on the east side as well, God's Reign, they finally push in, and it is going to be a clash between Raven as well, who's been on top of the sniper tower for the longest time. Lance cooking up his nade, but he's gonna get flushed out. Destro looking for the push. Does he get the clutch? And yes, he will. Lance holds on. And with that opening coming in, Jelly might look to kind of third party this fight. All Lens needs to do is just wait this out. Nades comes in and God's Reign! They get Pinson once more. Ninja Jaw left alone. He finds Lens and he's able to find the entry point and he's gonna push and leave his teammates all by himself. But guess what? He doesn't have space. He's out in the open. He's gonna get knocked as well.
No way, Gosrin once again find the sandwich. No way, once again, Gosrin. They get the mic. He is surviving, but I believe his position has been given out. Ninja Jord is going to get absolutely engulfed, and once again, it's 5-0. 5-0.
Oh, boy.
For Gosrin against Just Jelly. I cannot believe it. It seems like these two teams, they have been matched by fate himself.
You hate to see these moments. You hate it. You just can't do anything about it. Jelly is just one of the perfect opportunities in this game. 5-0. But at the same time, the journey continues for them. And guess what? They do find a couple of running targets out in the open. And FS, they will lose Max out in the open. Perfect shots coming from Team Jelly. They are going to clean out the people down towards the northeast. FS lose another one once more. And just like that, they lose so much. THWX non-X also going to be joining the fight, and FS just gets completely pinched by two teams out in the open. Next is going to be Sakar Gaming as well. They do have vehicles, but will they be able to survive? Because THW, they've saw all these commotions, and they are going to fight this. Meanwhile, Troy and Forever X Ross finally goes for the major clash. It comes down to a 2v1. Phoenix left to hold down the outskirts himself. He's got the DBS, but there's only so much he can do. Lucifer as well to back him up.
It's a 2v2 right now. I see Lucifer actually ventures in dangerous territories, trying to spam him with the TBS, but he gets cleaned up. Troy the Million Esports, they finally retain their spot, but for how long is going to be the question, with Hyderabad Hydras just chasing in.
Oh!
Look at that! The nade comes in, a statement from Hyderabad Hydras. 5 finishes, 5 eliminations on board, and now they're finally inside the top 4. An amazing performance so far, but I see you've got to talk about how good Just Jelly is on the third parties, how well that they have mastered it. First GDR, then Sarkar Gaming, and now Hyderabad Hydras, they're returning the favor against THW.
Oh no, THW, what the timing as well. He wanted some space in the center. He was out and open in the crosshairs of Ninja. The timing is just unfortunate as well. Right now, Hyderabad Hydra is looking to come down to third party this, and Team Jelly, they've got all the high grounds. All they need to do is flush out this single man who's apparently hiding in the shack. Kosh, he hears all of this, but I don't think Team Jelly knows that there's someone in, but they are gonna check it eventually, but they finally see the movement. The pump comes in. Akash is able to get one knock. Sam, he needs to take him out, and he does take him out, and they are gonna be able to get the reset. But as soon as I say this, guess what? The Circle of Death is moving behind. They've got 5 seconds. Keo needs to go in for the reset. Fortunately for them, Stage 8 Circle does move relatively slowly. Ninze, he's got his back against the wall, but at the same time, he's gonna run out in the open. He needs his teammates to help him. PHW not looking in his direction, and as soon as I say this, guess what? Levi picks him out as well. Sam's able to trade one himself. 2v2. Circle pushing Jelly even further, but it will eventually bleed out, and THWX non-X will be the ones to take the chicken in this map.
How good is Sam? How good is Just Jelly? I can't even describe it in words. THWX non-X, credit has to be given where it's due. The chicken dinner was brilliant, but I believe this was a performance which was marqueed by the likes of Just Jelly. 11 finishes on board. They marked in their 12th finish as well, and along with that, the second position. It was absolutely brilliant. Somebody has to talk about those third parties. It's like Just Jelly have mastered the art of finding themselves at the right spot at the right time every single time.
Agreed. You know, it's something that Team Jelly has been known for as well. They always figure out to access the situation before taking calculated fights. And somehow Team Jelly just, you know, the only team that has been doing it consistently out of everybody else in 2 days so far.
And I believe, you know, in the game of chess, it usually says that the Grandmaster can actually predict movements of the chess even before it actually happens. It seems like Jelly in his head can see situations happening right before they actually happen and position the pieces along with it. And of course, when he has players like Ninze, when he has players like Sam, it's absolutely brilliant. 5 frags each. What else do you need? That is 10 points right there in your money. Having said that, it is not just Jelly. I believe that there were multiple other standout performances as well. One of them has to be Troy Tamilian Esports. The way they held the fort was absolutely brilliant.
I think Troy Tamilian Esports, they were in a position where they took a lot of space, but all they did was just hold down the fort, right? And in this situation, the decision lies on the other team that whether or not do they want to make this go and push us. But unfortunately, the timing was a little bit off just because of the circle. The moment it closes out towards a very, very small time, there are windows and opportunities where you will see teams kind of sneak by in. And Hyderabad was one of those teams that did that, which resulted in them being unable to actually contest Troy Tamilian Esports very, very consistently.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure all of that action you want to revisit once again, because this Sanhok was absolutely brilliant right from the start. We witnessed the fall of FS Esports, who table-topped yesterday. Today, we've seen the Kings being slayed once again. Troy Tamilian, this was one of the fights which I thought that maybe Forever is going to win, but they were absolutely shut down.
Yeah, there was just nothing much they could have done as well. That, again, you know, Hyderabad, they were sitting for the right moment. You know, the moment they caught this major fight coming in as well, that was the perfect moment to strike. And they've heard this for the longest time. And because of that, they were just able to just get top 3 just like that. I think they finished up top 3 as well. AJ was pretty much stuck as well. They all need to hit down. Without vehicles, without much proper utilities, they're pretty much stuck in the open. So, again, I think THW, non-X, as well as Team Jelly, they were the biggest winners in this match because they completely roadblocked every single team from the east and the north side. And I would say, technically, it should be God's Reign and Sakar is going to be gatekeeping the guys on the right. But for some reason, Team Jelly, they saw an opening. It was like, you know what? They messed up. They're not looking at us. Let's push them. And God's Reign fell. Sakar fell. Everybody just completely flopped. Even FS Esports as well was caught in the crosshair with this very, very interesting angles, which just completely denied them any opportunity to push forward.
Yeah, it was almost like a mathematical equation. You've got a right angle, then you've got a hypotenuse as well. But coming back to that one single fight, I believe Destro needs to owe up to that mistake, moving in, closing in when his opposition lens. I still remember he was crouched down, he was pruned in, and you know, you can see him exactly where he's coming from. From that position, if this player can stand up a mid-animation, take out his DBS and shoot you down, I believe that was really not a fight which Destro should have lost. Had he won that fight, I believe that the course of that entire situation would have been different.
I'm not gonna lie, there's a reason why people hate the DBS for a reason. Because it's so unpredictable. It has that one punch effect.
Yeah.
But if you don't hit that one punch, well, it is going to be a complete flop.
It does go haywire. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, the map of Sanhok is done and dusted. We're going to be coming back with the points table after a very short break.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay.
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, इसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा। क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है, ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP, TPP, FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर, विनर चिकन डिनर।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind group stages for Group B. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12. Join with me is iSuper Johnny to continue the journeys of all the games that you guys have been watching. We hope you guys have enjoyed yourself with a very interesting Sanhok map early on, and of course Team Jelly being very consistent, but the ones that took the cake was none other than THWX non-X esports, pulling it big time in today's games.
Yeah, THW, I mean, have been kind of consistent as well. Even in the game of Miramar, they were able to secure a decent number of eliminations for themselves. But winning this game of Sanhok is the one thing that I believe will give them momentum for the later half of the day. 3 more matches left. You've done well in one Sanhok, and if you can replicate the same performance in the upcoming Sanhok as well, I think you're good to go, especially considering the difference in the top 8 is, well, not really there. Outside of the top, it's easy to take a lead.
Agreed. And what I want to talk about next is also what's going to be coming up on the 18th of February, which is about 2 days time as well. And the Realme P3 Pro 5G with the brand new glow-in-the-dark design is going to be launching in 2 days time. So for any kind of information, just search it up on Flipkart Realme P3 Pro 5G to check out what it's all up, because it is an amazing rewards for you guys installed if you search it up and check out the specs, because it is going to be the phone that all these pro players is going to be playing in the LAN finals itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see how things turn out for the teams, but I mean, one thing that I'm waiting for to turn out in real world is the Realme P3 Pro 5G, man. I mean,
well, it's right here.
Yeah, we got to wait till like the studio stages come to an end. That is when the heist happens.
Okay.
By the way, we figured out, me and Necro figured out how to get you and Salty the Realme P3 Pro 5G as well. We're gonna heist the Hindi studio.
Ah, smart plan.
Oh,
smart plan.
Don't tell anyone.
All right. Don't tell Hindi.
Yeah.
All right. All things considered, let's see how Game 3 is going to be happening here because the MVP has been announced. I'm curious to see who was the MVP, who had the highest frag in that game. It's going to be none other than Sam from Team Jelly. 6 finishes in total, despite a very, very difficult rotation coming from Team Jelly. They've lost their in-game leader right from the get-go in a very awkward spot. But somehow, with 3 men, they were able to survive all the other 14 teams, and then making it to the top 2.
I think I've noticed this unique thing about Team Jelly in the last few days, in yesterday and today, that now the strategy has changed. Jelly is the initial aggressor of the team. If he goes down, then the other 3 lads just go berserk. If he is still alive, all 3 of them just play to support him and play a little bit passive. Looking at the top 5 players list, though, Sam is going to be followed by Kyola Mao, so 11 finishes on just these 2 individuals, which is incredible. Then you have Fierce from the side of Vasista Esports, and that is a fierce performance coming in. Team went on domination? No. It was Fierce that went on domination. 5 eliminations secured all by himself.
Agreed. But of course, let's take a look at the overall matches from that match because it was a game between both THW as well as Team Jelly. It dominated the east side. But in this case, the match summary comes in. We do see 16-1 finishes, 52 smokes used, and 6 grenades. So that means everybody was out in the open, getting shot, getting pinched, and also getting out-rotated outside the zone.
Yeah,
just very unfortunate, to be honest.
It was unfortunate, right? I mean, but it was Sanhok as well, so Sanhok is always going to force you in those weird situations. But let's have a look at the points ranking. Just Jelly not get the chicken dinner, but they do have those 12 eliminations on the board. So 18 points in total. They take the first position just for the overall points. TSW on the second, 15 points. Raven Esports stepping up finally, 11 points on the board. And Hyderabad Hydras once again finishing in the top 5. Hyderabad Hydras, the first 2 games did not really work out too well for them, but with this game of Sanhok, it seems like the momentum has been regained, or at least I hope so.
The rotations for this map was really good as well. Like, they've lost 2 men rather early, but because of the third party, they waited out for both Troy and also Forever X Red Cross to take each other out down to the western side of the compound. They were able to capitalize it and wipe it out and get decent amount of position because of how far away the west side of those compounds are from the main fights that are happening on the east side of that circle itself. So, nevertheless, great runs for them, but I want to see how this will affect the overall standings because as of now, Team Jelly, they are ranked 1 with 77 points, followed by FS, who's been dethroned temporarily here in match 9 with 73, and THW also pushing up into the top 3 with 72 points.
But look at this, Wingod on the 9th. I was just talking to Necro, he was celebrating, Wingod is stepping up, but I mean, that slip up in Sanhok just forces them again on the borderline. But still, the difference has been cut extremely short. I see, look at how tight the competition is. 77 to 51 within the top 8, and then 48 points for Wingod Esports. So up until TWM, anyone can take the cake, anyone can take the spot inside of the top 8.
You know what's really interesting? The only team that is in the top 8 does not have positioning points is actually God's Reign. And as of yet, this seems to be a little bit of a tricky situation because eventually people are going to creep up. In this case, like you said, as well, Wingod, TWM, RGC has really stepped up game. And today in particular, on the second half, TWM has made a very, very good comeback thus far, despite being almost close to last in day number 1.
But again, I'm worried about Vasista Esports, man. I understand that there are no eliminations happening in the grind, but you need to get warmed up for the next stages of the tournament as well after a certain point. And there are a lot of expectations from a lineup like Vasista Esports, so they need to be prepared once they eventually get there. With the struggles that are going on right now, I feel like, again, it's the same vacation conversation where the players are just a little bit more relaxed, not really trying their level best. But it is time to get warmed up. It is time to start stepping up.
Agreed. But all things considered, they have improved a little bit. But again, you know, based on how things have been happening right now, every single time their drop happens, they have 1 or 2 guys getting picked off because of the fact that, you know, vehicle contention, etc. You know, which is a little bit unfortunate, to be honest.
But hey, let's talk about the exciting things that are about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we're going to start the matches of Group A, and that is something that I am really looking forward to. I see, look at those names: Reckoning Esports, like the Soul. There's going to be Phoenix, 4M for Miracle 8-bit. Team Tamilas K9 Esports, again, one of the top contenders for me personally. You have 4AM as well. That is going to be there. Moving forward, the names do not get any easier to think about. The competition is going to be extremely, extremely tight, and it is going to be such a brilliant day tomorrow, man.
Yep,
I mean,
indeed.
yeah.
It is going to be a very insane one as well. And of course, we've got the defending champions, so in this case, you know, the title holders, wherever the X-Spark could be playing in the pool as well. And on top of it all, we've got Hero, Extreme, Godlike in the picture as well. This is going to be a big match coming from Group A.
Of course, I mean, a lot of top contenders in Group A. You have Soul, you have Hero Extreme Godlike, you have Versatile, Somraj. He is a man possessed this year. He's on a mission. Somraj is going to be one of the top contenders as well. And as you mentioned, the defending champions, they're going to bring the trophy back. And of course, they have said that we only want to win the officials. So they have to win the officials.
I know, right? This is something that they will have to a lot of proving grounds to actually prove themselves as well. It's like people have seen the benchmark they have set as well, but can they consistently be at the top? Because we've seen things coming from God's Raid. We've seen them go for their runs, and then over time, last year was a complete flop, and now they're back here, and they're barely scraping by.
You know, I do not know what to think about Revenant X-Park ever, because you were there in Kochi with us, and we spoke to them on day one, and they were like, yeah, we're just chilling, we don't know what's gonna happen, man. Not really prepared for the finals. They showed up themselves with the attitude, yeah, things can definitely go wrong for us. And then on day one, they're leading the leaderboard, sitting on the first position. They're like, yeah, it's like, we don't believe we have done too well. It's just like it happened. I was talking to the coach on the last day, and on the last day is when they actually started to feel the pressure that, all right, we actually might win this. What do we do to make sure we win this? Because they did not think that they would be on the first position at the start of day 3. But hey, kudos to them. Back-to-back champions for 2 officials.
You have to give credit. That was a win by Joker, man. Like a lot of times, like they messed up. It's like, you know what, Joker? I've got this. Solo carries the game.
You know, the ultimate card in the deck of cards is the Joker.
I know, right? I know, right? But that's going to be tomorrow. But we will continue for today's games because we are going to be jumping into Game 4 for Group B.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time for us to step into game number 4. Map of Sanhok once again for Group B on our screens. And of course, these teams are going to be warmed up for this map. They played against each other twice yesterday on this map. Today as well, one game done and dusted. THWNON, incredible win coming in for them. And Just Jelly taking the first position on the overall leaderboard after that previous game of Sanhok. By the way, I don't think a lot of people expected Just Jelly at any given time to be number 1 on the overall leaderboard. So the improvement that we have seen, the aggression that they've brought onto the table, it is so amazing to witness. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. Are we seeing any early drop clashes this time, Icy?
Well, I think we might see Silly and also Vasista going head-to-head again. Just because of the fact that they do have very similar early drops for those vehicle contests. So that's going to be something that we might expect to see. But aside from that, I think maybe Team Jelly might have a little bit of a knock very soon if the circle favors towards them. But it all comes down to, I think, Vasista, where can they adapt a little bit more, to be honest?
Yeah. I mean, Vasista Esports, we see them drop out toward Cave. They have, I'm pretty sure, seen the parachutes from Hyderabad Hydras up front. Sarkar Gaming as well towards the west. An insane Dark Lord. He was quite close to the players of Sarkar Gaming, but instantly picks up a vehicle and moves and falls back. Joins his team in Painan. And as you were expecting, I see, Just Jelly, the circle does favor them a little bit. They have that entire eastern shoreline to play with. But now the question is, does TWM, who are playing the northern edge of the circle between Mongnai and Tatmok, do they move along the circumference? Do they try and force a fight early against Just Jelly? Because Just Jelly is in incredible form right now.
Yeah, they are by far one of the most consistent teams, right? They were so dominating in their fights, and they somehow make the top 1. It feels like they are on form, and I'm curious to see what Sam is going to do with the M249. So far, it is one of the greatest to actually shove people, especially vehicles. But so far in Sanhok, I don't think it's the greatest weapon, to be honest.
Yeah.
It is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation, but I want to see whether or not can they do so. Kyo has also been stepping up very, very well in this kind of scenarios. Team Insane also one of the surprising teams for me personally, knowing that they do have this tentative, aggressive nature. But based on yesterday and today, they have been playing very defensively in just finding very nice compounds to defend and push people, rather than going for that, hey, one knock, let's rush kind of strategy, which oftentimes may be the necessary call in certain scenarios and in certain phases of the zone.
I agree with you, because the passivity that's displayed from the side of Team Insane is not really working out for them, right, on the overall leaderboard. They're struggling, and that is not a position we expect a Team Insane to be in. So it might actually just be time to start pulling the trigger, to start going for that one knock push strategy, just keep things simple. And you can look at God's Reign and clearly figure out that, hey, maybe aggressive stance is the stance to take right now. That team is there on that 8th position in the overall leaderboard with just a single-digit placement point, and I think over 40 plus finishes.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting to see how things go for them, considering the fact that sometimes finishes is good, but having good positioning to get easy finishes is more important, right? Like you don't really want to risk too much to commit to a fight unless you know for a fact that you mechanically have better firepower than the other team. And in this case, stat checking is very, very important. And so far, the stat checks that we have seen on stream was none other than Sakar going up against Hyderabad Hydra, and of course Team Jelly versus God's Reign, which results into as a 5-0 right now.
Oh, of course.
It's 5-0 by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean, just Jelly, I guess.
Just doing Jelly things?
Just doing Jelly things. They're not like God's Reigning. Want to slay them down, but let's see. I mean, I'm pretty sure God's Reign will get that opportunity to get some revenge at least. I mean, so far it's just a clean sweep, an absolute masterclass of how to take down those tier 1 teams being given by Jelly and the boys. He shows up with a new name, takes down all of the old guards of the circuit, but Silly Esports Rapido, he just saw that vehicle pass him by. Visista Esports rotation compromised, but Silly Esports, they can't really do anything about this, especially Rapido. He needs to stay hidden.
I think this time Vasista is trying to actually figure out how to play around Silly Esports, because they've had a little bit of run in, not once now, multiple times in Sanhok in general, just because of how similar their drop spots and playstyles has happened as well. So that's something that they need to actually figure out as well. But so far, we've seen ocean rotations coming from certain teams, and in this case, Hyderabad Hydras, they may be opting to do something very, very similar, but as of now, they're afraid of any potential bridge gatekeepers. And as you can see, AJ being the player to watch from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, he's been stepping up, but at the same time, right now, especially in the south side of the zone, it is going to be tricky, but I like that they do have this sense of insecurity, just to make sure that sometimes in life, if you think it's safe, sometimes it's not as safe as it seems to be.
Well, let's see those Sarkar Gaming. The struggles for them continue. And with Hyderabad Hydras extremely close, escape options, entry inside the circle, it's going to be a little bit tricky. At any given time, Sarkar Gaming, they spot the players, or Hyderabad Hydra spot the players of Sarkar Gaming. In fact, they will have the opportunity to gatekeep them, but Mox spotted out, and Sarkar himself with the opener. The man knocked out up front. He's going to try and run forward, secure the finish, and there it is. The first pick of the game. Hyderabad Hydras, Mox shut down.
Well done. Coming from Sakar Gaming, they do have the firepower. Mox being the star player, being taken out from them, means that they will have to fight this without their star player. And of course, on screen as well, we do see members coming from TAWM Gaming immediately going for the rush. They do scout out from Team Jelly, and fortunately for them, Team Jelly was able to get out in time, knowing that the neighbors are coming on the hunt. And of course, on another map as well, Insane looking to set up a couple of roadblocks, and this time they will find Troy, who narrowly dodges a bullet. Harsh still holding down the fort on top of this, looking to try to zone them out even further, while the Team Insane may look to go in for the finish, and maybe just this time they are going to play a little bit more aggressive. One knock, instant rush.
I mean, that's what I hope to see from their side as well, and I think that is the position that Team Insane will have the most advantage on.
It's their signature, right?
Yeah, it's the signature playstyle. It's the one punch they have mastered over the years. And it does hurt a lot if you're on the receiving end of it. But it seems like all of this aggression still holding back for a few extra seconds. Smiley IGL a little overextended. Has cover of the rock, but it is the presence of Troy Tamil Esport on the flank that might just be the reason for worry for Raven Esports and the reason they move out and fall back. Look at the shift of the circle, man. Just jelly smack center and God's Rain right next to them. So from a 5-0, are we headed to a 6-0?
Well, it might be the case, but considering the fact that they are in the middle zone, they have no reason to run into each other yet. So it is going to be them against the world for now, as they are going to be the center of attention from everyone. Meanwhile, Silly might be having a little bit of hospitality. He made a couple gunshots. He did not realize he's getting rushed from behind as well. That's going to be RGC looking for the punch, but somehow Immortal is able to flip the script. He takes down Dope. What?
And Kalyug is going to stand here fighting for his life right now. Silly Esports, they have turned things around. The trade comes through as Noob is going to be finished off, but 2 finishes on the board for Silly Esports. And look at the radar. The remaining players from the side of RGC on the other side. Sanchit and Honey, now it's down to them.
Oh boy, what a turn of events. They lose one each. They are going to be sharing the compounds, but Vasista, they were lurking by. Unsure if they should be contesting this. This is still relatively early in the zone. It's only stage 2. The circle may pull out of those compounds yet. So that means those 2 teams are pretty much stuck. Vasista and also RCW. But Troy, look at this. They're getting shorter from 4. Inferno not having any brick at all. First by Insane, now by another team who's going to be shooting them from afar.
Let's see, Troy Tamil Esports. Now the pressure is going to start to build up. The longer you delay your entry inside of the circle, the more teams will have an opportunity to gatekeep you and keep you at bay. Especially a team like Team Insane.
They're really insane, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They're really gatekeeping Troy all the way through from start to end. This is just them not letting them off the hook. But at the same time, both these teams, they need to rotate in the zone. And as of yet, Team Insane, they do have the advantage, but they are overcommitting their resources as of now. Troy taking a lot of damage, but somehow needs to find a way to get out.
For sure.
That's just so unlucky of them.
Yeah, man, it is quite unlucky, but I mean, still, it's not over. It's just stage 2, so time is still there. And if they use that time correctly, maybe they're going to find a few extra points on the board. Sarkar Gaming on the move. Spotted out by Adi from Insane. Although they do manage to make it to the other side, they're still stuck in the blue zone. Running on foot. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Well, don't really have much options for him, to be honest. Sakar Gaming going to be sacking the vehicles. They want to kind of sneak their way into his next phase, but next phase is a little bit too far, considering that they've only got 2 first aids each. But on screen as well, we do see a little bit of Fast and Furious action. Ninja being the first one to get knocked in. Troy somehow running away from Insane, runs into Hydra, but Hydra while rotating in. And now they're going to be stuck out in the open. And Turbo, he will be finished off. But the rest of Troy Tamil, they may have won this fight, but they're all so low. Can they get the reset? Yes, they can, but can they find meds off them? I don't know, man. It seems like, okay, they found some on Pekka, so that's a good sign for now.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
That is definitely going to be a good sign, especially for Troy Tamil Esports. As you mentioned, that delay inside of the blue, it is definitely going to be a point of concern for them. But good job wiping out Hyderabad Hydras, I guess. I mean, just a blink it and you miss it situation.
Well, it was a hit and run. They weren't expecting each other. But of course, Trial Tamalan had the liver run in. They got the opening knock. So that's still a big win for Troy Tamalan Esports. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, you can see they're already made their way in towards the next phase of the zone. And of course, Raven also going to be late to this party. God's Reign still in the middle of it all. They are still holding down the western side and creeping right on the west. It's going to be the members from THW, the ex-non.
Yeah, that's another team that you have to be worried about. But God's Reign, as you were talking about them, Destro, I think he heard the commotion happening at the top of this hill. He was thrown down, just trying to see if he can gain some vision by standing up. But FS Esports, wait, what just happened? Hail Inferno squad. 1 second they were there, the next second they weren't. Like a magic trick. But instead of making a rabbit appear, they just make Hail Inferno squad disappear.
Now you see me, now you don't. But RGC, they have a little run in. Guess what? Sakar Gaming gonna be looking to try and get a couple shots in. Does not have enough bullets. It seems like Pasha was able to escape through the quarry, but it is still a very far rotation, and Honey will be punished, and KSR finds that elimination. RGC bowing out in 14th place. But at the same time, Sakar, they've won this fight. They're so far away from the zone. Oh boy. This is going to be a brutal run for Sakar Gaming. They might all just be eliminated by zone at this stage right now.
They can be. I mean, it is going to pick off a huge chunk in stage 4 as well. And when they eventually get to the safer area, looking to move inside of the circle, Wingard is going to be waiting for them on that southern edge. But milestone for Sarkar Gaming as they complete 25 finishes on the overall leaderboard.
Oh boy. What a game. But FS, like you said as well, they've got themselves 4 finishes on top of it. And beside them, Raven heard all this commotion. Will they be contesting? This is going to be the question. Troy somehow still barely scraping by, finds a couple of first aid kits. They go in for a couple of resets. And it seems like they are going to try and wait this out. As Insane is still on the hunt. What the? Insane, Troy, what are you going on? What's happening this game?
I don't know, maybe just a conversation between the two sides, and Insane did not like what Troy Tamilian Esport had to say.
What do you think of those conversations like? You're crazy? You're stupid?
You're insane?
Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. But speaking of Insane, they somehow still manage to break past towards the next phase as well, but they are right at the edge. Unfortunately for them, TWM is not going to be able to spot them out because they are in a very awkward situation. But at the same time, even though I say they don't spot them out, they can't really fight this. They're still outside the zone. Troy Tamilian, they find Silly while they're rotating in. 7 first aids up on Hydro. Great run so far for Troy Tamilian Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 4 eliminations secured in the early stages of the game make that 5, as Immortal is going to feel his mortality in this game of Sanhok. Kalyug is going to be the last man left alive. Run V drop to the floor, but it's not going to be enough for sure. It's a 1v3 situation still.
Oh, there's
and he is going to be outnumbered. Oh, he gets spotted out. The run over barely clipping him. But they do find that finish. So 6 points secured by the side of Troy Tamilian Esports.
I feel bad for him, to be honest. Like, oh my god, I just made it in the zone. I'm safe. A casual car just drives by and takes him out. Nope, you're not safe, brother. Meanwhile, here comes the big clash coming in. Insane drives into his TWM. They are able to find the opening on Toxic. So that means it is going to be a 2v3. They are split off. But where is the third guy? Because I don't see him. It seems like they are spread across the entire compound. And Insane is going to try and push up his way through. Lobster trying to regroup with his team as well. He knows he's out of position. He finds a very nice angle. But Insane seems like he's going to be able to find an angle. He drops a Molotov. He sees Lobster as well. Clady forced to disengage. But Insane, they're going to be fine for now. They find a very nice compound unless TWM finds a very insane nade. In this case, Insane cooking it up. They know there's 2 on the left, 1 on the other side as well. Everyone from TWM gets the full reset somehow.
Yeah, I mean, and that is quite impressive because the pressure that Team Insane have been able to build upon the teams they charge towards, the teams they want to eliminate, is always insane. The speed of the fight is completely nuts, but still, TWM somehow being able to handle that pressure. And on the finish feed, we notice Insane taking a massive beating at the hands of TWM as well. On our screens, though, Troy Tamilian Esports, 7 eliminations secured, and now they look to eliminate Vasista Esports. But on the other side, Insane eliminated from the match. Raven up against Forever Red Ross. R2 moving in, the knock secured. Loki goes down as the Molotov burns him. 2 players still stand in that shack, and R2 from point blank range. Nade inside can get the job done. Counter nades coming in from inside that shack, forcing R2 to take a step back. The door blown off, and this one goes in. The trade is going to come through, but R2 falls as well, although his teammates have managed to close in the distance. So this is going to be a wipe. for Raven Esports. They are going to get eliminated over here. But Len, he's still standing. He's looking to go for a revive. R2 on the other side is going to get finished off as the third party comes in. And FS, they are looking to secure all of these points for themselves. On the other side, though, on the finish speed, do you see it? It is just Jelly who've just gone ahead and destroyed the game for Vanguard Esports.
Oh, hold that thought for now, because as of now, Lens, he gets finally rushed in forever with Ross. Whoa, take him out. So that's going to be a little bit of unfortunate news for them. But like you said, I think I did see the finish feed as well.
Yeah.
Team Jelly going up against God's Reign seems to be at a stalemate. These are the two Titans who's zoning everybody out. But once more, this is going to be round 6 for Team Jelly. And against, for some reason, Team Jelly is always going to be the gatekeepers, and God's Reign, as of yet, do they dodge or do they fight? Because as of now, they haven't really figured out and cleared all their angles yet. They are going to play a little bit edge, but guess what? There's people outside the zone forever, as X-Ross going to be taking shots in, and Ninja Jaw says, you know what? You guys are outside the zone. I don't really care. You guys are going to bleed out to this. And he's going to take a chill pill and just ignore this and focus on the bigger picture. That's going to be FS Esports.
But look at that milestone for Team Jelly. 50 finishes on the board secured.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible run coming in from this team. But as you were talking about God's Reign, ICFS, brilliant opportunity for them to actually block the players of God's Reign and in fact swing the fight completely in the favor of just Jelly. In God's Reign, they realize target prioritization is an actual thing. They want to take out the team with the least number of players first and then focus on the team with even numbers. But Justin, he gets knocked out from the backlines as Forever Red Ross, the last player surviving, did dish out enough damage to give the opening to the players of Just Jelly, and also, along with them, FS Esports.
Oh my goodness, they actually hurt them as well. Guess what? You're right, they are going to completely shut down God's Reign once more. They're all stuck in a difficult space. This might be 6-0. And Team Jelly, but no, they've lost a little bit more. Delta PG was able to push through, and Ninsei left alone for Team Jelly, so it's not going to be 6-0. But Delta getting finished off by FS instead. So it is going to be God's Reign bowing out on 7 plays, and Team Jelly taking some heavy casualties themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, but none of the players... One player was finished off, 3 are still there, and if the revives come through, then Just Jelly will be back in the action with a 3-man roster. But milestone is completed for God's Reign as well. 50 eliminations secured in the matches that they played so far. But FS Esports, I see this team is hungry for blood. They're hungry for that chicken dinner. 10 eliminations secured, all 4 players intact. And now it is time to take the fight against the side of Just Jelly.
Agreed. This is revenge. They were shut down by Jelly as well last game. This time, they really just want revenge. And Team Jelly being so weak right now, they only got 1 reset. Ninsei was able to pick up Kyo. And fortunately for them, they are on the edge. And as you can see, the footsteps are coming in. FS Esports, they're close, and Kyo pulls the pin. But at the same time, after seeing Ninsei getting knocked off, you know what? I'm going to think twice right now.
Oh, for sure. But let's see. Top 5 teams, 14 players still alive, and it is just stage 6. Open area circles in Sanhok do have a very awkward conclusion. Hydro, no! It's just a few pixels. Dreams, he lines up that spray, completely whips it, and Hydro switches positions instead of the car. He's going to hide behind that rock for a few seconds, but Just Jelly, this might just be the ending of this game for them. 1 player knocked out. Kyolamau hiding in a corner. The nade between his feet blows him up. And along with that, the hopes and dreams for a chicken do get taken away. FS Esports, 11 eliminations. This team is on fire right now.
Agreed. 12 finishes. They're all 4-men healthy, and they are going to send Dreams ahead to get even more position. And right across them, they do have TWM on the west-east side. Troy alone on the south side. Wingard also alone on the south side. But Dreams, he's given away his position to everyone. A big nade will shut him down, and now it's up to the rest of the members to try and save him. But he's completely pinned in no man's land between TWM as well as Troy.
Well, it's not going to be easy now. With Dreams knocked out, TWM, they have the upper hand in this fight. And of course, I have to say that TWM today is what we expected them to play like since yesterday. But today, standing up, being consistent, top 3 in the first 2 games. And it looks like they might just be in the prime position to go for the chicken in this one as well. The The players that can cause problems for them are left bleeding at the edge of the blue zone. And if they try to step into the play zone, TWM, they've positioned themselves in such a way that they will have the advantage of the line of fire.
Oh boy, TWM, they are the first in the zone for now. And you guys can see the winner chicken dinner, 40% favor TWM, 38 for FS. And as you can see, based on the shots coming in, FS, they're in a little bit of trouble. They do find Troy, and Max as well. So this is big for Third World Mafia. They've lost Lobster in the process, but they do have a little bit of time to reset this. While FS is still out in the open, Max still somehow barely hanging on, trying to crawl his way to his teammates. And Insidious also being knocked. Wingard not making it easy for FS, and this might be a TWM game.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a TWM game right now. Wingard, Godex, he does find the opening for himself, but he's the last man left alive for his team. FS down to the player. Dreams shattered as he gets finished off. 10 eliminations on the board for TWM. And it's just Godex from the side of Wingard who's crawling like a snake in the grass. Shots fired, but before he can secure a knock, he will get finished off, and the confirmation finally does come through. TWM, a brilliant winner chicken dinner in this game of Sanhok.
Oh my goodness, what a comeback coming from TWM Gaming, and I'm pretty sure the chat will be absolutely thrilled to see them finally holding a chicken dinner, because yesterday was a complete bloodbath for TWM, but today consistently raking up some points, and now with this chicken dinner, hopefully it is going to be enough to push past the barrier and maybe, just maybe, break into the top 8.
I mean, I just hope that it actually happens, right, for them. Because this team, again, last year's performance and the debut in 2023 gave us a lot of expectations, especially from players like Ralphie and Lobster. Lobster used to be absolutely brilliant. But the start to the journey of this realme BGIS 2025, the grind wasn't that great, but now the recovery is there. I'm loving the consistency that they have brought in today in every single game. I don't think they've had a bad game yet.
Yeah, I think so far it's been very, very nicely done as well. Coming from them, they have chosen very, very good fights. Even in the first fight as well, like, I think first game in Erangel, they only had one guy who just left alive in the top 2 finish. So I think a dub is still a dub. But in the end of the day, choosing fights wisely is going to be the key to winning. And so far, THW, they have been very, very passive. FS is the one that's very, very aggressive. And I think FS Esports is the team that has kind of, I would say, rub on people's shoulders right now. They are in a situation where everybody kind of hates FS for some reason. It's FS and Team Jelly right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think everyone just hates their guts right now, because Jelly in particular, I think it's just God's Reign who might actually just end up hating just Jelly, because even in this game they were taking a fight. It was down to a 1v1, and yet for some reason, whenever God's Reign appears in front of just Jelly, they just get extremely unlucky. They got third-partied by RGC, and it was a wipeout. FS, yeah, everyone else in the lobby, because FS do not know how to back off. And while the teams inside of the game might hate them, I love them for this.
This kind of like FS Esports today and yesterday feels like they are the previous God's Reign during their prime itself. And it feels like they're just not afraid of just ego checking everyone, and for some reason they always get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason they always get away with it. But again, it can't keep on happening again and again and again and again. Eventually someone will figure out a way to crack this style of play of theirs, and then they're just going to be shut down. Best case scenario for that is an early drop clash, but as the matches are happening right now, I think the chances of that as well are going to be extremely low.
Yeah, I hope so as well. The only time they actually did bad was Team Jelly somehow mysteriously found them rotating out in the open together, and that's the only time they messed up. Other than that, everything was really, really clean coming from FS Esports. They were the ones that became the aggressors, and I'm liking what I see. And I'm curious to see how things actually went down in terms of the highlights as well, especially with this game. Started off in a very awkward situation from the members coming from Troy as well as Sakar Gaming, who had, and of course one more factor is going to be Insane Gaming, who had a little bit of a drive-by right from the south side.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Team Insane holding on to that city of Painan, they tried their level best to cause trouble for the other teams around them, in particular Sarkar Gaming. That awkward shots on that UAS of theirs, they were forced to leave it and run into the blue, stay alive in the blue. And I think that is what resulted in them getting wiped out early. And Insane as well, staying in Painan for so long when you know the circle is headed towards Bhan. It's an open area, not a lot of foliage, not a lot of cover, so you will be at a disadvantage for rotating in late. But FS Esports, just incredible, man.
Agreed. And of course, when it comes to FS Esports, they tried their best. They made it in top 3. They were just caught in an awkward situation where, hey, they wanted to go in head-to-head against TWM, but the one that plays spoilers was none other than God himself. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but sometimes things like this do mess up. And I believe I've talked to Salty about this as well. People make mistakes, move on. Take the dub, man. Like, to be honest, you may have not gotten the chicken dinner. A win is still a win. You still had top 2. You have decent amount of points. You have high finish volumes. Oh, a dub is still a dub. Just move on.
Points are points. At the end of the day, points are points. Does not matter you get them with the chicken dinner or without chicken dinner. I think the perfect example for this is God's Raid. Just going for those finishes, sticking in the top 8 nonetheless, and doing actually quite well for themselves in the overall leaderboard as well. So that's the thing. Again, you have to realize what's your strength and how does your strength help you secure all of those points. And for a team like Team Insane, it is about those team fights.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it feels like Insane is just going absolutely bonkers. The things that they do is just so unpredictable, but they somehow get away with it.
Hey, man.
And I'm loving the Insane. Not gonna lie, I really like how they're playing.
Exactly. We love chaos, right? And especially if Team Insane, a team that is on the latter half of the leaderboard, starts to bounce back in the last 3 matches of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, with this Sanhok done and dusted, we're going to take a very short break. But don't go anywhere. Coming right up is going to be the map of Miramar.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. Came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay.
We, let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. Oh yes.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The grind still on. Group B matches underway, and of course, day number 2, last 2 games remaining. This is Super John. He's joined by Salty alongside with me, and it seems like Salty, the saltiness between God's Rain and Just Jelly, it just keeps on going. But it wasn't there in the previous game. In the previous game, an amazing performance coming in. Of course, TWM also stepping up quite nicely, but that was a very weird game of Sanhok.
I know, right? That definitely was a very weird game of Sanhok. And talking about the saltiness between GDR as well as Jelly, I feel like that could have been the case. It was like a very narrow affair.
I was hoping for it.
Even I was hoping for it, to be honest. There was that film, one of my favorite movies by Shah Rukh Khan, Rab Ne Bana Di Jodi. It seems like these two, they are bonded by fate as well. Don't try it out. I am the Shah Rukh Khan of this desk, please.
I went to the same school, man.
All right. Fine. Coming back to the conversation again. Again, some amazing devices in front of us. You've seen the brilliance of Realme P3 Pro 5G. It does glow in the dark, but what glows in the dark right now is TWM's fortunes as well, because it seems like out of all the darkness, finally they've managed to come back, throttling their way up to the top.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. They have been very consistent, and I'm very happy to see this team perform, because I was surprised, I was confused with the tumble that they took all of a sudden. I was like, all right, this team used to be very good last year. They were good the year before that as well. They made some changes, but those changes did not impact their performance negatively.
Yep.
What has gone wrong now? But we'll come back to that in a bit. Before that, we got to tell people like 2 days remain, man. It is 16th today. The device Realme P3 Pro 5G comes out on the 18th, and you need to go onto Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G so that you can stand a chance to win one of these amazing devices. Have you ever seen a glow-in-the-dark phone before? I haven't. I'll be honest about it. So, born to slay, made for gamers like you, ladies and gentlemen. Do go ahead and check it out. Yeah.
The best part is actually it's the segment's fastest performing phone as well. So it's not just show, it actually grows as well on you. Your performance is brilliant as well. But talking about performance, again, we've got to talk about the MVP of this particular match, the map of Sanhok. It was weird, but it was one guy, Max, who kind of stepped things up a little bit. FS Esports, 5 finishes on his board. 745 points of damage, 2 assists as well. An all-round performance, I would suggest. If you look at the stats, it's completely all across the board. And for FS Esports, I think what has worked for them is these individual performances keep on popping up, and that leads them to being inside of the top 3 no matter what.
Yeah, FS is doing quite well for themselves this time around. I mean, the players, the aggression they are bringing in is nice. They perform consistently in terms of placement as well. So FS Esports, I think they ended day number 1 on the first position, and they're going to try and end day number 2 on the first position again. But looking at the list of top 5 players, we have Ralphie from TWM. I mean, I'm going to start calling him Wreck-It Ralph, because, I mean, he does not stop. In the game of Miramar as well, in the Sanhok as well, he just keeps going. Delta PG from the side of God's Rain is there. Beast from Forever Red, Ross and Hydro shows up on the list. But match summary on our screens. And this is where things get a little bit interesting. 50 smokes used in a circle like this. I feel that should have been a priority for a lot of these teams. But less number of smokes on the players, I think, was the reason why we saw that game coming to an end quicker than expected.
Absolutely. 7 grenade finishes, and of course the longest finish on the map of Sanhok. We don't really get to see that, but Kyo Lamau still managed to land that 264-meter shot. However, we move on to the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. TWM, massive jump on the back of that 21-pointer. FS Esports again slowly and closely following by with 17 points themselves. Troy at the million. I feel like this performance was long awaited, but finally they come back 13 points. Wingod today has been relatively good, Johnny.
Yeah, they've been inconsistent, but in the games that they've played well in, they do end up getting a good number of points, and that is why they are right on that threshold of that 8th position. In the previous, before that game of Sanhok began, they dropped down to 9th. Now I think they're going to be back again in the top 8. Just Jelly, 7 points from this game, but Just Jelly was already leading the leaderboard. They do not really care. They have a big safety cushion to work with. God's Rain on the 6th, Forever Red Ross on the 7th, and Vasista Esports. Not a great 2025 for Vasista Esports so far, to be honest.
Absolutely, and the overall standings exactly says why. Vasista Esports considered to be one of the top dogs before we enter this competition, just because of the stature of their players and their past experiences. currently are reeling at the bottom position of this entire group. 31 points on board. Insane again, similar storyline, similar players, similar stature, but absolutely devastated by the competition. You look at the first half and then you look at the second half. It seems like tides have turned. And I was having this conversation, Johnny, with IC, that it seems like we've seen a one-way traffic inside of Group B where only the first half has been performing out of their minds.
That is very true. That is definitely very true. And because of that, you see the massive difference, RGC to Visista Esports. Teams still in those mid-30s, but God's reign, man. 7 position points, 50 finishes, 57 is the total tally. They're just 4 points shy of Forever Red Ross and 6 points shy of Silly Esports and TWM.
They have the highest number of eliminations, tied up with Just Jelly.
Yeah.
One of their truest rivals, or their lovers, or whatever you want to call it.
We'll call them
Let's
lovers.
just call them lovers at this point. The only difference that separates them from Just Jelly is the number of position points. Very surprising strategy coming that has been adopted by GDR, but I'm not sure why it's not paying off, because if they're getting eliminations, then how come they have been struggling to find those positions as well?
Because they always go for those early fights and get taken out outside of the top 9. That is going to become a problem eventually. I mean, the only time I think we have seen them break, very, very rarely, in fact, we have seen them break inside of the top 8 where they do end up getting a few placement points. But hey, there's a substitution being made, and it is going to be Adi who's going to be sitting out the next match, and Yash is going to be stepping in for Team Insane. Wow.
Have we ever seen an Erangel swapping himself out? That is extremely weird. But this, well, we'll just hope it pays off. You know, sometimes the vice captain steps up and he actually takes charge of the team. We've seen that in different sports. We've seen that happen in our Indian cricket team as well. Why not? In BGMI.
Yeah, and I mean, last year was the year of the super subs. Everyone knows it. Joker and Simp showcasing why they deserve to be in the playing four of their respective teams and not on the bench, and both of them have earned their desired spots.
True.
But this time around for Team Insane, yes, things not working out, right? Might as well try a new change, might as well just go all ham in the upcoming 2 games. If you do well, you can make a bounce back, you can close the distance and bring yourself closer to the top 8 maybe. If you mess up, things are already not really going your way, right? So what's the harm?
Absolutely. And I think one of the points that IC mentioned previously is going to be the benefit that Group B and Group A have is the fact that they can be split up, right? They can split up their 4 matches in 2 weeks. So they still have that opportunity to work things out. And if certain things are not working out, you come back the next week with a reinforced plan and a different strategy and try and get back. Because I still believe it's just top 8, Johnny.
Yeah.
That is only where the difference lies. And the distance is not going to be that massive. It's not celestial.
That's the thing. Top 8, the difference is not that big. And also, no eliminations. The only downside of not performing right now is that you start your journey of the realme BGIS 2025 main event in round 3.
Yep.
It's bad, but not that bad, right?
I mean, you compare that in terms of statistics, in terms of numbers. Round 3, you play against 256 teams.
55, you are the 56th.
Yeah, you are the 56th, right? Oh, wow, mathematical genius. Einstein, how does it feel? Next, again, if you actually keep yourself inside the top 8, you play against 127 players because you are the 128th. So, see, math genius, Einstein, myself as well. So, coming back to the same conversation.
You only know one scientist, right?
See, again, I was a great student, but then science was not my forte, right?
Yeah,
so
it's okay. We're getting distracted.
We're getting distracted.
Yes. Let's bring the conversation back to the teams.
So the numbers difference just shows up what kind of competition you're going to be expecting. And the biggest part, I believe round 3 will have a lot of ambiguity. A lot of the teams you never really know, you've never really seen them. So what kind of play are you expecting? That is going to be a big question.
Exactly.
Versus the 128 team round 4, you know what kind of lobby you possibly can expect and the type of gameplay you're going to expect.
Exactly, and you have to be very careful with where you go, because trust me, I mean, the realme BGIS 2025, once you get to the main event, it's going to be short bursts of sprint every single round. You have to be precise, game in after game after game after game, and if you fail even once, you might just get eliminated over there. But it is going to be interesting to see what this substitution can bring to the table for the lads of Team Insane and of course the team itself, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 5 of the day. The map of Miramar is going to be on our screens right about now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back up in the skies once again. Fasten your seatbelts because this time we are flying over the deserts of Miramar once again. And talking about the flight path, it seems like we have a rather vertical flight path. It starts off from Puerto Palacio, moves on towards the Oasis. If you call it, it's rather a central flight path because moving towards Campo Militar is still possible. Moving towards El Pozo is still possible. The only non-viable regions where you possibly cannot drop is going to be Valle del Mar and Minas del Sur. But even that is understandable because you find those vehicles in the off spots.
Yeah, the road that leads from Monte Nuevo to Los Leones, you can drop on the vehicle spawns along the roadside, pick up those vehicles, move to La Driela, Chumacera. If you want, anyone heading towards Valle del Mar will drop south of Los Leones and then rotate from there on out. But it's not going to be easy as well. Let's see how things turn out. Any drop clashes salty for you? RGC, they've been left in Los Leones alone, but I feel Wingard and Raven Esports might collide against each other this time.
Yeah, once again, Just Jelly on towards Truck Stop. We saw that drop collision happen in the last game of Miramar. We saw a lot of collisions happen on the Western Highway as well. But this time, I believe, due to the inclination of the flight path towards the eastern part of the map, the western fights will kind of be discouraged.
Yeah.
As of yet, again, no real collision. I can see two teams, Visista Esports and THW, gliding pretty close to each other. They both won the region of El Pozo, I believe. So if they do land in similar territory, Visista might be in problems once again.
I mean, they have always been in problems since the start of the matches yesterday. Struggling again and again. But look at Los Leones. I thought Wingard and Raven Esports might just keep heading west once they exited the plane, but no. RGC, Wingard, Raven, all of them in Los Leones. Raven finally pick up some vehicles and now are moving west. Wingard stay behind. Silly Esports, they take control of the southern hills of Los Leones and Insane, directly heading towards that Partona Island. And there they are, TSW, NON, as you were talking about them, just west of Hacienda del Patron, a little close to the players of FS.
THW, they've had a fantastic storyline today as well. But I believe the narrative for this particular map is going to be the circle and the fact that it's directly on top of two particular teams. TWM, who had a fantastic game in the last outing on the map of Sanhok, and GDR. And we know, as a matter of fact, Destro's success rate, especially when this circle drops right on top of him, has been phenomenal, especially on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, again, it's the problem for Destro being not able to deal with just Jelly. Because that clash, the last Miramar, they avoided that clash. And they ended up doing quite well automatically. Every single other time they come across them and they try to take a fight, they've been wiped out because they take a lot of damage as well. And then the late stages and the mid stages become difficult for them automatically. But Proethamil and Esport with the first finish of the game, as Sarkar Gaming lose out on one of their players.
Very early on, Sarkar Gaming, Picardo has been their home turf for like years and years now. They've never really moved out of this region, but every single time they drop in on the map of Miramar, especially in the early stages of BGIS, they've always suffered casualties. And I believe that it's also very important to be stern, to be stubborn with your home turf, to be stubborn with the drop locations as well. But considering that you've always had those initial collisions, you've always had those initial casualties, why not experiment something else?
Oh, of course. And Sarkar Gaming, I think they are going to figure out a way to avoid getting taken out early because Picardo drop clashes right now. Things are okay, but once you eventually move to the later rounds of the main event, let's not forget, look at the esports.
Absolutely.
If they ever end in their group, that's a team they will have to go up against, and that lineup knows how to dominate the Picardo drop clash and dominate the fights there early. They have been drop clashed in Picado ever since the start of their careers, man. They basically practiced that in a competitive setting every single time they play.
And since you mentioned Likhita and Sarkar Gaming, if they do end up in a same group once again,
it's gonna be
ahead inside of BGIS, this fight was actually historic. We saw this BGIS 2023. We saw that in BGIS 2024 as well. So this Picado clash, it is going to be absolutely historic.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Cinema.
It does add that additional level of salt to this map of Miramar as well, because initially there's not a lot of action. But
And you are a great storyteller. I think you should be the one who makes an edit out of it. I don't know, that's up to you to decide what way you want to tell the story, but I think you definitely can do a pretty good job narrating that story of Picado.
I'm actually gonna start doing that. That's a great idea, in fact.
I know, I'm good with ideas, not the execution.
Let's do a collab now.
Of course. You do all the work, I will just tell you what to do.
Collaboration on the desk, collaboration outside the desk as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the circle, this time around, you have got that small little piece of cluster over there, GDR. You've got a Hail Inferno squad as well. You've got Wind God, and along with that, you've got RNC. So, all these teams in close proximities, they definitely are trying to capture those lostliness of those compounds. But look at this, Justin has been caught off guard completely by himself, and now he's outnumbered.
Hey man, just in, just out. RGC finding that opening frag for themselves. And God's Reign, it seems like it's not just Jelly, it's everyone else that's left them bleeding. Where are the rest of the players from inside of GDR? They stick around in Impala for a long time, and the circle actually favors them this time as well. So I believe there was no incentive to move out this early. They could have actually played their standard Miramar playstyle and done well in this game.
Well, sacrificial pawn out of the game this time around. Once again, early collisions. We talked about it. When we were casting that game of Miramar, I remember mentioning the fact that the win condition for GDR is to keep their 4 players alive past that 5th circle. Yet again, they have faltered in doing that. And Justin has been one of the key pieces, to be honest.
Yes.
In GDR success, whichever game that they've played well, they've gotten themselves a high number of elimination. It's been the Justin Ninja Jod duo.
So it's not a pawn, it's a knight that's been sacrificed right now.
Absolutely. Can't really call him the queen.
No.
Ninja Jod gives out queen energy.
What?
Like, not queen as in the queen, the chess piece queen. Can move out in every single direction, slays down the opposition.
Yeah, powerful piece. Extremely powerful piece. Game changer.
Talk about game changer. Team Jelly has completely changed the game for all of us. And in fact, it's just Jelly himself. The way a lot of fans used to complain that Jelly's playstyle is passive. This man is not aggressive enough. He only scouts and fights for information. I believe come 2025, he has completely changed the course of the game.
He's like, all right, if I am looking at players, might as well just start taking the fights myself. Doesn't even wait for his team anymore, by the way. Takes a fight, initiates a fight solo, and if he finds those frags, which he has been doing consistently this for the last 2 days, it works out well. They move on one player, and Jelly does the heavy lifting initially, and then the rest of the team joins in later on. But Hyderabad Hydras, RGC spotted out, Honey out into the open. Shots whiffed though from AJ, and it seems like even despite after the focus fire upon the players of RGC, they do manage to escape.
Just slips out of range right now. Talk about RGC, that was a narrow escape considering Hyderabad Hydras. All 4 crosses were on those vehicles. But again, just moving in tandem, having that ambiguity in their movements, resulted them in escaping from Hyderabad Hydras and their clutches. But where exactly are they heading? Because everywhere you go inside of the 2nd circle, it's been absolutely laden with players. You've got TWM, you've got Just Jelly also approaching the circle. From the northeastern side, you've got GDR as well, still having control, partial control over Impala. Wind God is still in lostliness. I don't see a lot of injection points, Johnny, at this.
I agree with you. And especially, I mean, this circle, Salty, if it completely shifts to the hills between Los Leones and Puerto Palacio, it's going to be a horrible, horrible sight to watch for all of the teams that are breaching late. But Chile Esports might just end up having a fun time for themselves. In the meanwhile, TWM, by the way, they've gone ahead and picked off one player from the side of Just Jelly, who were moving down south after the early looting phase in El Azhar. And again, TWM today, the most improved team of the day. Third World Mafia, well, the Mafia started to roll out and they are taking everything that they want.
And I believe it, I don't want to single out the players right now. It has been the team performance. But the standout player has to be Ralphie.
Oh, yeah.
He was the flag bearer. He was the one who kind of gave this team that motivation that, yes, boys, we can actually go ahead and win those fights. They've been doing so. Talking about RGC, apparently they just probably made a U-turn and decided to fight Hyderabad Hydrazade again, and now they have suffered the first casualty.
I was also confused. I was like, didn't you just get away from them? Why? What are you doing here again? Why show up again? I guess last time it was 2 players, now they show up with all 4, and yet they are going to be the ones on the wrong end of the stick.
Well, it's still not over for them. 3 players are still alive, so we still give them the benefit of doubt. But there is another fight that is going on. God's Reign have spotted the likes of, if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Hail Inferno squad. One of their players has been caught off guard. The nade from Destro doing that little bit of magic. And once again, GDR start hunting for the higher grounds right from the second zone itself. It has been a pattern, Johnny.
Yeah, it's definitely been a pattern, and it's going to be difficult to see how this pattern is going to be broken. Wingard Esports, ooh, still looking and scouting the cities of Los Leones, the buildings over there. They sense the presence of Sarkar Gaming alongside with them, but no angles to spray them down. Oh, the vehicle's going to be hurt for sure. And for a fact, if you drop into Los Leones, you have a circle like this, and you know you've been drop clashed, you know that if you are staying back, the other team is also staying back.
Absolutely.
Nobody moves out. Everybody stays in. It's a curfew.
It certainly is a curfew, but this curfew is going to be costing them in the end game, because I believe, Johnny, it's just an instinct thing that I'm going to say. I believe we are in for an urban warfare late inside of the game. So majority of these players, they're going to manage to survive. But look at this, Vasista Esports knocking on the doors of THW. THW ready to welcome them with open arms. The first nade was launched right in time. Kind of hesitating Vasista Esports to try and not push up without having a lot of information. I believe one of their players has actually gone for the flank. They might just disengage from this fight, and I believe that is the right thing to do, actually.
Well, let's see, though. Yeah, a little bit of an awkward clash against teammates. Driving not really the best suit over there, I guess. But, oh, need to close Rush Boy. He's going to be forced to rush back. Runs back indoors, feels the threat as the players of Vasista Esports close in, but from the flank, it is going to be Lavish with the opener. Vasista Esports left bleeding yet again. And the other 2 lads are going to be forced to the other side of the race. The nade does a lot of damage. Fierce extremely low. The Molotov should be able to help them secure the knock. But no, it is a bit off. And Levi, he's looking to go on a hunt. But Vasista Esports, it seems like, are just crumbling under this pressure. One after the other, the players fall, and all 3 of them, all 3 lads that show up, end up getting taken out. Where's the man that got them there? Where is Pukar? He moved out very early on.
What pressure are we talking about, Johnny? There was absolutely no pressure. This was just an uninvited guest of Vasista Esports just approaching THW. They had absolutely no advantage in that fight. And you know, as a matter of fact, you're fighting uphill, you're fighting up a particular ridge.
Yeah.
You are the one who are going to be throwing utilities blind versus the other team can sense your presence. This was disastrous from Vasista Esports, and they pay the consequences in time.
Every time I hear the word disastrous, I remember a friend of mine who just used to go, "This is a disaster." But RGC,
that play was actually a disaster, Johnny. They
It
had
was.
So much avenue to actually fall back, but here we have another fight going on. FS versus Forever.
Oh, and this is going to be an awkward one because Forever, Red Ross, they were all the way towards El Azhar up north. Torre Amuda is where they started from, and this was a rushed approach to take some control of the circle itself. But quite an unfortunate engagement into the side of FS. Crypto falling back. Phoenix has the HP advantage, but his flank angles are compromised. The only saving grace in this fight for Forever Red Ross is TWM on the eastern edge of the circle. They have the high ground as well. So if they choose to engage in third party this conflict and take out a few individuals from the side of FS, then maybe Forever Red Ross survive this. Otherwise, this is done and dusted. Manatu in the backlines. One nade across this ridge, and Crypto should be able to find that pick, and he has 5 grenades available to make it happen. First one goes out, fails to connect, fails to hit the mark. Max closes in, sees the smoke, lobs the nade in the smoke. Oh, damage dished out, just a pixel of HP over there, but the revive comes through. Second nade again, does absolutely nothing. Brilliant positioning, brilliant readjustment coming in from the players of Forever Red Ross. Another nade across the ridge. Max needs to back off. He is in the line of fire. Spots a few pixels. Damage dished out. Insidious moving in, looking for a run over. Risky move, and it does not work out. But the third party comes through. Salty from the distance. It is TWM that end up harming both the teams across in front of them. FS, a few players shut down from their side, but Forever Red Ross, they end up getting completely wiped out.
Microwave setup for Forever Red Ross, honestly, in that situation. They had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Come home, the artillery strike from FS Esports, it hindered their mobility. And of course, from the backlines, if you got such a nice visibility coming in from TWM, they're always going to hit their shots. Wonderful stuff. Sarkar Gaming, talk about them still holding the grounds of Lost Indies, and they can witness so many teams just whizzing past them right underneath their nose. But I believe it's also important for KSR as well as Skeleton to maintain this position, to hold the edge of the circle for as long as they possibly can. On the other side, Team Troy Tamilian Esports found a small little ridge for themselves. They're still outside the circle. And one of the reasons they are outside the circle because they know as soon as they move in, Team Insane, the gatekeepers, are just ready.
Oh, of course, and Insane is going to have an insane time in this match for sure, but look at the prime spot, man. Hail Inferno squad. They have to make sure that this works out for them. But as you were talking about Team Insane, I think the more noise they make on that southern edge, the more they can expect that the teams up above will be waiting to strike them down. There's Raven Esports, that's Silly there as well. And just Jelly in the backlines are definitely looking to cause some trouble because that's what they've been doing for everyone else. I'm worried about the Lost Leones cluster breaking out as well in the next few seconds.
Exactly. But also this massive split coming in from Jelly is just to clear out that southeastern corridor of the circle. And if he's actually successful in making this experiment work, he knows that there is so much space that he can actually move about. Huge amount of map control for just Jelly to acquire. Versus on the southern side, you look at Team Insane, Troy Tamilian still trying to go at each other, at their throats. And it seems like it's about time when this deadlock will be broken, Johnny.
Yeah.
Having said that, Ranveer, though, is going to be the one who takes those initial shots. Pekka coming in, closing in as well. Talk about that, there is also a presence up top of the hill, and I believe there is going to be a moment when a third party might actually affect this fight.
It's the same situation that we witnessed between FS, Forever Red Ross and TWM. It's literally the same setup, just on the southern edge of the circle. And my goodness, how lucky do you have to be to get a zone like this? Hail Inferno squad. If there was ever a time for them to bounce back in the overall leaderboard, this is it. It could not be any better than this, Salty. But look at that, Silly Esports looking to make some silly moves again as they're looking to put some pressure on the players of Raven Esports up ahead. Wingard, they've been waiting for an opportunity to strike, and THWNON, they show up out of nowhere. Although no angle, no line of fire available due to those broken walls being present in front of them. But RGC on the flank, if a fight breaks out between these two sides, in fact, if any fight breaks out over here, the third party will capitalize. It will be all down to just committing to the fight, running towards those frags and making sure that you get them in the bag. Insane getting pushed by Troy Tamilian Esports. 2 players down and out, Dark Lord and Yash in the back lines. We were talking about the sub. It seems like it is working out. The nade connects. The knock is going to be secured. Dark Lord out into the open, takes a risk, finds the knock, but is going to be knocked out instead. And Yash is the last man surviving, gives up on the first stage, goes for the spray, and that might have been a bad call. Team Insane eliminated from the game. Should have kept healing, my friend.
Troy the million. Oh my god, this is unlucky if they do not actually manage to find
they
a
aren't.
revive. I believe this is disastrous. 3 players surviving on the back of that fight, but still could not entering the circle. I don't know what I'm going to say about that, but look at this fight. THW knocking on the doors of WinGod Esports. One player, Lovish, had gone onto the flank, but that was spotted. And what a nade from Sahil it was. Neutralizes the flank, neutralizes the threat up front, and now WinGod have so much space. But that space will not be utilized because 2 of their players are already down. The shotgun goes up, confirms a frag for himself. Rush Boy, living up to his name, just needs to confirm all of these finishes. WinGod, all the responsibility is going to be on Infinity's shoulders right now.
He's a young player, but he has handled situations like this before. But the run down the stairs, and he slips and falls, breaks his back, and of course, WinGod Esports are going to be shut down by Jatin OG. That was a long-distance shot, but all he needed to do was connect one bullet. The finish secured. Hail Inferno squad ruling from up above, the hill control, giving them so much information, so many opportunities. Silly Esports, in the meanwhile, some control taken away from the lads of Raven Esports, and Silly has done it in a clean manner as well. All 4 players still alive, the body's intact. They have gained access to the circle. There's Akash, the last man remaining from the side of Raven Esports, waiting for them in the building right across.
Silly's performance is so impressive, Johnny. I love the way these 4 players move in tandem with each other. Always hunting in packs. And that is how you should be playing this time around, creating a small space for themselves. A pocket of space at the southern side of the circle, but going back to the urban warfare, you mentioned it, right? Every single fight is at a deadlock right now. It's at a standstill because if you break open one fight, there are going to be multiple teams capitalizing. That's the beauty of the urban warfare. But now that urban warfare needs to be broken out because the circle is moved out of Lost Lunas permanently. THW still have that small pocket of space, but RGC, as soon as they try and traverse, I believe there is going to be that brief moment where they can capitalize.
It will be very difficult to make that climb, though, towards Hail Inferno squad, top of the hill. God's Rain on the other side. They're getting pressured. They're surrounded as well.
Oh no.
TWM, they gain access to the circle and also the high ground to actually look down and pick off the players from inside of God's Rain. There's another team, FS, from the south that will look to cause trouble for God's Rain. And of course, the lovers across the hill towards the west. Just Jelly, looking to greet them.
I love how you were about to say the main threat and then you changed the word and you said main lovers.
Yeah, man, I mean, see, love is a war, after all. You can't be a lover or a fighter. You have to be a lover and a fighter.
BGMI is a lovish game. You spread love.
Yeah.
Inside of the battlegrounds, but never mind.
Hey man, Guns N' Roses, right?
Guns N' Roses, talking about Guns N' Roses, this time it's Guns, Jelly connecting his shots, Crypto almost 50% HP, FS Esports have been stopped dead and their tracks, Crypto being confirmed, Kyo Lamau extremely successful over there, and now Insidious will find himself in between a flank. There are multiple teams who are coming their way as well. City Esports on the third party. Team Jelly have multiple problems to deal with now.
Oh, of course, multiple problems to deal with, but only one solution. Shoot them in the face and make sure they do not exist. Easiest way out of it all. But Silly Esports, after their own silly shenanigans, just do end up scouting for information and instantly falling back. A little bit of a prank on Team Jelly. The distraction could have caused a lot of harm from the backlines, but luckily no one was paying attention. Oh, that's a very good spot to be in. Jelly can do so much for his team from there, but the timing needs to be perfect. Otherwise, with a flawed execution, he's going to end up going down. His team won't be able to go for a revive, and that's just going to hamper their results in the end game. But look at that, God's Rain moving out, and Jelly pulls the trigger again, going for the spray. Shots not really connecting, but as I said, the position compromised, and now it might just be Jelly in trouble. His teammates do end up joining him on this cliffside, but is this enough map control for them to work with TWM and God's Rain? Both of them sharing this ridge, either sides of it, but Team Jelly, their focus remains to be God's Rain, man.
I believe we're at that stage of the circle where it's about holding your own position,
Yes.
but try to desettle the others. And I believe Team Jelly is doing exactly the same thing. Look at this. Another standstill between God's Reign, and this time around they have TWM right up front, but look at Just Jelly and look at the angles that they might create from the back lines. This can be disastrous, and this can also mean that we are heading towards a 6-0. I'm not sure, I'm just guessing.
It could be, but look at this shift of the circle. Where does it take us? Why did I even ask that question? Of course, Hail Inferno squad smack center, and that is the prime position yet again. Look towards the west, RGC and THW. NON, it might just finally be time to move out. And hey, amongst all of this chaos, Salty, Hyderabad Hydras, they have just stayed safe towards the northern edge of the circle. No one there to bother them at all.
Exactly, and that is one of the points that I was trying to mention.
Yeah.
Hail Inferno squad, they had such a lovely position, but I believe their positioning was kind of wrong in there. They knew that there is that entry point on those high grounds, northern side of the hills. They should have stationed at least one player, but now look at this, talking about stationing a player. Ralphie tries to go in, Destro has shut him down. Lovely stuff by GDR, man advantage to work with. TWM, I'm looking for a response now.
Well, of course, let's see though how the response is going to come, because these nades are deadly
Wow!
toxic, also no doubt. And it is a brilliant execution from God's Reign. They did not even see them on top of that cliff, by the way, and yet they're finding the openings. Arib needs to retaliate, needs to find the trade. The nade is not going to connect at all. The finishes are being secured by the lads from the side of God's Reign. Lobster hits the floor as well. Arib spotted out. Although he sees the individual in front of him, he needs to spray them down in one go. There's no help from anywhere. The lost finish captured by Just Jelly. And they have their own trouble now to deal with. On the other side, there's a third-party situation as Hyderabad Hydras move towards the place of God's Reign. Although threat avoided as Hyderabad Hydras just keep moving forward. They take the high ground, but no conflict, no collision between the two sides. Just Jelly on the other end, finally spotting out the players of Hail Inferno squad. One knock, PMWIGL is going to be dropped to the floor, but they need to be careful. They are out into the open, and if you come into a fight like this, it's going to be brutal for them to survive.
Look at that artillery shower from exchange from both the sides. Hyderabad Hydras lading the land that God's Reign stand on completely with grenades itself. Two players still standing. Asia does have one cooked up as well, and it explodes in the face of God's Reign. Completely eliminated them from this map. Could have actually been a very good game. Had a great fight against TWM, but God's Reign could not survive this threat. Hyderabad Hydras finally make their presence felt.
Yeah, down to the top 7 teams, 20 players still alive. Just Jelly spotted out on the other side of this hill, and Jelly is taking a lot of damage. Wrong side to exit, but ooh, that was a close call. Lucky for him, he does manage to survive. The vehicle getting straight down, but that just gave Sam the information as to where he needs to connect his shots. And it is going to be a knock coming in for the side of Just Jelly. They are still in this matchup with 3 players, and Jelly, look at how close he is to the players of Silly. But Kalyuk, he finds the opening, and this might have been a bad move coming in from Just Jelly. There are 4 eliminations, top 7, so placement points are still not going to be enough. They need to go for the squad wipe. They need to find those frags. Rapido up front, the flank compromised, and this is the end. Both the lovers taking an exit, one after the other. First God's Reign, and then Just Jelly.
Credit to Silly Esports for that high-low setup. They knew they are going to be baited by the players at the low, but the highs was so brilliant. But now going up against Hail Inferno squad, it's going to be a tough challenge because they are completely unaware of their positioning. It's only the sound cues and the footsteps, the micro footstep that you get to try and understand where are they coming from. But interestingly enough, it's RGC who has actually made the climb as well.
Salty, sorry to interrupt you. Is Kalyuk sitting in an inverted car right now? Just
yeah.
Man, that is a 200 IQ play. That's just brilliant. Well, did absolutely nothing in the other fight, though.
Talking about Silly Esports, they don't really have a threat. But now look at this. There is Skeleton who's creeping up on Rush Boy. Both of them stand up. The duel. The Mexican standoff won by Skeleton this time around. That was two reptiles just sneaking next to each other.
Yeah.
Who strikes first?
It's the Sand Snakes, man. I mean, not Sand Snakes, but I love the fact that both of them instantly decide, all right, we fight like men. Just get up and start shooting each other in the face instantly. Absolute cinema. But Hyderabad Hydras did not expect them to make it this far inside of this match. They are still there. Players intact. Ninja knocked out just now, but there should be a revive coming in soon. Although Salty, I'm worried about this 2-minute 30 seconds. Stage 9, it's the final collapse. We're down to the top 4, 15 players still alive.
And I believe if the zone does collapse, it is going to be Hail Inferno squad who will take all the Brahmani points from this Hyderabad Hydras. They need to get as many points, as many finished points that they possibly can. And one of their best praise for all of that is going to be City Esports. Look at that Immortal Falls as well. Goten finds Sanjit against RGC. This is the fight that is happening up top, but Kalyuk, he's trying to approach this fight from the flank itself, but Moksha and AJ, two players. It is very, very difficult for Silly to break this deadlock. It is impressive the way they've done it. One nade will possibly open it. Kalyuk strikes as well. Silly Esports, they do the unthinkable.
Yeah, strikes him to tomorrow indeed. Hydra's being slain, and this time there are no more heads coming back. Silly Esports, they have hampered their game, and this might just swing the entire matchup in the favor of RGC, who have done absolutely nothing to get involved in all of this. They have let both these two teams fight among themselves, and now with the high ground advantage, just shoot a few shots, get those points, and get the chicken dinner. It is a 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation. RGC, Hyderabad Hydras, and Silly Esports fighting for the chicken dinner. Noob in the backlines gets Ninja out of the way, but Sanchit has lost a lot of HP. Now, RGC looking to close in. Turbo, he's prepared. He did this tomorrow. The repeat comes through. No HP on the players on the other side. He's going to go for those shots, but this time the shotgun does not help out, and Turbo, his engine is going to be blown to smithereens. Shut down. Hyderabad Hydras out of the way. Silly Esports still in this game, and Noob needs to turn into a pro. No utility. It's just that shotgun. The last collapse happening. The blue zone closing in. You can't run from this anymore. Neither RGC, not Silly Esports. There is no escape. Sanchit close to the cliff. Rishi knocked out. Noob fights the angle, but it's all over. RGC still walk away with an incredible winner chicken dinner, collecting all of those eliminations in the end.
Impressive stuff from RGC. It's absolutely brilliant. The way they took down Hail Inferno squad up top, I believe that was the go call for this team. That alright, the game is in our control right now. Giving credits to Noob, that first knock in that 1v2 situation, I almost thought for a second that, wait a second, is this man gonna justify that he is not a noob, that he's a pro? It's just a sarcastic name, but then, yeah, RGC, numbers advantage.
Now, 1v1 is just like a 50-50 after he got that knock. 1v1 is the most pressurable situation you can be in, because you do not know what's going to happen. I mean, you could try your level best, but maybe just a small thing plays out in the favor of the opposing player. We saw two incredible 1v1s. One was in the end, and the other one was those two lads crawling, and then just all of a sudden, all right, 3, 2, 1, go!
Rush Boy and Skeleton is going to be the fight that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And the beauty of it was both of these players, they were actually prone in. There was a slight little ridge which was separating them. So both of them, they just creep up. Skeleton coming right at the edge. Rush Boy coming right at the edge. All right, let's just stand up and take this fight. This is funny. It was absolutely funny. But once again, problems for teams who have problems have surmounted, and the ones who have always been consistent, they have played it phenomenally well.
Yeah, they have indeed, and it was an incredible match after all. I mean, this game allowed a lot of those struggling teams an opportunity to make a comeback. Primarily, Hail Inferno squad. Although they failed to capture their opportunity, they were sitting on top of that hill for a long time. I think 3 or 4 eliminations were captured, but they could have done so much more than that. The decision to come down the hill was made a little bit quicker. I feel they could have stayed there for a long time, because eventually that position got taken away by RGC.
Yeah, and honestly, defending that position requires you to place your men strategically, right? One of the reasons why I mentioned that they're gonna give it up, because Hyderabad Hydras had also breached their defensive point, their defensive fort in the 6th circle, if I'm not mistaken. They were not in the right positions. Only a couple of players stationed in the high grounds won't assure you the victory. But again, I believe circles in Miramar have been so exciting today.
That's true.
This game specifically, there were opportunities for Vasista and Insane to come back. The substitution did not work out. Vasista Esports also, once again, a pretty bad fight against that team. Didn't really work out, man.
Yeah, TWM. I don't know what they were trying to do. Blink it and you missed it. Vasista is not feeling like Vasista. That's the problem. I mean, I know for a fact you send Fierce alone in a situation like that. Alone, he can find like 2 knocks. Gamla Boy, same thing. You send him, he will find. Alone, these players will find that opening frag. But for some reason, together, they just get knocked out themselves.
and the miscommunication as well, right?
Yeah.
Pokar just going out of the situation while the rest of the three assaulters just left behind. Wait, where's our leader? He's gone out.
Yeah, I think now I understand what might be happening with the sister, that all of them expect the other person to get the job done, and because of
Yeah.
that, the work is just not getting done, because Fierce thinks Gamla will do it, Gamla thinks Fierce is gonna get it done, and
Wow.
neither of them just like, oh, they just stand there and watch.
Well, typical Indian corporate laws coming
What?
in with BGMI as well. But getting back into the game itself, Silly Esports, credit has to be given to the way they took a couple of fights, especially against Hyderabad Hydras, especially against, I believe, Team Jelly as well. They were absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this during the cast as well, the way these four players move in tandem with each other. This is a team game and they kind of show how to actually play it. I love it.
Oh, I love it as well. I mean, it is just absolutely incredible. But again, more matches remaining, and we have to see, because this stage right now gives us an idea of what the peak performance of the team can look like if they are actually trying,
Yeah.
and what the new strategies, the new play styles look like. And then after we are done with Group A as well, we will have observed all the 64 teams in the grind, and we can draw comparisons. All right, what is this matchup going to look like? What is this matchup going to look like? These teams fare up this way against them, and that gives the teams that are competing in the in-game qualifiers, started today by the way, an idea as well what they need to do and what they need to look forward to once they also try to compete against them in the main event.
I believe I kind of agree with you, but I also kind of disagree with you, especially for teams coming in from the in-game qualifiers. It's very important for them, especially for you guys, to focus on your own strengths rather than your opponent's weaknesses. But however, all these discussions will keep coming as well. But for now, we are going to be taking a very short break and we'll come back with the last match of the day very soon.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go. We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
I'm pretty sure you guys must have experienced a roller coaster of a ride with all the 5 games that we have played so far. But ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared for the final game of the day, and it is going to be the last game of the day as well, with Group B coming halfway down the line. IC Baby, I want to know your thoughts so far. What do you think of this group so far? What has been your thoughts with the teams, the way they play?
Well, to be honest, I was a little bit disappointed because the map prior to this was a little bit of a slow pace, but that was pretty entertaining in that map 5 itself. But all things considered, of course, you guys will come back once more. My name is ICBaby12. He is, of course, none other than Salty. We're going to be talking about a little bit more in-depth here in the English broadcast, and that is going to be the realme P3 Pro 5G, our amazing sponsors here to redefining gaming performance for all you gamers out there. and it's built for people like you, like me, and also for Salty. And of course, it is going to be launching on the February of 18, which is going to be out in 2 more days. We have the displays up on front of us as well. It does have a glow in the dark feature, and of course, you can search it up all in Flipkart. Just search P3 Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you can get yourself some amazing rewards, and also find out all the specs on what is going to be available when it launches in about 2 days. One day and a half.
One day and a half. It's completely fine. But talking about the specs, it's also the segment's fastest phone as well. So you guys are going to get a lot of performance out of this. But getting back in the conversation once again, I see this was a big game for RGC, getting that victory for them once again, solidifying that position, pushing up inside the top 8. But we'll have to find out who the MVP was. Do you have an idea? Because if I believe a couple of performances from Silly Esports were brilliant, a couple of performances from Jelly was also brilliant. So maybe, yes, it is from Silly Esports. Noob, the man, the myth, the legend, 5 finishes, 1,127 points of damage, 3 assists and 2 headshots. What do you think about that?
To be honest, Silly Esports, that's the thing about Silly, right? Like 2 games in a row, they are known to be silly. They play the most unorthodox strategies, and they always put themselves in the most weirdest position, but somehow manages to get away with it. And because of this, they played really, really well. So this is something that I really like about Silly Esports. Because they're so unpredictable, they always somehow find their way to clutch things out. So was it skill? Was it luck? It might be a little bit of both coming in from Silly Esports. However, now let's talk also about the other teams who really stood out that fight. That's going to be AJ coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. We've got Sanjit from RGC, and also Krishi and also Ranveer from Troy. And to be honest, today, Troy Tamilin Esports have been performing pretty well. We still see a little bit of signs of life coming in from them. However, it feels like it's just not enough. In my opinion.
True that. I feel like 2 teams inside of the lobby that have made improvements. One being TWM that has been blowing out of the charts. Second will be Troy Tamilin. Talking about the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, 149 smokes were used. I was kind of expecting a little bit more, but then the grenade finishes, 12 grenade finishes, majority of them coming in from that high-low setup. It was so beautiful to watch. And now the point standings, of course, RGC huge leap on the overall point standings with 18 points acquired from this match. Silly Esports with 16. And Hyderabad Hydras finally showing signs of life, 14 points on them as well.
Agreed. Hail Inferno Squad getting a 4th place here with 8 points, sharing with THW as well. Jelly not doing too bad, but they're still in the top 8 right now. 6th place with 5 points. GDR also getting themselves 5 points. Sakar Gaming also getting themselves 4 points. However, even though Troy Tamilin Esports have made a little bit of improvement, it seems like them not getting those positional points and only getting 4 finishes points may not be enough, especially when we are about to reach the last match of today for day number 2. And considering the fact that all these teams, it is very important to stand strong in day 2 because of the fact that they will have a little bit of intermission break in between before we proceed, which is tomorrow's match is going to be the start of Group A.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is going to be a blockbuster, but so is going to be the last game of the day, because I believe that is where the group is going to end and every team will go back to the drawing board to reassess what is going wrong. Look at that, FS Esports still having the lead, Just Jelly closely following by, just a 4-point difference in between them. The drop-off is massive though from Silly Esports to TWM, 79 points versus 65 points. Now the top 8 are starting to open up a little bit. TWM making that mad dash inside of the top 8 with Raven Esports joining them as well. But GDR, Wingod, RGC, these are the teams that have kind of fallen behind now. The last game will be their last attempt to kind of make that dash back in, but I don't believe it's going to be that easy, I see.
I think it's going to be a little bit difficult as well, considering the fact that they need that big dub in order to actually qualify into the top 8, especially at this stage of the game. As you can see, FS and of course just Team Jelly has been very, very consistent throughout the entirety of the day. We've got big dubs coming from Jelly, we've got big plays coming from FS as well, high finish points on the entirety of the day. And right now, in this position, especially in this bio map, it feels like everyone at the bottom is got to try their best to kind of keep up in terms of the scores. Because if you think about it, in terms of overall momentum, playing day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 is consistently, and it requires a lot a lot of focus and stamina. So that means there's lack of time of rest, lack of time to do analysis, or even lack of time to actually fix problems that is happening in between the team. And fortunately for them, right now, especially when they will be having an intermission break, tomorrow we are going to see Group A. So a couple of days for them to actually analyze, watch, and figure out what's going to be next. So when they play Day 3, we are going to be expecting a banger performance coming from Group B.
You know what, like, I'm going to bring in a little bit of a sports analogy here. If you know about the game of football, right, there is going to be the halftime, right? Why teams always prefer to score right before the halftime? Because it boosts the morale, it completely shifts the dressing room when the halftime is actually working. They get positive in their head, and I believe if the last game of the day is actually goes in their favor, the teams that have been struggling, they'll think positive while the break goes on. So the next 2 days can be massive, but it is going to be the map of Erangel, and we've seen that majority of the times a couple of big names like GDR, they have kind of struggled, so it's going to be hard.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Morale is a very, very striving force as well. That's why mental focus and highs are very, very important to push you forward, because sometimes you will have this instinctual confidence that gives you like, you know what, I would make a play like this because I know for a fact that I think I'm going to win. And those kind of instincts, usually when you hesitate, you just lose out. So sometimes hesitation is a bad thing, but sometimes hesitation is also a good thing. But again, different situations calls for different matters. But in this case, morale is very, very important. And now, especially towards the final game, making it to top 8 gives them a little bit of safety cushion.
Absolutely. With that being said, of course, there are a couple of teams who are reeling much behind. Talk about Sarkar Gaming, talk about Vasista Esports. We haven't spoken much about Sarkar Gaming. I believe it is one of those teams who have loads of experience, especially if you look at players like Skeleton, players like Sarkar, players like KSR. So many years of official experience. They've gone past multiple stages, but all of a sudden, with all the new teams that are approaching and the meta as well that has changed, it seems like this team completely lack idea of what they have got to do in the next moment.
See, that's the thing, right? Usually for Sakar and KSR, considering that they are blood brothers, they do have a little bit of chemistry involved.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I live from a family of, I'm the only child.
All
but
right.
from my histories of my cousins and everything, they would have some sort of a sibling rivalry. Sometimes maybe the better, maybe the worse. So I don't know. I'm just a little bit speculating here. But so far, they need to settle the difference for the bigger picture. And that is qualifying and making it to the lands. Because they've tried multiple times. They have not gotten in yet. Maybe this is a time where they need to settle the difference and say like, hey, if we don't qualify this time, it is going to be another half-year waiting point, or maybe even next year before you actually have a chance to give this shot. But fortunately for them, they have a lot of time. Few days to prepare, and also, even if they lose, they are going to be qualifying in towards round 4. If they win the top 8, they're going to be 4. If they lose, it's going to be, if they win 4. And then if you in the bottom 8, you're going to go to 3. Sorry. It's a little bit confusing. Too many groups.
It definitely is confusing, but mentality-wise, you were on point, right? What Sarkar Gaming also has to fix inside of the game is going to be the fact that they have had multiple off casualties left, right, and center, mid-rotation as well. I believe if they can assess the situation and keep their 4 players alive up until that 6th stage, 7th stage, this team can do wonders, but it's just their rotation paths has sort of been cut off by multiple teams at once. But ladies and gentlemen, all of these predictions, all of these analogies, of course, are not going to stand true if you cannot perform inside of the game. The battleground Erangel has been dolled up and it is prepared. We are ready to fly.
For the final map of today, this is day 2 of the realme BGIS 2025 Group B stages of the grind. The final match for day number 2 to decide who will be in the top 8 and the bottom 8 of the halfway point. And to start things off, the flight path is going to be on the north side of shooting range and heading towards the western quadrant of military base. So a pretty western shift flight path. A majority of the teams who's heading towards Milta, Novo, Yasnaya, Stauber, Kamishki, Lipovka, and Milta Power is going to have a very, very long journey. And of course, if the circle shifts towards the west side, they have one of the worst possible flight paths that can happen to them right now.
True that. I mean, one of the teams is going to be Just Jelly. Always loves to land on the region of Milta. This time around, they will have to make that make that long rotation from using the vehicles as well. Might actually try and go to the secondary location, but that is a conversation which we'll have later. For now, on towards the northern side, have a look at this. There are two teams quite close, Raven and Silly.
Well, speaking of this fight coming in from Silly as well, like I'm curious to see how Silly is going to be performing here because they seem to have a little bit of drop clash between them as well as Vasista Esports, and the same can be said for both Troy Tamilan Esports versus Insane Esports, and this rivalry has been going on just today itself, and we do see a lot of maybe stat checks coming in, but seeing how the circle is shifting towards in between military base and also Farm and Milta, teams like Team Just Jelly, they're going to be very happy. God's Reign is going to be pretty okay as of now, but the bigger question here is it going to be mainland or is it going to be military base? Because I've seen this happen in the bridge itself.
You know, you stole words from my mouth because I believe, yes, certain IGLs are going to be extremely happy, specifically talking about Destro. GDR completely inside of the circle themselves. But now the paradox is, how do you define where to rotate? Is it going to be the mainland? Is it going to be the military base island? How do you lay your eggs? Possibly we'll have to wait it out. The second circle might make it a little more evident. But talk about Just Jelly and talk about GDR. They're on the same land and they're pretty close, I see. I still want to see another fight in between these two teams. I want at least GDR to win one.
Yeah, it's interesting considering the fact that, like, when you say GDR, oh, they are going to be in military base, they are going to get gatekept by teams like Team Jelly or maybe Wingard from the west or eastern bridge. But it's interesting to see that Team Jelly, for the past 6 games, even yesterday as well, has been able to get away with 2 major cities. But before we talk about major cities, City Esports, in a very, very awkward situation, Raven Esports with the drive-by finds one, and that's going to be City Esports. Well, being a jester right now. He's going to be picked off. That's going to be 1 down right from the get-go. Oh boy, not good. And they've got a crossbow on Akash, not sure why. And, oh. Okay, it's fine. Okay, Raven Esports is fine. All right.
It's going to fix itself up, but talking about City Esports, they will not be able to fix themselves up. A man disadvantage right from the get-go of the game. And I believe they did witness the parachutes gliding alongside them as well, Raven Esports. I wonder why did City Esports decide to land on such different locations, always just causing problems when it comes to multiple players just chiming in on you. The numbers advantage was massive. There was nothing that solo player could have done.
Well, speaking of a solo player, guess what? Very, very early
oh no,
Fish, who's kind of rotating into his military island. Seems like RG Esports, they don't want to be left out. It is only 3 minutes game, very early, considering the fact that we might expect a lot of roadblocks on towards the bridges of both West and East. So, seems like a lot of these teams are predicting it to be in the vicinity of the military island rather than main island itself. RGC, oh, looks like they are going to try and swim. Okay, let's go.
Wow.
That's a perfect scene for Mission Impossible right there. That is cinema on his tracks. And Rishi, for some reason, has his health very, very low. No mats, no utilities. They've got a couple of weaponaries, but hopefully they're able to stalk out down towards the northern part of that military base. Fortunately for them, there's no one hiding in those compounds yet.
Yeah.
But they still have to be a little bit worried.
They have to be worried for sure, but I mean, the movement was absolutely cinema material for sure, but I believe I've got to give credits to RGC for being quick on their feet. I love the fact that they're rotating early. They do not have a lot of loot, but they've kind of gambling on the fact that maybe the northern houses of military base are possibly going to be empty.
Yeah.
Talk about late rotators. Of course, they've got Vasista Esports. They've got complete control over Pochinki as of now.
I think Vasista Esports and also Forever X-Ross, they don't really have much of an issue considering that they are in their major cities. They will have those vehicles. But for me, the one that I'm a little bit concerned here is going to be RGC because 1, they came too early. 2, the vehicles if they were trying to look for, it's going to be stolen away by Jelly because considering the fact that Jelly, they dropped towards south of military island rather than taking vehicles and contesting it with Forever X4, who's always going to be in farm. And right now, God's Reign, all they got to do is just sit and wait. They don't really need to overexpose themselves. Everybody knows they're here. There's no reason for them to go out looking for information, especially when the information is, hey, it's military base. Hey, it's all the way in main island. Why would you expose yourself to that? And of course, player to watch, it's got to be Ninja Jot. He's a star player. Everybody loves him. He's got one of the best mechanical skills in the game itself.
And I believe it's also his aggression that makes him special. His ability to move in high pressure situations and actually come out on top has always earned him so much praise from the community. And once again, he's just doing exactly the same thing.
Well, speaking of same things right now, Jelly seems like nothing super crazy. He's got an STLK and also a couple of ARs to work with. We are not going to be expecting some insane close quarters yet anytime soon, so they are going to be prepping towards the later stage. And interesting enough, like, DMRs used to be one of the most popular because of all these long-range scuffles, right? And I'm surprised DMR has just fallen short just because of the fact that now, if you just play it safe and somebody gets close, the DMR is just completely useless in those scenarios. And prepping for those ultra late stages of the game is smart, but how often can you actually survive to that stage?
One of the reasons also is because of the fact that these players, they've kind of mastered the art of spraying with assault rifles. It's almost as precise as a DMR as well.
But the bullet drop velocity is just a little bit weird though, personally.
Yeah,
but
true that.
You're not wrong, you're not wrong. Like, it's not really that difficult to actually get like 2 to 3 headshots in a row. But oftentimes, can you do it consistently? Yeah, that's going to be the question.
And I believe that is the skill ceiling, especially in our country. We've seen players just grind their sprays, their vehicle tracking, and all of these micro mechanics a lot. More than the scrims, I believe. A lot of these players, they spend their time doing those drills. But now look at this. This is interesting. So the military base bridge has been marked by GDR already, God's Reign, in position. Meanwhile, the Novorupnoi bridge, Team Jelly has stationed a couple of players over there as well. So I believe we are going to witness some bridge action, I see.
Yeah, I'm expecting this as well. Considering that Win got made a little bit early rotation, is smart as well.
Yep.
They might have been the ones to gatekeep, but God's Reign now, they will take this initiative instead. And interesting enough, the compound that Justin is going to as well was supposedly to be close for RGC to maybe stock up and loot, but seems to me RGC has completely left that vicinity and actually took God's Reign's spot inside military base himself. And also City Esports, as you can see, they are going to be in a little bit of a skerfuffle.
Oh!
And guess what? The circle. This is why you don't commit, and it is going to shift to main island. What a prank. And because of this circle, RGC gonna feel the complete brunt of it, and Vingod as well gonna be one of the latest to rotate into the main island. This is the absolute worst possible situation for most of these teams who thought that main island was gonna be the circle.
I'm elated, IC. I'm so freaking happy right now because I love to see teams struggle, and currently so many of them are going to struggle. Look at this, Vasista Esports. They are in a 3-1 setup. They sent in Rage God to try and scout out the military base island. Now he is going to be the one who will be left stranded. GDR again embarking on their vehicles, trying to go in for a mad dash. Troy the Million and God's Reign's timings might actually match as well. Majority of the teams have been thrown off guard. This is exactly what you want to witness.
This is what I hate as a coach, as an analyst, or even an in-game leader. Is like, you know what? I've got the best possible situation here. You know, this spot is going to be great. I'm going to be able to rotate the way through. But now seeing this, okay, what the heck do I do? You know what? I'm just going to leave down to fate, hope that somebody messes up, and then we hope to find an opening. And that's what you can pray for. In this case, RGC and Wingard, those are the two teams that were struggling from start to end in terms of rotation. And now Sakar Gaming, they gotta be a little bit happy about this. They've lost a little bit of action, but they somehow were able to find some quarters right smack in the middle, and they've got the full squad, 4 buggies, one car and 3 buggies, fully decked out, all fully stocked and ready to rumble anytime soon for any sort of engagement is coming to them.
Also one of the reasons why Just Jelly, they had complete control of the bridge. So they were one of the first ones to actually make that rotation once again. Huge props to Jelly for still keeping his options alive.
I think it comes down to how the map itself and how many respect has been given towards Team Jelly, right? They were the only teams that has gotten 2 major cities, and that's going to be Milta and Novo. And they know for a fact that nobody goes to Milta. And because of this, they get free rotation in, and they found one of the best spots to actually punish people coming from the east because of the farm rotations. Because if you try to drive by towards the farm in that vicinity, it's open beaches, open fields, and people can shoot you from afar, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. However, for a little bit interesting factor here, because I do see one member kind of stranded on the cliff. Did I see that right?
He is stuck right there, Rage God, in the middle of absolutely nowhere and completely surrounded by the players of Troy the Million Esports. Meanwhile, his comrades have actually been knocked out. It seems like Sarkar Gaming might be making a move against this team. I'm not sure entirely. But look at exactly where Rage God has been stuck, right in between Troy the Million Esports, but the rest of the players, they've gone past. Once again, miscommunication happening in the circle. In the meantime, taking us towards another part of the map. This is disastrous for RGC. This is disastrous for Wingod, who laid all their eggs on the military base basket.
I know, right? And for them to actually push past this as well, Sarkar Gaming is going to be one of the biggest threat in that zone. They've got all the vehicles protected, they've got so much cover, and they've got so much weaponry. Everybody's got to be a little bit afraid of this. However, on this main screen as well, we do see Raven Esports. They find a pick, and that's going to be Hail Inferno Squad getting taken out. One member, Silly as well, going to be losing members from their rotations. While Hail Inferno Squad find a little bit of solace, but their vehicles are going to be exposed. Raven Esports going to chip in and trying to tag them out. And as you can see, gunshots being shot everywhere across the map. There's just so much happening, absolute chaos. But look at this, Raven Esports.
Wow.
They're gonna push the pressure. He's got 6 nades. Smiley's gonna be pressuring his way through. He's gonna try and isolate the fight. They know for a fact that they're in a little bit of trouble. The nades miss coming from Owen. And Smiley looking to continue this. He's all by himself, but if he gets the knock, it is gonna be huge. Seems like it's not gonna connect, but guess what? Goten actually needed himself. This might be the push Smiley needs, and guess what? He's gonna try to make an attempt. He's gonna get a free point from this. Mistakes were made. It bounced off the wall.
Somebody just give credits to the guts that Smiley is displaying right now. He's left his teammates back up on top of that hill so that no more casualties are there. But this man all by himself not only pressures Hail Inferno Squad, but also ensures that he actually gets points. And look at that, Owen has been tagged quite a lot. He's right next as well. The sound cues were given out, but return fire, comedy of errors. What are we witnessing, I see? This game is entertaining.
Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. He needed himself as well. He's got the pixel perfect moment. You hate to see moments like this, and now because of that misplay, the entirety of Raven Esports says, you know what, you make mistakes, I am going to kind of commit to this fight. And hopefully they're going to be okay, considering that, look at this, their backs are exposed, people may shoot them, but for some reason, they're still safe. And because of this, Smiley is going to be A-okay. Owen trying to cook up the nades. He knows that he is surrounded by 2 guys, his last man standing. And here comes the nade, doesn't clip him. Owen taking some serious fire, he's got to run through the Molotovs as well. And Owen still having a couple first aids at the chip on the sides as well, almost taking him out. And this is going to be A-okay. But once more, 1 first aid, last man standing. There's only so much you can do. He's waiting for the commitment. And this is taking a little bit too long. Raven Esports, they have to make up their mind. As despite all this commotion, there is also another team stalking them. And that's going to be Forever X.
True that.
Ross. But seeing the circle shifting into a Sarkar Gaming as well as Sister, seems like everybody's going to ignore this. And guess what, RGC? They know Raven's occupied. Guess what? I'm going to run. The opening for RGC is Sanchit. Going to be the last one to try and cross this. Smiley doesn't seem to be able to connect this. And they are stuck in a tough spot right now.
If I was Owen right now, my heart would have been racing already. This man has been holding this position for a while, all by himself. Raven Esports, they come in face to face, eye to eye. Nades were exchanged, but this man still holds his ground as of yet. I'm still counting on the fact that this man can clutch it out because it's a 1v2 situation. Raven Esports are yet to fully send it in. RGC escapes right in front of them. Owen had that opening, but could not really capitalize. On the other side, you were talking about Sarkar Gaming and their holding ground. It seems like their fortress is starting to be breached, and it is going to be breached by none other than RGC.
Agreed, but despite all this as well, RGC, they're all out in the open. They've got one
What?
knock in, and THW also seeing this, and they're gonna pin them all down. Sanchik getting finished off with the nades. And Sakar Gaming continues their assault. RGC leaving only 2 people out in the open. Guess what? Dreams from FS also taking a jab at them. As THW gonna give a couple of love taps as they hear all these rotations coming in. And guess what? Raven Esports gonna say hello to THW. But as soon as I say it, guess what? They're losing members. They're all out in the open. Everybody is shooting them as well. And this is not good for Raven. It took too long. TWM wasn't able to scout this out alongside with THWX non-esports.
Yeah, but this is a little bit of a ballsy move, to be honest. The nade has been pushed in. Akash WNL, he actually managed to survive, but not this one. The Molotov right in position. Roman just catching all of these players off guard. His movement was precise, disguises his presence, using the smoke itself, and then of course he's got his teammates to cover for him, especially from the shots that are coming in from TWM. I believe TWM are also licking their lips at this point, but look at this. The artillery strike from GDR can actually be brutal, and it actually is brutal. Infinity has been taking down Wingod, struggling.
Complete shutdown, and the only one that's left surviving here is going to be Sahil OP. He's got that little shack, and God's Rain, they know they're there. So many vehicles, there's so much barricade, but there's only so much you can do. LeBron is in the smoke. He's trying to crawl out to safety, but Sahil OP, he doesn't have more mats. He's got to bandage himself through. God's Rain looking to push their way through, but do they want to hard commit? They've got a little nice ditch, but seems like God's Rain, they really, really want to get some finishes. Sahil OP, last man standing, no mats whatsoever. He needs to pick his bodies out of his teammates, but it's so hard to run out in the open where God's Rain now going to be running around and think, should they commit or not? They don't know where the rest of the world are right now.
And I believe they should have the second thought as well, I see, because one of the reasons why there's Vasista Esports, there's multiple other teams who are in for the third party, but talk about the circle, it's closing in once again. It forms on top of Sarkar Gaming. Insane Esports, FS Esports, and multiple teams from the south have been left stranded. They will make the entry, but I believe there can also be a potential chance for a fight.
Oh boy, speaking of fights coming in, they have to make it into the center zone. Hyderabad Hydras is right in the middle, but before that, let's take a look at a little bit of replay on what happened and how Windon was put in this situation. Seems like a drive-by coming from Troy Tamlin instantly got wiped out, and Godsrain was able to third-party it based off that replay. So God's Rain now have 15 seconds to make a move. Do they push this or do they back off? But look at the minimap.
Oh no.
Look at the minimap. Little did they know, behind them it's going to be Team Insane. We've seen this happen before between God's Rain and Insane. And as soon as they see those movements, they're going to be on the run as well. They cannot sit still. They need to get out. Team Insane is going to set the pit stop. Ninja John getting chipped up pretty low. He's going to be able to get out to safety for now. But for how long? Justin looking for the commitment, but look at those vehicles. Oh, they will explode and take him out. And just like that, GDR, they lose all their members in this awkward situation. They have to go in for the reset. And while this is happening,
what?
Guess what?
What?
Who's stalking is Team Jelly?
But why did Team Insane did not get all the fruits of all their efforts? They just let those players knocked out and they moved in towards the circle itself. Talking about the fight, Insane Esports versus Vasista, it's not yet broken out. The smokes has been established already, which will deny the space and the lines of sight. Insane just trying to buy time for themselves. Meanwhile, I would love to go back to that fight because look at that. Just Jelly, they are being pincered from multiple directions. It was Vasista who was taking in the shots.
Agreed. And as soon as I say this, Vasista, they have to back out aggression. They've got only 2 men here. And their third man is pretty much outside the zone, stuck on the cliff. Not sure exactly why, but guess what? As soon as I say it, on the finish feed, they actually found Jelly outside the zone before losing his life. A little bit of awkward situation. Meanwhile, Sakar Gaming, they also have the edge of the circle. They've got FS stuck in that small little ditch. And that is going to be a death trap for any teams who's going to try and hide there. There's just so much angles to work with. Look at this, the amount of vehicles all stuck there. THW not looking at that yet. Knowing for a fact that if they peek out and try and contest Sakar, they're all gone. They're all gonna get completely shredded by THWX non-X.
You talk about THWX non-X, the milestone of 50 finishes. Today has been an amazing comeback coming in from this team. But talk about FS Esports, got in between a rock and a hard place, quite literally right now. They know, as a matter of fact, that their backlines are completely left open. So these little boulders, as well as the vehicles, the destroyed ones, will be their lifelines. But will they be able to handle the pressure, tackle the pressure that Sarkar Gaming has been bestowing upon them? Will be a big task. Meanwhile, a triple threat has been set up, I see. You've got Sarkar Gaming, you've got Team Insane as well. You've also got GDR involved in the mix of things. Visista Esports, I believe they are kind of distracted. But Team Insane, they've got their crosshairs right on the money.
Yeah, Team Insane's got the best amount of information. But the question here is, the circle seems to be favoring a little bit on towards Visista Esports, and considering the fact that their exit strategy is not looking good as well. It's open fields for the taking for Hyderabad Hydras as well as THW X on X. So for Visista to hold on, they need to pray that God's Reign and Insane goes head to head. But based on what I'm seeing right now, Insane looks like they don't really want to commit. They want to dodge this fight and trying to bunker down somewhere else. Same can be said for Team Jelly, who's on the south side. East side is going to be Forever X Roses, who in this case, they are going to be slowly edging in from the east side. A lot of space considering the fact that a lot of teams have survived this, but as soon as you say, oh no, Insane, they are going to crash this.
It seemed like Visista Esports kind of saw it through Insane Esports. They did not expect this coming. Dark Lord has been knocked out. Now reinforcements have been brought in. Adi as well as Harsh. Can they make a difference is going to be the question. Justin, of course, is coming in from the backlines. GDR would love to third party. Visista Esports Fierce is the only healthy man available and is way outside. That just means Tapatav has been left stranded.
Green Fierce is going to find Delta from the outside as well. They thought he's going to be flanked, but the outside flank coming from Fierce has got them a little bit of space. God's Reign wasn't expecting this. Team Insane started the fight, instigated a hard commitment, but guess what? It was an absolute bait. And guess what? Clady also getting knocked on. Tapa getting knocked as well. Insane in a 2v1 situation. Fierce got the clutch his way through. He's got the FPV mode. He's trying to spam his way through the smokes. He doesn't seem to see anyone. He's getting dropped out pretty low himself. Gonna be resetting from the second floor. They have no vision whatsoever. It is gonna be a showdown, 1 versus 1 versus 1, except for the fact that Insane was able to get some sort of resets coming in. But as soon as I say this, Team Jelly from outside the zone sees this opportunity. They are gonna third party this. God's Reign getting taken out. Visista, Fierce, second floor, all by himself, needs some help from the rest of the wall, and the help does not give in, and that's gonna be Dark Lord that pumps him in with lead and takes him out. As Team Insane loses this big fight, leaving him the only one left in this compound.
The last survivor from this battle itself. It was war. I see 3 teams. God's Reign, Visista Esports and Insane just duking it out amongst themselves. It kind of came on the back of that circle rotation, right? The circle just coming in favor of Visista Esports, and both the GDR as well as Insane had to make a move. Both of them dashed in, but it was absolutely pandemonium when Team Jelly also got involved in that fight. I love that inclusion. Not a direct fight, but now look at this. Sarkar Gaming, they've had enough. Now they want to take this fight to FS Esports, and they clean them up in a flash.
Well, speaking of cleaning out, they need to run right now because you see the amount of spams coming in from THWX non-X. And Pasha, he's stuck in an awkward spot as well. His last man standing. The car is about to explode as well. He's got one first aid. There's nothing much he can do. But as soon as I say this, here he comes. THWX non-X Esports completely wipes the floor on the western shorelines of this circle. 5 teams left, and THW, they're looking pretty confident because they know the circle's in their favor. They are gonna take space while the rest of the world are struggling to find space to push in. Hyderabad Hydras has not bared their fangs for the longest of time. They will be in a major clash later on.
Absolutely. THW 9 eliminations on board already, and now the opportunity to set themselves up for success. High ground advantage, map control, circle advantage. What else do you need? Team Jelly on the other side, they have actually pushed up against Dark Lord all by himself. He does manage to find the knock. He manages to get the second one as well. Team Jelly have been cut down. 50% strength has been blown off as well. This man is an absolute monster.
Revenge is sweet. Revenge is sweet. And now Team Jelly is only up to Ninja to try and drive by. And guess what? Dark Lord may not have been able to find him. but he will redeem it for his team. Now it comes down towards a 1 versus 1 between Team Jelly as well as Dark Lord. He's got the utilities to work with. He's not gotten the reset yet, but the nades from Ninja catches him at the edge, and Team Jelly somehow was able to survive this, but at what cost? He needs to get out of this zone. 4 teams left, last man standing. And the odds may not be in his favor, but he does have a little bit of a red spot. Meanwhile, Forever X Ross in the collision on east side. Hyderabad Hydras as well, going for a major fight as they're going to be trading utilities for this fight.
Oh no, Turbo in that shack completely stranded. The nades, of course, being showered. The artillery strike has been on point coming in from Forever Red Ross. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side. They try and take this fight to them. They're not backing off. They're not giving it any space either. The smokes help them to move close in. There's a small little ridge. And now look at the flying strikes coming through. Forever's Lucifer lands one. Moksh and Turbo in tandem on the flank. But so far, they've had no success from the backlines, so THW can be devastating, and they actually find one, I see. It seems like in between Forever, they've been completely wiped off in that sandwich situation.
Oh no, they're stuck. They're all out in the open in one fell swoop. THWX Non will be the ones to take the chicken dinner. They benefited from everyone's demise and chaos. They swoop in for the win, and they will be the ones to take the chicken dinner, the final one for day 2 here in the realme BGIS 2025, the grind stages of Group B. What a game coming in from them itself, because that was an absolute cinema of a roller coaster with the circle shifts, with the chaos, with the mess ups. Oh boy, that was tough to watch.
That was tough to watch, and this was a game where I felt that the teams are playing naturally on the basis of the instincts. No plan is going to work out. You saw Wingod and RGC. They fully sent it in the military base, right in the first circle itself. And then what? The second circle, the circle just completely shifts. The prank was insane. Loved it, BGMI gods.
Yeah, I absolutely hated that. I don't know about you, you know, like, again, if I were as a coach and analyst, I would hate that. But as a caster or as a viewer, chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss, of course. Then, of course, the mess-ups were there. There were multiple triple threats as well. You've got to talk about that fight between GDR, the fight between Vasista Esports and Team Insane as well. Dark Lord right on the money, finding that 1v2. We have seen everything inside of this game.
Yeah, I think this is a moment for individual players to actually shine and actually, you know, demonstrate that what they're actually capable of, right? Like, we've seen moments coming from Dark Lord. He's done really, really well. There was a lot of help coming in from Team Jelly to actually give him that space to clutch it out. But it was a very, very difficult fight, because think about this. Insane started the fight against Vasista, and then Gosser was hoping to capitalize on this, but did not expect that Vasista was split off outside, and because of that, everybody was just trying to outsmart each other, which resulted in that outcome, which is Dark Lord being the last man standing.
Absolutely.
Jelly, technically, they should have won that, but they made a little bit of mistake. They didn't full send it and clear out the angle, which resulted in them losing out manpower, and because of that, they just could not fight it towards the final 3.
Absolutely. And talking about the final 3, of course, I personally felt like Forever Red Ross could have actually been the biggest threat for THW had they fought against them. But again, between Hyderabad Hydras and Forever Red Ross, that fight just abruptly began and THW had all the advantage, no competition whatsoever. I felt that the game was kind of handed to THW, but they also had a lot of hard work done before that. They had 9 eliminations.
I think it came down to how they did the preparation stages, right? The places that they had so much vantage point to actually pin people, and especially when I've already brought this up as well. Sakar Gaming, they had one of the strongest compounds. They had all the utilities. Same can be said for THW in that 2 outposts where everybody who's going to try and rotate in between is going to be shot between these 2 biggest threats, which is THW X Non-Ec Esports and also Sakar Gaming. And we saw multiple instances where everybody was stuck in that small little ditch. It was pretty much a complete death sentence, because no matter who's there, if anyone decides to push you or anybody decides to take high ground, you are dead. And FS Esports was also one of the biggest casualty in that regards, because they didn't have those space to work with. And it's also because of how THW has put them in that place as well.
Absolutely. And I believe that we can actually call that region the Valley of Death at this point.
It is the Valley of Death.
It is the Valley of Death, but don't you agree the fact that Sarkar Gaming pushing inside the Valley of Death was also a big mistake, right?
Yeah, I agree.
They themselves going in to try and clear out FS Esports just gave THW the opportunity to just spam in those bullets through the smoke. So a lot of storylines did come across, but Team Jelly, of course, being always so consistent. I wonder if they've actually got themselves the first spot on the overall standings.
They should be in the first spot still, considering the fact that they have been very, very consistent.
Yep.
But nevertheless, in case you miss out on the action, let's take a look at the highlights on how things actually happened in that game. Because as of yet, you can see early on to the east side, we didn't really see too much of this action. But yeah, Fierce, this flank on towards God's Reign was a little bit unfortunate here because God's Reign was looking to third-party this. But unfortunately, because of this pickoff from Fierce, they just could not instigate this fight and escalate it in their favor.
Yeah, and talk about this one, Sarkar Gaming, of course, they did find some casualties, but they were instantly wiped off. Dark Claw, this 1v2 was so brilliant. In a 1v1, of course, kind of expect this man to kind of take some time, but the nade, the way it ricocheted off that wall.
What a nade.
It certainly was, but I still believe there was a little factor of luck, but given it, there was a lot of skill involved as well. But now look at this. This is an abomination from THW. Just plain spam down every single moving animal, every single moving player, and just do not think about it.
That's the thing about how THW played that, right? They were in that advantage. They were the ones that shoved everybody to the sides. They had the upper hand in terms of knowledge, in terms of information. They know from the west side there was a big fight. They saw it all. Like, think about this, right? Jelly committing to the fight in towards Vasista, everything. They saw it all, but they didn't really want to engage this. And after everybody was taken out there, they know for a fact that it's clear. That's where they reposition. And on top of it all, seeing both Hyderabad Hydras and also Forever X-Raid Ross was there in that scuffle. And the moment the major fight happens, that's where, you know what, they've got this in the bag.
Well, talking about getting this in the bag, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's about 1.5 days before you can actually get a fantastic device in your bag itself as well. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Amazing in its segment, one of the highest performing phones in its segment itself. But I believe the standout feature, IC Baby has been talking about it, praising about it all the time. The glow in the dark, my word. I believe personally that I'm a Gen Z for sure, but I'm kind of old school. But these Gen Zs, they can't get over the glow in the dark feature, man.
You are a Gen Z. What do you mean?
In my heart, I'm old school, man.
All right, fair enough. But at the same time, we've talked about the highs before. Apparently, Necros and Salties is this one, and both ours is on the Hindi desk. So we're going to be taking it from them later on. So that's going to be a part of the plan that's going to be happening between here and the English broadcast. Meanwhile, for these guys watching at home, we hope you guys have had a great run because this is the moment where, of course, it concludes the halfway point for Group B in general for grind stages because they won't be playing tomorrow.
Yes.
But instead, we will see a completely new bracket tomorrow. That's going to be the first appearance of Group A to take the stage here in the grind stages.
You know, the rumor suggests that tomorrow should be actually declared a national holiday because it's going to be a blockbuster. Everyone in the community is waiting for Group A to perform. I went into Craft India Esports socials and looked at the groups. The hype for Group A is real, and you know what? I believe in so many big names come into a single group. The action is going to be paramount. But talking about this group itself, I believe the fact that THW, they end this run, they end the first half, the first segment of this group on a high note, this team is going to come back, bouncing back, and possibly there's going to be no stopping them.
Well, it might be, but hopefully they will be able to fix those mistakes. But of course, before we talk a little bit more on what's supposed to be happening tomorrow. Again, for these guys who do not know, if you guys are interested in watch the games thus far, tomorrow's match is going to be scheduled for Group A. So Group B's matches are done for at least for a couple of days for now. We are going to be on break for at least 3 days for Group B. But all things considered, for these guys watching, I know that you guys are excited to see some of the stats that's going to be coming up. And because I'm curious who's going to be the MVP, because I saw moments come from Jelly, I saw moments come from THWX, not X Esports. My god, such a mouthful. And also a little bit of moments coming from Vasista Esports as well.
I'll tell you who the MVP is going to be for this one. The BGMI gods. Because the way the circle was set up, The prank was set up. The MVP cannot be anyone else. I mean, imagine this, right? Usually when it's between the military base and the mainland, every team kind of expects, all right, there's going to be some part of military base.
Yeah, it's
at
like
least.
60 or 70%
60
on the island itself.
Exactly, right? They fully sent it in. I believe that GDR and Just Jelly in the early stages, getting control of the bridges was so important because GDR on that military base bridge, they knew it was all clear. They rotated instantly. Just Jelly, you mentioned Mill Tower's open. They knew our drop spot is open. We are going to rotate instantly as well. But there are so many teams who could not just make their way back in. You remember that spot where Vasista Esports were caught off guard, rage got in the parkour situation? That was weird.
Yeah, that was really, really awkward here. But without further ado, let's announce the MVP in a little bit because as of now, I know you guys are curious. Who is the real MVP? Because up on screen, we're going to be showing it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bada bing, bada boom. Here's going to be the MVP up on screen.
Drum rolls. It is Lavish. Not surprised at all. MVP of this game, 7 finishes, 841 points of damage, 1 assist, and we've seen this player perform on the map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar. Always the guy who leads the chart for THW. But the real question is, I see, if Lavish single-handedly had 7 eliminations, how many eliminations THW have in total?
Well, it seems like they've got a lot, but Lovish getting one of the most out of everyone. He's the only one that's gotten more than 5 finishes. In this case, getting 7 is insane, and he's done the most amount of damage as well with 841 damage. Of course, followed by Vasista Fierce with the insane clutch down towards the compound fight on the west side. They've got 4 finishes. XB's with 4 finishes himself. Rush Boy with 3 as well. And in this entire match summary, I think this is going to be one of those situations where a lot of people were forced to heal outside the zone, which resulted in 10,000 overheatings because, like you said, the BGMI got circled. Made everybody's life down south a living hell, except for GDR and also maybe Team Gen.
Yep, 100%. Look at the grenade finishes though. I love it when there are more than 10 grenade eliminations. This time around we've got 11. Longest finish does not really matter, 250 meters approximately, but point standings, oh my word. 13 eliminations on THW, 23 total points. Talk about forever Red Ross, 14 eliminations for them. Insane with 10. Hyderabad Hydras with 9. It's been like a very top stacked point standings. If you look at it, majority of the points being acquired by THW and forever. But then, at least for Vasista, they crossed the 5-point mark this time around. 6 points on them.
Yeah, they are slowly getting enough points, but it seems like they just don't have enough to actually break through certain barriers. And as we had the biggest winners, it's got to be, at least the top 4 and 5, including Jelly as well. They've got 8 points. Sakar Gaming also taking a little bit of step up, but the gap between THW X non-esports as well as Forever X Red Ross is just a big gap in this game. This is a very, very big motivation or morale boost coming from them. But that being said, now the overall standings completely shifts, and that's going to be THW X esports topping the charts with 3 total chicken dinners, being the only one with 3 thus far.
Who could have predicted that THW will actually top the charts? Nobody saw this coming. Performance today has been scintillating. Look at Just Jelly, 97 points, 3 points shy from triple digits. FS closely following by 96 on them as well. Hyderabad Hydra, Silly Esports, there is a massive gap. Now the competition has been split up and open up as well. I see, look at this. The top 4 teams, I believe they are solidified. But at the bottom 4, they can certainly be toppled if they do not come back with guns blazing in the next week.
See, the cutoff for Group D was 130 points for the 8th place.
Yeah.
Group C's cutoff was 134 points. So as of yet, nothing is certain yet. But you are right. The top 3, they have some sort of a safety cushion. All they need to get is about 30 to 40 points, and they're going to be okay. Meanwhile, I'm curious to see if any of our predictions were on point, because it seems to me a lot of us are going to be a little bit disappointed. In this case, Vasista Esports by Maisie did not go well. Insane, it's over. Spiro, yeah, he played the safe card. He was the only one that played it safe that is still in the top 8.
Yeah.
God's Reign, they had a great run in the first few rounds and then just completely fall. You went for Sakar Gaming, which also, well, didn't really do too well if you're on.
I mean, the start for both GDR and Sarkar Gaming was
very,
decent.
very good.
Yeah. Was decent, let's just say decent. For God's Reign, in fact, 20 points from the first 2 games, absolutely brilliant. But then I feel like after a certain point, they kind of fall down a little bit. Can't really blame that. I believe the caster's curse was massive. Talk about insane with Ravan, talk about Vasista, talk about Sarkar Gaming from my side as well. But I believe options are left open. I see all of these teams, even if they did not perform today, they can definitely come back in the next week as well.
Agreed. But of course, we have been talking here on the desk for the longest time. Tomorrow is going to be Group A, the start of Group A as well. We've got RGE, we've got Seoul, we've got Phoenix, we've got 4M, we've got 8-Bit, we've got TT, we've got K9 as well as 4AM on the roster. On this first 8, who do you think is a standout here for you?
Big in names, but I believe K9 Esports will be one of the standouts for me. Omega, Igeling, the 3 lads. Last year, yeah, it is Omega who's going to be Igeling.
Okay.
Now, do you know the Assaulters I see? The ones from Global Esports last season, BGIS 2024. It's going to be Slug, it's going to be Beast, it's going to be Ninja Boy under the Igelship of Omega.
Yeah,
I'm so excited for this.
I was expecting maybe Seoul and 8-Bit is going to be one of the standouts one. But of course, the second half, of course, you have Revenant, X-Spark, the defending champions, and also Hero Extreme Godlike, and of course, the former compadres, Orangutan.
My former comrades as well as my current comrades are here in the same thing. RNGX, I'm not going to say much about this team. I hope that they perform well. Performing a hat-trick is going to be a very difficult task for them. But I believe, according to current form, there are two teams that has to be watched out for. You've got to look out for Somraj is versatile. You've got to look out for Punk's Hero Extreme God. Like, they've been brilliant.
Yeah. What about, sorry, Orangutan, what happened again?
That friendship did not pan out the way I was thinking it would pan out. So apparently there was a little bit of a change in jerseys, change in colors. I became a wolf rather than an ape. The transformation was there. It is almost like Pokemon evolving, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I like it. All right, I'll take it. You know, this, it's interesting. You know, we're gonna do a podcast.
We're going to do a
Yeah,
podcast.
definitely,
I have seen insights of boot camps which I believe not many casters have seen. And I believe that those are the stories which can exclusively come out on
Okay,
some
I mean,
podcast.
we're not here to promote anything or whatever, but we're here to talk about the show. This is off topic, a way out of hand as well. But of course, for you guys are extremely excited to see what is happening. Group A, be sure to come in tomorrow because that is going to be a banger performance. There's so much things going to be happening here on the Desert English broadcast as well. And of course, for the realme BGIS, to be honest, has been phenomenal runs. We've seen a lot of unexpected things happening throughout the entire past weeks itself.
Yeah.
And with the new meta shift, every single team's adaptation on their inputs on the game has been completely different.
Completely different as well. And the same thing can be said for Group A as well because nobody really knows how the top teams or how the top 32 teams are going to adapt to the new meta, to the new zone settings as well. Who's going to come out on top? Maybe the teams who dominated previously last year might not be able to adapt. So that is going to be a big question mark, I see.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit of a big question marker as well. But for now, this pretty much concludes the Group B stages as well. They are going to be taking a little bit short break. Tomorrow, we will see a brand new team. And it's going to be Group A's banger performance here at the realme BGIS 2025 grind stages. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Johnny. We hope you guys had fun. We hope you guys have a good day. We will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.